a distinction must be made in degree of proximity to the party. Here can be no talk of throwing anyone overboard in the sense of preventing them from taking part in the movement. On the contrary, the stronger our party organizations, consisting of real social democrats, the less wavering and instability there is within the party, the broader, more varied, richer, and more fruitful will be the party's influence on the elements of the working class masses surrounding it and guided by it. 84. The idea of organizing the party from the top down, that is, from the party congress to the individual party organizations, did not proceed from an assumption that rank and file party members were politically incompetent. It was meant, rather, to signal the need to hold the self-professed leadership of Russian social democracy accountable for the conduct of the party. Despite its democratic resonance, Martov's alternative of building the party from the bottom up amounted in practice not to democracy, but to self-enrollment in the party and hence to an abdication of the responsibility of leadership. Lenin had already, in What is to be Done, expressed confidence that the rank and file of the movement would understand and appreciate the need for specialized training of the leadership. Indeed, the division of labor correlative to centralist leadership was presented not as a politically neutral technique that could be efficiently substituted for the self-activity of the workers, but precisely as the most effective means, under the given circumstances of autocratic repression, to facilitate the conscious participation of the masses in the movement. 85. He now added that the workers could understand better than intellectuals the need for party discipline. The Mensheviks were guilty of a form of opportunism characteristic of intellectuals. Having gained some understanding of our program and our tactics, the proletariat will not start justifying backwardness in organization by arguing that the form is less important than the content. 86. It was in this context, and not as a model of party organization and discipline, that Lenin invoked the workers' experience of factory life, which taught them something intellectuals learned only with difficulty. To distinguish between the factory as a means of exploitation, discipline based on fear of starvation, and the factory as a means of organization, discipline based on collective work united by the conditions of a technically highly developed form of production, between discipline imposed mechanically from above and consciously assumed self-discipline. 87. Accordingly, he had already called for a thorough airing of the opposing points of view in the party press in order to enable the rank and file of the party to sort out the quarrels among the leaders. Only such open discussion could make it impossible for the workers to cease to understand us. Only then will our general staff really be backed by the good and conscious will of an army that follows and at the same time directs its general staff. 88. If the Menshevik approach to organization abstracted from the play of opposing political tendencies in the working class movement, the Menshevik tactical innovation of selecting the bourgeois opposition's protest campaign as the focal point of social democratic activity was an attempt to seize proletarian hegemony in abstraction from the strategic logic of the political struggle. The leading influence of working class Democrats first took the form of rousing the liberal Democrats to political life. Later, after liberalism took on a distinct public profile with the appearance of Stroev's Osvobozhenie, it had to assume the form of a persistent critique of the half-heartedness and inconsistency of liberal protests. Now, amidst a rising current of popular discontent, the government had conceded a measure of free speech to the Zemstvos, though not to the workers. But without the forceful intervention of the working class masses against the state, this measure would prove merely another ploy to divide and crush the opposition. The protests of the liberal opposition could be sustained through revolutionary struggle of the workers against absolutism, not vice versa. The bourgeois opposition is merely bourgeois and merely an opposition because it does not itself fight, because it has no program of its own that it unconditionally upholds, because it stands between the actual combatants, the government and the revolutionary proletariat with its handful of intellectual supporters, and hopes to turn the outcome of this struggle to its own advantage. 89. By concentrating the workers' political attention upon the institutions of the bourgeois opposition, the Mensheviks conceded the political initiative to the bourgeoisie, indeed, to the government itself, and effectively abdicated the struggle for hegemony. By the same token, rather than expanding the workers' consciousness to the full scope of the revolutionary struggle against the autocratic state, they restricted it to the constitutional charades of the liberal opposition. The independence of the proletariat is forged through its resistance to bourgeois attempts to divert and canalize its revolutionary struggle. The class consciousness of the proletariat cannot be conceived in abstraction from the strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Two orientations to hegemony. In the course of the struggle between factions in the RSDLP, the ambiguities that ran through the notion of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution began to crystallize into distinct and opposing political and theoretical orientations. It was not simply, as Dan would write in his insightful history, that the problem occupying the Bolsheviks was the assertion of social democratic leadership of the armed uprising against Tsarism, while the problem for the Mensheviks was educating a workers' vanguard that could take over the leadership of the social democratic movement from the radical intelligentsia and thus secure the workers' class interests. 90 Sustaining this disagreement was the incommensurability of two ways of acting toward and thinking about the struggle for hegemony. What each side would construe as an exercise of proletarian hegemony appears, when evaluated according to the standards of the opposing side, as a forfeiture of hegemony. The idea of proletarian self-activity was at the core of the Menshevik notion of hegemony and, as the selection of the opposition rather than the state as the focus of social democratic intervention attests, Menshevik politics consisted essentially in creating venues where the workers' self-activity might display itself. Through their self-activity, that is, in manifesting themselves directly as an autonomous presence in political life, the workers become conscious of their independent interests, of the essential connection between their class struggle and the goal of socialism, their historic mission. Consciousness figures here not as an attentiveness to an understanding of the circumstances in which one acts but as an awareness that, whatever the circumstances, one can act independently and effectively in one's interests, one has the capacity to determine and to effect one's own purposes, one is not a mere plaything of heteronymous circumstance. The workers' supreme expression of this capacity is socialism, hence their consciousness of this capacity is a prefiguration of socialism. There is thus an essential harmony between socialist consciousness and the working class movement. On this assumption, Lenin's willingness not only to wage ideological warfare within the movement but also to press an advantage in this struggle by means of disciplinary measures and the authority of a party congress could not but appear as a bid by the revolutionary intelligentsia for ascendancy over the nascent workers' movement. If the working class movement could act with the unity of purpose of an individual, even a confused and fumbling individual, then organizational questions would properly be posed in instrumental or technical terms, the terms of the Menshevik critique of Lenin, substituting technique for politics, intellectuals for workers, means for the end, would clearly follow. If, however, the unity of the movement could not be assumed, then organizational questions would have to be understood, with Lenin, as inherently political. But the force of the Menshevik argument depends upon conflating two different senses of self-emancipation, individual and collective, individual self-activity and the autonomous movement of the workers as a class. It is not clear why a claim by bourgeois intellectuals to leadership in the workers' movement should pose a particular problem if self-emancipation is understood in individual terms. In those terms, an attempt by advanced workers to assume the authority of the vanguard of the class should be no less repugnant. But if self-emancipation is to be understood as a collective process, the unity of the working class cannot simply be assumed, it must be forged and sustained through political struggle and embedded in determinate organizational forms and modes of decision-making that are always subject to political controversy. By conflating individual and collective self-emancipation, the unity of the working class movement, achieved only through political struggle, can be made to appear as a unity of consciousness, an organic given. This conflation sustains and at the same time draws support from the Menshevik inclination to identify politics with facilitating the self-activity of the workers and thereby stimulating their class consciousness, that is, with a kind of enlightened pedagogy. Subordinating the struggle for hegemony to this pedagogical conception of self-activity, the Mensheviks were less and less able to operate as an independent, much less a leading, force in the arena of revolutionary politics. They never renounced their programmatic commitment to the idea of proletarian hegemony in the democratic revolution, invoking it in their literature and incorporating it in their political calculations. 91 But as the revolutionary upheaval of 1905 subsided, they felt increasingly constrained to align themselves behind the liberal bourgeoisie, the cadets, constitutional Democrats. In the political doldrums that followed, Menshevik activists, absorbed in the arduous daily struggle to organize trade unions, cooperative societies, and other legal expressions of working-class self-activity, relegated the political struggle for hegemony, along with the illegal party organization itself, to the background. 92 The equivocal character of their notion of proletarian self-activity rendered it protean, capable of assuming any form, from humble petitioning to the political general strike. Without deploying a strategic logic of the political struggle for hegemony, these forms of self-activity could not be situated in relation to the strategic projects of adversaries. The Mensheviks were consequently obliged to subordinate themselves to circumstances created by others. Though they could as easily adapt themselves to the more militant as to the more prosaic forms of proletarian self-activity, and would do so with some enthusiasm amidst the revolutionary mobilization of 1905, the circumstances were powerfully shaped by the forces of economic and cultural backwardness and autocratic political repression, that is, by the historical imperatives of bourgeois revolution. In the absence of the tools to forge more concrete analyses of the political struggle in the bourgeois revolution, the substance of working-class self-activity could not serve to challenge the terms of the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy. The Mensheviks had therefore in substance to concede the political struggle for proletarian hegemony. This might not amount to such a damaging criticism had the Mensheviks been able in fact to organize a political forum in which to nurture proletarian self-activity. But this seems not to have been the case. According to David Lane's thorough empirical study of the RSDLP to 1907, Menshevik party organizations were no more democratic or proletarian in composition and actually less open than their Bolshevik counterparts. 93 The author of the most extensive biography of Rosa Luxemburg claims that, at the time she was taking Lenin to task for conspiratorial centralism, her social democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania was in fact like a South American army, all generals and few soldiers. Her leadership of it differed from Bolshevik practice only because instead of controlling local organizations, she simply ignored them altogether. 94 And in the pre-war years, as the working class movement began to recover after a harsh period of counter-revolutionary repression, the workers and their organizations were drawn not to the professed champions of self-activity, but to the Bolsheviks. 95 Lenin's approach to proletarian hegemony begins with the political struggle around state power, whose strategic logic, although grounded upon the antagonism of class interests, further prescribes that contenders try to define the context for the actions and consciousness of other parties to the struggle. Hegemony involves seizing and maintaining the initiative in the political struggle, where the initiative consists in imposing in practice a definition of the object of struggle in terms of the independent interests of a class. Since all parties can be expected to innovate in pursuit of their own interests, the logic of their struggle is relatively open-ended, and what is required in order to assert hegemony can be expected to change in the course of the struggle. The indispensable condition of proletarian hegemony is the political ability to act independently as a class, and hence, if Lenin was right, an organized vanguard informed by Marxist theory and capable of diagnosing and acting upon significant movements in the logic of struggle. Since these movements would certainly reflect the intervention of adversarial class projects and could not fail to call into question the relation between Marxist theory, the Social Democratic Party and the spontaneous working class movement, the Marxist vanguard party could no longer be conceived as representing the resolution of the essential contradictions of the historical process. It would have to be seen, instead, as a guide to action, organizing the independent political intervention of the working class within a complex and shifting web of interrelated contradictions. What type and what locus of activity might properly be characterized as proletarian self-activity could only be determined in the context of a concrete analysis, informed by the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, of a concrete situation. Considered in abstraction from such an analysis, even such an eminently orthodox concept as proletarian self-activity was of indeterminate political bearing. Arguably, too, conceived thus abstractly, self-activity was necessarily misconceived because autonomy cannot be achieved, nor the awareness of it attained, except by grappling with the given circumstances. Self-activity cannot become an end in itself except in and through the pursuit of more concrete, proximate aims. It is, then, as John Elster has argued, essentially a byproduct. 96 To press such an abstraction into service as a barometer of political action was unwarranted in theory and ingenuous in practice. To urge it against the organization of the Marxist vanguard was to decry the very possibility of strategic initiative in the political struggle. It was to abdicate the struggle for hegemony. In political reality, proletarian self-emancipation could only be grasped concretely in terms of the logic of the struggle for hegemony, hence as an essentially collective process articulated in relation to determinate organizational forms. From orientation to revolution. In subordinating the assumption of harmony between Marxist theory and the spontaneous development of the working class movement to a dialectic of political struggle, the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony introduced a breach into the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy. This breach forged an opening, the possibility of a more concrete mode of political analysis and, consequently, of a more dynamic relation between the logic of class struggle and the practice of political intervention in determinate conjunctures. Lenin had not replaced one integral historical conception with another, nor had he abandoned the historical materialist claims of orthodox Marxism. What he had done, rather, was to disarticulate some of the theoretical elements of orthodoxy and thereby forge a certain critical distance within it. This enabled him to fabricate new analytical tools and to adopt a more hands-on stance in practice. The result was not a new theoretical system but a new political and methodological relation to the extant system, bearing the possibility of its progressive reorganization and transformation. The central claims of historical materialism would now function as raw materials in political analysis. The Social Democratic Party and Marxist theory would no longer serve to knit them into a closed system but would function, instead, as instruments to work the raw materials up and transform them in light of the requirements of concrete conjunctures. Theory no longer supplies its own principle of unity, the unity of theory would have to be established and re-established in practice. If the metaphor of reflection, social consciousness reflects social being, had served to affirm the harmony and synchrony of the objective and subjective aspects of the class struggle, it might now designate a process of critical re-evaluation and a practice of transformation. This breach in the logic of Marxist orthodoxy emerged under the pressure of a conjuncture of crisis in the strategic project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. But the mere opening of a conceptual space represented by the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony could not, in itself, resolve the antinomies of this project. Lenin's approach to proletarian hegemony, although innovative and full of possibility, still did not elaborate a coherent account in historical materialist terms. The problem of hegemony was posed in terms of the logic of political struggle as it unfolds around the state power, but the range of this struggle was narrowly portrayed. Thus, asked how the class character of the movement would be expressed if the Social Democrats undertook to organize the systematic political exposure of the autocracy, Lenin replied, "We Social Democrats will organize these nationwide exposures. All questions raised by the agitation will be explained in a consistently social democratic spirit, without any concessions to deliberate or unintended distortions of Marxism. The all-round political agitation will be conducted by a party which unites into one unbreakable whole the assault on the government in the name of the entire people, the revolutionary training of the proletariat, and the safeguarding of its political independence, the guidance of the economic struggle of the working class. And the utilization of all its spontaneous conflicts with its exploiters which rouse and bring into our camp increasing numbers of the proletariat. 97. The drawing power exerted by the vanguard of the democratic revolution upon non-proletarian social strata. In order to become the vanguard, we must attract other classes. 98, was to be combined in a single organization with the political education of the workers. But the movement of the contradictory social forces comprising the entire people is consistent with one unbreakable whole only in rhetoric. The organizational cast of the response is inadequate to the terms of the problem. Even if a Marxist vanguard organization did seize the initiative in the democratic revolution, how could this initiative mold the work of the revolution durably, in conformity with the independent interests of the working class? Elaborating a coherent foundation in historical materialism for the political project of proletarian hegemony would have to take into account the full diversity of the social forces at work in the bourgeois democratic revolution, to differentiate between the effect of peasant and liberal intellectual, oppressed national and disenchanted noble, upon the process of socio-political transformation, and to explain how the independent class interests of the workers could so deeply shape the course of the bourgeois revolution that they might endure under the rule of a bourgeoisie already only too eager to compromise with the forces of Tsarism. The advent of a Marxist vanguard organization capable of strategic initiative in the struggle for hegemony did not yet plumb the socio-economic depths of the problem. Lenin's mode of political analysis was inextricably bound up with the hegemonic political project of Russian social democracy. It could not be neatly separated from the concrete analyses in which it was set to work. If the range of his political analyses was restricted, this is comprehensible in terms of the fact that oppositional politics was still very largely the preserve of the underground, where an apparently personal matter such as the split between Peter Struve and the editors of Iskra could be understood, and under the circumstances, rightly understood, as an event of major political importance, representing relations between social classes. But the very terms that Lenin used to distance himself from the reassuring harmonies of the logic of orthodoxy were also marked by the latter. What is to be done? Conceive the spontaneous movement of the working class as a contradictory unity of proletarian experience and the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie, but express the relation of proletarian experience to revolutionary socialism only as receptiveness to the established truths of Marxist theory. 99 Not yet as the site of a capacity for creative innovation. In One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, Lenin insisted that Marxism develops in the course of struggle, but at the same time he portrayed the struggle as pertaining to the more or less consistent application of a given theoretical and political position. He did not see himself as a locus of innovation. It was as though the history of Marxist theory were governed by an essentially internal logic. That Lenin should have cloaked the factional struggle in the Hegelian negation of the negation. Not only do oats grow according to Hegel, but the Russian Social Democrats war among themselves according to Hegel. 100, is strangely appropriate. If everything happens in the realm of ideas, then nothing essentially new can take place. Expressing the logic of the class struggle in a complex and shifting politico-strategic field of contradictions, Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without performed a critical and materialist role in the development of Marxist political thought. But Marxist theory was located at the margins of this field rather than in its midst. It acted but was not acted upon. The thesis of consciousness from without was not, therefore, a sufficient condition for absorbing the creative energies of the spontaneous movement and using them to fuel the reorganization of Marxist theory required to ground the project of proletarian hegemony, but it was, as previously argued, a necessary condition. Pious genuflection before the self-activity of the proletariat could never generate a coherent historical materialist foundation for the hegemony of the working class. Only through sober recognition of the real contradiction between Marxism and the spontaneous movement of the working class could the dialectic of their interpenetration be consciously enacted. This in turn would require that the incipient Leninist theory show itself able to learn from the masses. Chapter 7. The Mechanics of Proletarian Hegemony. Solidarity in the Class Struggle. Revolutions are festivals of the oppressed and exploited. At no other time are the masses of the people in a position to come forward so actively as creators of a new social order, as at a time of revolution. We shall be traitors if we do not use this festive energy of the masses and their revolutionary ardor to wage a ruthless and self-sacrificing struggle for the direct and decisive path. Vladimir Lenin 1. Revolution teaches. Vladimir Lenin 2. As one military defeat followed another in the Tsar's war with Japan, initial patriotic enthusiasm waned and gave way to a wave of disaffection from the regime. The liberal campaign for constitutional reform took on momentum, emboldened by the heady atmosphere of increasingly open political debate. The representatives of educated society were drawn to the democratic demand for universal, direct, free, and equal suffrage. 3 A more forceful movement for change was meanwhile quietly gestating in the working-class suburbs of the capital. Taking in contradictory advice from the police socialism of Sergei Zubetov, from social democratic agitation and from the example of political spring in liberal society, the workers began to articulate their grievances with political, even revolutionary, overtones. A minor dispute over unfair dismissal at the Putilov works in St. Petersburg erupted, as 1905 began, into strikes and protests across the city. The workers of the capital, led by the enigmatic figure of Father Gapon, priest and labor organizer, Zubetovite police agent and sometime revolutionary, resolved to petition the Tsar for measures to ease the hardships of life in the factory, but also for freedom of speech, press and assembly, equality before the law, inviolability of the person, transfer of land to the people, separation of church and state, and responsibility of government ministers to the people. 5 Hundreds of thousands assembled peacefully under the banners of Tsar and Church to accompany Gapon to present the petition on January 9. The demonstrators were charged by Cossack troops, and those who reached the Winter Palace were fired upon. Hundreds were killed or wounded. 6 At a stroke, Bloody Sunday had shattered the workers' naive faith in the Tsar. The revolutionary education of the proletariat, wrote Lenin, made more progress in one day than it could have made in months and years of drab, humdrum, wretched existence. 7 Throughout the empire, workers struck in solidarity with the victims of Bloody Sunday. Protest demonstrations and meetings were held everywhere, sometimes escalating into clashes with the authorities. Further repression was met with defiance, which in turn sustained the workers striking for wage increases and the right to organize. The strike wave spread. The autocracy was obliged to make concessions to popular representation, even if only for consultation. In the countryside, rebellious peasants used the landlord's pasture and cut his timber illegally. Rent strikes broke out repeatedly. Here and there land-hungry peasants even set upon administrative offices and officials. 8 The authorities could no longer contain the situation. The revolution had begun. The revolution would shift the ground upon which politics moved in Russia, and Lenin's political thought would move with it. But the explosion of revolutionary energy onto the stage of open political activity would not render superfluous politico-strategic analysis of the struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Indeed, the advent of revolution meant for Lenin that the logic of this struggle would be played out across a wider arena, and with consequently greater intensity. Throughout the course of the revolution he would repeatedly claim confirmation for analyses laid out in What Is to Be Done? In the aftermath of Bloody Sunday, the revolutionary instinct and spirit of solidarity of the workers pushed them towards revolutionary social democracy. In fact, the spontaneous growth of the strike movement was far, far in advance of the planned participation of the organized Social Democrats. 9 Yet without the intervention of an organized social democratic political leadership, the spontaneous revolutionary struggles of the working class would simply have lent a new lease of life to the constitutional political project of the liberal bourgeoisie. Liberal public opinion, accustoming itself to the new balance of forces but desirous of limiting the working class movement to the confines of this project, was busily extolling the fighting valor of the workers. The liberal bourgeoisie acknowledges the proletariat as hero for the very reason that this proletariat, though dealing a blow at Tsarism, is not yet strong enough, not yet social democratic enough, to win for itself the kind of freedom it wants. 10 The struggle for hegemony could no longer be regarded as a struggle for recognition of the proletariat as hero, as leader. It implied taking on the responsibilities of leadership, and this would now require, first and foremost, the political and military organization of armed uprising. To this end, Lenin called for a dramatic expansion of party membership and inveighed against formalism and lack of initiative in its ranks. We must broaden the cadres of our army, we must advance them from peace strength to war strength, we must mobilize the reservists, recall the furloughed, and form new auxiliary corps, units, and services. We must not forget that in war we inevitably have to put up with less trained replacements, very often to replace officers with rank-and-file soldiers, and to speed up and simplify the promotion of soldiers to officers rank. 11. This preoccupation with the military technical details of armed insurrection drew predictable objections from Menshevik quarters, with Martov arguing that the essential thing was arming the people with the one irreplaceable weapon, a sense of the burning necessity of attacking the autocracy and of arming itself for that purpose. 12. The theme of self-activity thus re-emerges in the guise of self-arming. But, claims Lenin, the harder we strive to take full control of the conduct of the uprising, the greater will our share in the undertaking be, and the less will the influence of the anti-proletarian or non-proletarian Democrats be. 13. In abstracting the military technical side of things from the struggle for hegemony, the Mensheviks evade a direct reply to the pressing questions of the day by repeating the word class over and over again, and thus provide a conduit for bourgeois hegemony in the working class movement. 14. The tone of the analysis may differ from that of what is to be done, but its logic is the same. The political struggle for hegemony in the democratic revolution was still to be fought out on the terrain of the spontaneous working class movement and even in the councils of the vanguard party of the proletariat. The logic of the struggle for hegemony, however, was not itself immutable. Undoubtedly, Lenin wrote, the revolution will teach us and will teach the masses of the people. But the question that now confronts a militant political party is, shall we be able to teach the revolution anything? 15. Lenin would learn something from the revolution and from the masses in the course of the revolution, but learning requires something more than exposure to new experience and opinion. Something new could be assimilated from the phenomena of revolution only because they were grasped in the context of a political project informed by a conceptual framework elaborate enough to respond to conjunctural variations in the revolutionary process and consequently capable of formulating the appropriate questions. To express the same point somewhat paradoxically, it was only because he was ready to teach the revolution something that he was able to learn from it what he did. The hegemony of a proletarian political project is established only in struggle with the hegemonic project of an adversary, insofar as the agency of the proletariat figures in the strategy of the adversary and the working class movement is thus targeted, the spontaneous movement and even factional divergences among an aspiring vanguard can enter into the logic of the struggle for hegemony. Now, extending his analyses of that logic so as to incorporate the experience of the revolutionary mass movements of workers and peasants, Lenin was able to work out a coherent historical materialist conception of proletarian hegemony. The movement of the peasantry enabled him to conceive hegemony as embodied in a determinate alignment of heterogeneous social forces, with the implication that the exercise of hegemony involves acknowledging the distinct character and encouraging the initiative of subaltern forces. To accommodate theoretically the unexpected sweep of the peasant movement, he was led to reformulate his account of capitalist development in rural Russia to reflect the imprint of the struggle for hegemony in the socio-economic structure itself. The initiative of the workers' movement in establishing organs of revolutionary power, Soviets, enabled him to grasp how hegemony is exercised not only through the coercion of arms and the persuasiveness of agitation and propaganda but also through the very forms of social and political organization that structure the material possibilities for cooperation and conflict, alliance and fragmentation, encouraging some and inhibiting others, and thereby also structuring the way these possibilities are perceived. In thus drawing upon the experience of the spontaneous movements of the workers and peasants to hammer out a coherent Marxist conception of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, the movement of consciousness, in the event, the movement of Lenin's thought in relation to his political practice must itself be understood as an aspect of the struggle for hegemony. Accordingly, in tracing the evolution of Lenin's orientation toward a proletarian-peasant alliance and the corresponding movement of his analyses of the agrarian question, I will criticize the widespread view that this alliance, and consequently Leninist strategy in 1905-7, follows directly from the analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia he worked out during the previous decade. 16 The author of the most thorough exposition of this view, Neil Harding, asserts that, for Lenin, the revolutionary events of 1905-6 were but history's realization of the prognostications of prior theory, only to be understood as manifestations of underlying trends whose basic direction theory had long previously discerned. Both before and during the revolution, his writings exhibited an almost unbelievably dogmatic prediction and appraisal of the way things must turn out. 17 Indeed, in a later book Harding would attribute a philosophy of certainty to Lenin, and, indeed, to Marxism, in virtue of the overweening project of reshaping the world according to the dictates of theory. 18 Harding accurately renders Lenin's analysis of capitalist development in terms of an almost Aristotelian teleology, in my terms, the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy, but he doesn't see that the proletarian-peasant alliance simply isn't given with that analysis. The alliance and the strategy of hegemony would have to be constructed, politically and theoretically. In an essential movement that escapes Harding's reading, the almost Aristotelian teleology would have to be subordinated to the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony and thereby reworked so as to accommodate the lessons of revolutionary practice. For the same reason, in tracing the movement of Lenin's orientation toward the spontaneous working class movement and its invention of the Soviets, I criticize the common interpretive procedure of more or less systematically contrasting the Lenin of the mass democratic revolution of 1905 to the pre-revolutionary party politician of what is to be done. 19 Perhaps the foremost practitioner of this method, Marcel Liebman, has portrayed 1905 as Lenin's first revolt against Leninism. 20 Captivated by the spontaneity of the proletariat, Lenin, Liebman claims, would now discard his previous distrust for the spontaneous working class movement. His calls for a thoroughgoing democratization of the RSDLP are supposed to belie his earlier elitist conception of the party. 21 Reliance upon professional revolutionaries from the intelligentsia is said to give way to enthusiasm for the influx of revolutionary workers into the party as a tonic to relieve the bureaucratic lethargy of the committee. Whereas intervention on behalf of centralist control from above had seemed so essential in the underground, in the light of revolutionary reality Lenin would make himself the spokesman for creative initiative from below. The previous supposition that revolution must necessarily be the work of a vanguard group rather than a mass party would now be replaced by recognition of the Soviets, broad organizations of the power of the working masses, as vital centers of revolutionary activity. 22 Thus was 1905 a revolution that shook a doctrine. 23 This procedure, abstracting spontaneity and consciousness, workers and intellectuals, democracy and centralism, party and class, and so on from the context of Lenin's orientation to the strategic problems of the revolution, is not well designed to grasp the movement of his thought. Thus abstracted, these concepts no longer occupy a determinate place in Lenin's Marxist project of grasping theoretically, so as to transform politically, the complex and shifting constellation of class forces. They figure, instead, as a set of essentially moral distinctions, each of whose terms represents a contrasting value, repeated shifting of emphasis between them serving merely to enact the drama of a soul torn between the demands of conflicting political moralities. To the extent that this procedure draws upon the conventional caricature of what is to be done, its bases have already been undermined. Here, by situating the movement of Lenin's thought in the context of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, it becomes possible to show just what it was that he learned from the spontaneous movement of the working class and so render the Liebman approach dispensable. By incorporating the experience of the spontaneous revolutionary movements of the workers and peasants into his analyses of the logic of the struggle for hegemony, Lenin would work out a Marxist conception of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. In so doing he would come to grasp his own Marxism reflexively, as itself situated in the midst of the struggle for hegemony, and thus rectify his account of the relation of spontaneity and consciousness. He would do so not because he had abdicated the thesis of consciousness from without, but precisely because he was able to pursue its logic to further conclusions and thereby develop it. An alliance of workers and peasants. In The Workers' Party and the Peasantry, written in 1901 and described by a populist writer as a landmark in the evolution of Marxist views on the rural masses. 24 Lenin distinguished between two kinds of class antagonism existing side by side in the Russian village, the antagonism between the agricultural workers and the proprietors and that between the peasantry as a whole and the landlord class as a whole. The former, although becoming more acute, lay in the future, while the latter, gradually diminishing, already belonged largely to the past. 25 Yet the antagonism between landlords and peasantry was of greater practical significance for the present. The agricultural laborers are still too closely connected with the peasantry, still too heavily burdened with the misfortunes of the peasantry as a whole to enable their movement to assume national significance, either now or in the immediate future. 26 Implicit in this analysis was the possibility of a revolutionary movement of the peasantry as a whole. But as yet it was only implicit and only a possibility, not yet a reality and perhaps not even a probability. And a possible alliance with the peasantry was not yet counterposed to other potential alliances, notably with the bourgeois opposition. Indeed, during the Iskra period, Lenin devoted much more attention to the latter than to the former. Even after a wave of peasant unrest swept across the south of Russia from the Ukraine to the Urals in 1902, he reserved his judgment. We cannot say in advance whether, when the revolution awakens them to political life, our land-holding peasants will come out as a democratic revolutionary party or as a party of order. 27 This reserve was expressed in the agrarian program of the RSDLP, drawn up by Lenin and adopted at the Second Congress, in which figured prominently a demand for the return of the cut-off lands otrezki, lands expropriated from the peasants in 1861 as part of the payment exacted for their legal emancipation. Criticized at the Congress as both meager and impractical, this demand did not reflect concerns about the propriety of peasant land seizures, but doubts about the revolutionary capacity of the peasants. 28 The same reserve characterized Lenin's initial reaction to the peasant movement in 1905. From its inception, the peasant movement left the mere otrezki in its dust. All land to the people. So spoke a Ukrainian peasant sailor, Matnishenko, expressing his impatience with the otrezki proposal while visiting Lenin with Father Gapon. 29 Lenin reiterated the claim that the solidarity of the peasantry as a whole would surely exhaust itself in the demand for the return of the cut-off lands, beyond which antagonism would flare up between the rural proletariat and the incipient peasant bourgeoisie. But wishing to avoid anything that might appear to constrain the revolutionary initiative of the peasant movement, he urged the replacement of the otrezki demand in the party program with a more adaptable, open-ended call for the formation of revolutionary peasant committees that could set about dismantling the remnants of serfdom and reorganizing rural society along democratic lines. 30 For the same reason, he rejected agitation for nationalization of the land, although this was the most far-reaching measure of agrarian reform consistent with capitalism. A call to nationalize the land could not serve to focus the revolutionary struggle for democracy, for it does not place the stress on the peasants' relations to the landlords. The peasants take the land of the landlords, but on the landlords' relations to the state. 31 Lenin was evidently still laboring under the impression that the peasants did not yet grasp their relations to the landlords. Only after the breadth and resilience of their movement had demonstrated the contrary would he revisit the issue of nationalization in light of the peasants' relation to the state. Only after he had examined, through the optic of the struggle for hegemony, how the two kinds of class antagonism intersected to shape the terrain of the bourgeois democratic revolution could Lenin assign the peasantry a determinate position in the strategic matrix of the political struggle. The results of this examination were spelled out, characteristically, through a critique of the hegemonic posture of the Mensheviks, most fully in two tactics of social democracy in the democratic revolution. The Mensheviks expressed the same reservations about participation in a provisional revolutionary government as they had about organizing armed insurrection. So as not to tie its hands in the struggle with the inconsistent, self-seeking policies of bourgeois parties and not allow itself to become merged in bourgeois democracy, the RSDLP should eschew the responsibilities of governmental office and remain a party of extreme revolutionary opposition. 32 In thus asserting the political independence of the proletariat, the party would be in a position to bring pressure to bear upon the parties of the bourgeoisie for a decisive victory of the revolution. In this sense the Mensheviks, although increasingly reticent about it, continued to advocate a hegemonic role for the working class. 33 The danger to the political autonomy of the working class did not lie, according to Lenin, in the formal stand which social democracy will take in the struggle, but in the material outcome of the entire present revolutionary struggle, if social democracy was unable, despite its distinct organization, to place the imprint of its proletarian independence on the course of events. In the last analysis, its dissolution in bourgeois democracy will nevertheless be a historical fact. 34 Even the most thorough revolutionary transformation would not depart from the framework of the bourgeois, i.e., capitalist socio-economic system, or touch the foundations of capitalism without a series of intermediary stages of revolutionary development. 35 It was nonetheless possible, within these limits, to distinguish between a form of democratic revolution, advantageous mainly to the big capitalist, the financial magnate, and the enlightened landlord, and a form advantageous to the peasant and the worker. 36 In accordance with the predominance of one or the other form, as determined by the objective combination of the operation of the various social forces, Lenin counterposed two possible courses and two possible outcomes of the revolution in Russia. 37 For the big bourgeoisie and the landlords, factory owners, and the fashionable society that followed Struve's Osvobozhenie, fettered by their private property and thus dependent upon the apparatuses of the state to repress those who were not thus fettered, it was advantageous that the necessary changes in the direction of bourgeois democracy take place more slowly, more gradually, more cautiously, less resolutely, by means of reforms and not by means of revolution, that these changes spare the venerable institutions of the serf-owning system, such as the monarchy, as much as possible. That these changes develop as little as possible the independent revolutionary activity, initiative, and energy of the common people. 38 It would be to the advantage of the working class and of the peasantry, by contrast, that these changes be accomplished in a revolutionary fashion without the delay, procrastination, the painfully slow decomposition of the putrid parts of the national organism attendant upon the farrago of reform. The workers and peasants, who would suffer first of all and most of all from that putrefaction, would be better served by a revolutionary amputation. 39 The workers were obliged by their very class position to wage a consistent struggle for democracy, while the peasantry's struggle against the old order in the countryside rendered it revolutionary and potentially a force for republican democracy. 40 The decisive victory of the revolution would necessitate an insurrection of the armed people, i.e., the proletariat, and the peasantry, culminating in a provisional government with the will to employ the dictatorial measures required to break the counter-revolutionary resistance of the landlords and the big bourgeoisie, to ensure a radical redistribution of land in favor of the peasantry, to establish consistent and full democracy, including a republic, and to extirpate all the oppressive features of Asiatic bondage, in the factory as well as the countryside, so as to lay the foundation for a thorough improvement in the conditions of the workers and to spread the spark of revolution into Europe. 41 Such a provisional government could only be a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Should the strength, the determination, and the cohesion of the popular democratic forces prove inadequate to the task, however, their revolutionary ferment would have served the liberal monarchist bourgeoisie as a bargaining counter in its negotiations with Tsarism. The deal already assiduously sought by the Buligins 42 and the Struves would be concluded with some form of representative assembly convened by the Tsar, one that could be called a constituent assembly only in derision adopt constitution, or, if the worst comes to the worst, even with the travesty of a constitution. 43 Social democracy was inextricably implicated in a strategic matrix of political struggle organized around state power and structured by the struggle around these two possible forms of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The struggle for hegemony was waged through the constitution and disaggregation of class alliances with the potential to determine the predominance of one form or the other in the course of the revolutionary transformation. This struggle was reflected within the working class movement in the divergence between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, and Lenin never failed to note the complementary positions adopted by the liberal Osvobozdany and the Menshevik Nuiskra 44, not infrequently linking this alignment to the persistence of spontaneist, now styled tailist, themes in Menshevism. 45 The politics of social democracy are unthinkable, Lenin wrote, without marching, in certain cases, side by side with bourgeois democracy. But where the tactics of the Bolsheviks enabled them to march side by side with the Republican and revolutionary bourgeoisie, without merging with it, Menshevik tactics condemned them to march side by side with the liberal and monarchist bourgeoisie, without merging with it either. 46 The Mensheviks' failure to distinguish between the two forms of the bourgeois democratic revolution undermined their efforts to escape the political orbit of the liberal monarchist bourgeoisie and allowed them to serve as a conduit for bourgeois influence in the working class movement. The independence of the proletariat could be expressed only in and through a decisive victory over Tsarism and, consequently, only in fostering the spontaneous revolutionary movement of the peasantry and educating it to the political struggle for democracy. To avoid finding itself with its hands tied in the struggle against the inconsistent bourgeois democracy, the proletariat must be class conscious enough and strong enough to rouse the peasantry to revolutionary consciousness, guide its assault, and thereby independently pursue the line of consistent proletarian democratism. If it is not strong enough for this, the bourgeoisie will be at the head of the democratic revolution and will impart an inconsistent and self-seeking nature to it. Nothing but a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry can prevent this. 47. The hegemony of the proletariat was thus redefined in terms of the course and outcome of the revolution, made dependent upon an alliance with the peasantry and articulated with the factional struggle inside the RSDLP. This analysis brings together two ideas already separately present in Lenin's conceptual armory. The politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony is deployed to theorize the conjunction of the two distinct kinds of class antagonism underpinning the revolutionary process. This brings about a certain integration of the political and socio-economic aspects of his analysis of the class struggle. Lenin was thereby able to specify the class content of the strategic matrix of political struggle and endow the idea of hegemony with more determinate political significance. Class alliance in theory and practice. It has often been assumed by commentators concerned to situate Lenin's political thought in the context of class analysis that the alliance of proletariat and peasantry was the political conclusion that followed from the analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia he had already worked out by the turn of the century. This claim has been argued at some length by Neil Harding, according to whose accurate account the dialectical teleology that structured Lenin's early analysis of emergent capitalism enabled him to identify the worker in large-scale capitalist industry as the natural representative of all Russia's exploited, natural in that his life situation was already that which the life situation of the other strata must become, natural in terms of an almost Aristotelian teleology where the developed and already realized characteristics of the proletarian life situation were but immanent in the life situation of the other exploited strata. 48 I have already shown in relation to Koskay and to the young Lenin that the implicit equation of the merely positional quality of being ahead of others with the activity of leading them simply papers over a theoretical gap. Here, however, what is noteworthy is the implication, properly drawn by Harding, that the exploited masses who were to follow the industrial proletarian must be accounted rural semi-proletarians who were part petty bourgeois and part proletarian. This imparts a very specific sense to the claim that Lenin's analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia led him directly to the unique potentialities of a proletarian-peasant alliance which he was to canvass so aggressively in 1905 and 1917. 49 The alliance in question is understood as a block of workers and poor peasants, Only the proletariat and the poor peasantry were wholeheartedly committed to the destruction of landlordism. The bourgeoisie would prevaricate, make concessions, but would ultimately side with the landlords. 50 Only the logic of Harding's argument as a whole, which requires a Lenin for whom the revolutionary events of 1905-6 were but history's realization of the prognostications of prior theory. 51 Could suggest an alliance of the proletariat with the poor peasantry. He cites no evidence to back it up. What evidence there is, and there is a great deal of evidence, contradicts this interpretation comprehensively. Lenin's revolutionary strategy rested upon an alliance with the whole peasantry, not only with the poor peasants, and the logic of his political theory and practice is rendered opaque if this is not fully grasped. 52. The peasantry, as Lenin defined the term, was a social estate encompassing the rural semi-proletariat, the peasant petty bourgeoisie, or middle peasants, and a nascent peasant bourgeoisie, and unified in the struggle against the institutions and practices of serfdom, since the oppression of one social estate by another can be destroyed only by the whole of the lower, oppressed estate. 53 From his earliest response in March 1905 to the revolutionary actions of the peasantry, Lenin consistently advocated an alliance that included the peasant bourgeoisie. He eschewed any notion that this bourgeoisie would side with the landlords, though the independent organization of the rural proletariat was always on the agenda of the Social Democrats. In the democratic revolution it was also incumbent upon them to act together with the peasant bourgeoisie against all manner of serfdom and against the serf-owning landlords. 54 As land seizures and attacks upon landlords and officials spread and the peasant revolt intensified, this position was asserted with increasing confidence. The struggle against the bureaucrat and the landlord can and must be waged together with all peasants, even the well-to-do and middle peasants. 55 Class-conscious socialists must unconditionally support the revolutionary struggle of all, even the prosperous peasants, against the officials and landowners. 56 That Lenin understood the peasant movement in this way indicates that the alignment of class forces in the democratic revolution was not to be read immediately from the current phase in the development of the capitalist mode of production, a procedure that would subsume diverse social strata in the simple polarization between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The peasantry with which Lenin sought to cement a revolutionary alliance was no mere semi-proletarian tale of the industrial workers but a distinct social force, albeit one comprised of divergent elements and formed through a struggle specific to it. It is not two contending forces that form the content of the revolution, but two distinct and different social wars, one waged within the present autocratic feudal system, the other within the future bourgeois democratic system, whose birth we are already witnessing. An arduous and formidable task thus devolves on the socialists, to wage two wars simultaneously, wars that are totally different in their nature, their aims, and the composition of the social forces capable of playing a decisive part in either of them. 57. The alliance of workers and peasants was not founded upon an identity, even an immanent identity, of class interest, but upon the combination of diverse and conflicting interests. The strategy of proletarian hegemony had to be deployed politically, and the alliance with the revolutionary democratic peasantry constructed politically, around the conjunction of the two distinct and different social wars. This alliance did not exemplify and therefore could not have followed from Lenin's early analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia. It could have been conceived only in response to the experience of the revolutionary peasant movement. Indeed, Lenin would subsequently invoke that experience to justify the need to rectify both the analysis of capitalist development and the agrarian program based on it. The distinction between the two forms of bourgeois democratic revolution, in terms of which the worker-peasant alliance was articulated, was ungrounded in that analysis. In consequence, the political form of the distinction was more clearly delineated than its social and economic content. It would seem relatively straightforward to determine whether the necessary changes in the direction of bourgeois democracy were carried out by worker and peasant or by bourgeois and landlord. The difference between a democratic republic and a liberal monarchy is definite, that between the organization of an armed insurrection and the exertion of revolutionary pressure upon bourgeois negotiations with the Tsar, while perhaps difficult to judge in practice, is still clearly drawn. But what in Lenin's analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia could underpin the distinction between these political forms, and so lend it historical weight and resonance, is less apparent. In virtue of the unilinear historical logic running through this analysis, the necessary changes in social relations were identified with the elimination of the remnants of pre-capitalist relations, mere remnants playing no constitutive part in the dynamic of historical development. What thus differentiated the two forms of revolution was not the socio-economic substance of the transformation but its political form and tempo. The strategic distinction between the two forms of revolution was not, therefore, situated in terms of historical materialism. Proletarian hegemony and historical materialism. The comprehensive sweep and sheer resilience of the peasant movement led Lenin to reassess the depth of its roots, to revise his analysis of the social relations of the Russian countryside and to reformulate his agrarian program accordingly. In so doing, he refined the idea of two paths of bourgeois democratic revolution, relating it to the theory of capitalist development and thereby equipping the Marxist political project of proletarian hegemony, for the first time, with a solid historical materialist armature. The new analysis was first adumbrated in revision of the agrarian program of the Workers' Party, written for the Fourth Unity Congress of the RSDLP, held in April 1906. The peasant movement was given there as grounds for retracting the call for the return of the cut-off lands in favor of a more radical approach and for an implicit but unmistakable critique of his earlier analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia. Taken as a whole, the landed estate in Russia today rests on a system of feudal bondage rather than on the capitalist system. Those who deny this cannot explain the present breadth and depth of the revolutionary peasant movement in Russia. 58 The critique was made explicit the following year in the agrarian program of social democracy in the First Russian Revolution, 1905 to 1907, where Lenin attributed the mistake of the earlier program to the fact that, while we correctly defined the trend of development, we did not correctly define the moment of that development. We assumed that the elements of capitalist agriculture had already taken full shape in Russia, both in landlord farming, minus the cut-off lands and their conditions of bondage, and in peasant farming, which seemed to have given rise to a strong peasant bourgeoisie and therefore to be incapable of bringing about a peasant agrarian revolution. But the survivals of serfdom in the countryside have proved to be much stronger than we had thought. They have given rise to a nationwide peasant movement and they have made that movement the touchstone of the bourgeois revolution as a whole. Hegemony in the bourgeois liberation movement, which revolutionary social democracy always assigned to the proletariat, had to be defined more precisely as leadership that rallied the peasantry behind it. But leading to what? To the bourgeois revolution in its most consistent and decisive form. We rectified the mistake by substituting for the partial aim of combating the survivals of the old agrarian system, the aim of combating the old agrarian system as a whole. Instead of purging landlord economy, we set the aim of abolishing it. 59. It had now become necessary, Lenin argued, to think the new estimate of the progress of agrarian capitalism through to its logical conclusion. If the elements of capitalist agriculture were still only in formation and bourgeois landlord economy had not yet been consolidated, he reasoned, two types of agrarian capitalist evolution remained open: the American path, consisting in the free development of small peasant farming along capitalist lines, or the Prussian path, consisting in the gradual evolution of landlord estates into large-scale capitalist farms. 60 The two pertinent transitional forms, the formation of the bourgeois farmer through the differentiation of the peasantry and the passage of the landlord from feudal to capitalist economy, had already been distinguished in the development of capitalism in Russia. 61 They figured there, however, as mutually reinforcing elements of an integral process. 62 Only the experience of the peasant movement would lead Lenin to consider them as defining the lines of battle in a social war between landlord and peasant, as conflicting objectives in the strategic logic of political struggle, and therefore as opposing paths of socio-economic development. 63 If the demand for the confiscation of all the landlord estates proved to be historically correct, and this was just what the peasant movement demonstrated, then the beginnings of capitalism in landlord economy can and must be sacrificed to the wide and free development of capitalism on the basis of renovated small farming. 64 Where the American path implied the radical demolition of all fetters upon capital, both the infrastructure of feudal bondage and oppression and the Tsarist state superstructure, the Prussian path signified the indefinite survival of the socio-economic taproot of political reaction. The American path was the historical materialization of Narodnoye Tvorstvo, the creative activity of the people, 65 of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry and of the hegemonic political project of Russian Marxism. Citing a resolution of the inaugural Congress of the All-Russian Peasant Union, Lenin asserted that the peasants, in the course of their struggle against the private ownership of the large estates necessarily arrive, and through their foremost representatives have already arrived, at the demand for the abolition of all private ownership of land in general. 66 Judged in terms of his initial estimate of the development of agrarian capitalism, nationalization of the land had seemed a mere paper project, a distraction from the class antagonism between peasant and landlord. 67 Thus, although insistent upon its progressive economic significance, Lenin had hitherto resisted its inclusion in the social democratic agrarian program. But since the idea had now arisen spontaneously among the peasants themselves, from the very circumstances of small peasant ownership weighed down by medieval exactions, it had to be reckoned with not as an agrarian socialist utopia, but as an expression of the most radical aspirations of the bourgeois agrarian revolution. Indeed, without nationalization of the land the bourgeois revolution could not triumph in Russia. In the struggle between the two paths of bourgeois revolution, it represented a radical clearing of the estates by the peasantry so that relations corresponding to the conditions of free commercial agriculture could be established. 68 Nationalization of the land, Lenin claimed, was the measure that would give fullest effect to the American path. He could back the claim with the Marxist theory of capitalist ground rent. Marx distinguished two forms of rent, differential and absolute. 69 Differential rent is based upon differences between better and worse soils in production and consists of the difference between the individual price of production on the better soils and the highest price of production on the worse soil. It arises inevitably in capitalist agriculture through the action of competition, whether the land is privately owned or not. Absolute rent, by contrast, arises through the monopolistic relation of private property in land. Capitalist agriculture is historically characterized by a lower organic composition of capital, lower productivity of labor, and hence a higher rate of surplus value than industry. The institution of private property in the land, however, constitutes a significant barrier to the free penetration of capital into agricultural production and effectively prevents agricultural capital from entering into the formation of the average rate of profit. The sale of agricultural products at a price above even the highest price of production is thereby possible, with the difference accruing to the landowner in the form of absolute rent. Tantamount to the abolition of absolute rent, nationalizing the land would promote the application of capital to agriculture more consistently than any other measure. Money capital that would otherwise be tied up in the purchase of land could be invested directly in production and the subjection of the peasant to usury capital would thus be eroded. 70 Although nationalization of the land corresponded to a definite phase of the peasant struggle against feudal landlordism, it was bound to come into contradiction with the desire in the emergent class of petty capitalist farmers for their own privileges of ownership. This contradiction, expressed in the farmers' demands for the restoration of private property and division of the land, would sap the worker-peasant alliance. Absent a socialist revolution in Europe, the requirements of capitalist development would at some point overcome all the influences counteracting the demand for restoration. Nationalization would nonetheless have demonstrated enduring historical significance, in shattering the carapace of medieval social relations that weighed upon the Russian countryside. It would have established the most advantageous point of departure for the American path of agrarian capitalist development, and in helping to dislodge one form of private property the working class would have made its aspirations felt everywhere. 71 Lenin's analysis of the peasant struggle for nationalization of The land thus vindicated in historical materialist terms not only the moral but also the material significance of the struggle for proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Proletarian hegemony and peasant ideology. When Lenin incorporated nationalization of the land into the agrarian program he proposed to the Unity Congress, Plekhanov taunted him with the specter of Narodnaya Volia. 72 Along with the majority of delegates, Plekhanov backed a Menshevik agrarian program whose centerpiece was the notion of municipalization, the transfer of the landed estates to organs of local self-government. Isolated even among the Bolsheviks in espousing nationalization, Lenin lent his vote to the divisionists who advocated the formation of peasant committees and the seizure and division of the land by the peasants themselves. Municipalization is wrong and harmful, division is wrong but not harmful. 73 Since the proposal for municipalization did not designate the mode of agrarian transformation, it referred neither to peasant committees nor to the direct seizure of the land, and the transfer of land was not conditioned upon a democratic republic. 74 Lenin estimated that it amounted in practice to a call for transfer of the landed estates to the zemstvos, something the peasants would never accept. The prospect, stressed by Plekhanov, that municipalization would constitute an institutional guarantee against counter-revolution was illusory, Lenin argued, for the only real guarantee would be a socialist revolution in the West, while the only guarantee within the power of the Russians themselves was the thoroughness of the revolutionary transformation effected by the revolutionary class directly. 75 He would later buttress this argument with the trenchant observation that municipalization, applied only to the landed estates, would leave intact the existing demarcation between landlord and peasant lands, itself an integral element of the system of medieval land ownership. It is necessary to unfence all the land, landlord as well as allotment land. The whole land must be cleared of all medieval lumber. 76 Agreed in their support for the formation of peasant committees and for the peasants' direct seizures of the landed estates. Lenin and the proponents of division of the land diverged in their assessment of the potential latent in peasant ideology. For the divisionists, noteworthy among whom was the young Stalin, the decisive issue was working class support for the legitimate and progressive demands of an ally in the revolutionary struggle. If the emancipation of the proletariat must be the act of the proletariat itself, then the emancipation of the peasants must be the act of the peasants themselves. 77 Despite this appreciation of peasant self-activity, the divisionists did not take the peasants at their word. But without taking them at their word, the divisionists were ill-equipped to recognize, and consequently to respond to, the political challenge of establishing a connection between the peasant agrarian revolution and the struggle for a democratic republic, the challenge of political leadership in the worker-peasant alliance. The peasant says, the land is God's, the land is the people's, the land is nobody's. 78 This idea sustained the populist belief in the socialist propensities of the Russian peasants. According to Lenin, the divisionists correctly diagnosed the material interest underlying it. Peasant socialism was a matter of mere words. Talk about God's land was the ideological expression of the peasants' desire to enlarge their small farms at the expense of the landed estates. Behind the words, what they really wanted was the right to buy and sell land. The advocates of division rightly understand what the peasants say about nationalization. But they do not know how to convert this correct interpretation into an instrument for changing the world. 79 Including division in the program would leave social democratic activists in the anomalous position of trying to persuade crowds of peasants who insist that the land belongs to God, the people, or nobody of the advantages of division, whereas including nationalization would provide activists with the means to connect the agrarian demands of the peasantry with political education in favor of a republic. You say that everybody ought to have the right to use the land. You want to transfer the land to the people? Excellent. But what does transferring land to the people mean? Who controls the people's wealth and the people's property? The government officials, the Trepovs. Do you want to transfer the land to Trepov and the government officials? No. Every peasant will say that it is not to them that he wants to transfer the land. Hence, we will explain to the peasants, if the land is to be transferred to the whole people in a way that will benefit the peasants, it is necessary to ensure that all government officials without exception are elected by the people. 80. The divisionist approach to the peasantry relied upon the same sort of procedure that Lenin had employed in dissecting populist ideology into progressive, bourgeois democratic, and reactionary, utopian socialist, elements, and advising its proponents to retain the former while eschewing the latter. Thus had Lenin encouraged the legal populists of the Narodno-Pravo party to cast off the utopian socialist verbiage in which they cloaked an essentially constitutional democratic political project and to merge with the political representatives of the liberal bourgeoisie. 81. This is just what the leading Narodopravci did, rallying to Struve's Osvobozdanie. 82. Simply disregarding the utopian socialist idiom of the peasant movement in favor of a diagnosis, even though ultimately correct, of its material interest in private property, the divisionists were proceeding, albeit implicitly, in the same fashion. It was still necessary, in order to foster the independence of the agricultural proletariat and to appreciate the dynamic of the agrarian revolution, to distinguish the revolutionary democratic force of the peasant conviction that the land should belong to the whole people from its freight of utopian socialist illusion. But since the idea, however illusory, had gripped the masses, the illusion was inextricably intertwined with the force. It was not possible, in practice, simply to dispense with it. Lenin would later cite Engels in this connection: what formally may be economically incorrect, may all the same be correct from the point of view of world history. 83. The distinction between the two aspects of populist ideology could be transformed into an instrument for changing the world, but only on the condition that it not be reduced to a distinction between the emancipatory power of the truth and the chains of mere illusion. We must say to the peasants, there is a great deal of truth in what you say about the land being God's, nobody's, or the state's, but we must look at the truth very closely. 84. The politics of alliance with the peasants was no simple matter of acting upon their interests, correctly conceived, and leaving their illusions to the logic of spontaneity. It necessitated reckoning with illusion, though not as a mere token of respect, working with it as a condition of collective action and a function of political leadership. Through the experience of the revolutionary movement of the peasantry, Lenin incorporated into the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony not only the war over the agrarian social structure, but even the ideology that actuated the peasant masses in that war. The peasantry would enter ubiquitously and in some respects quite intricately into his political calculations. This was exemplified when in the summer of 1905, in an effort to forestall demands for a constitution and pacify the revolutionary movement, the Tsarist government conceded a merely consultative assembly to be elected on a severely restricted property franchise, the projected Bulygin Duma. The liberal bourgeoisie responded in conciliatory fashion, but the liberal professions and the employees, grouped in the most comprehensive organization of the bourgeois intelligentsia, the Union of Unions, decided upon a boycott of the Duma. In an effort to deepen the split between the liberal bourgeoisie and the bourgeois intelligentsia and thereby buttress the elements from which a political leadership of the revolutionary peasant movement might be drawn, Lenin urged support for the boycott idea and social democratic efforts to radicalize the boycott campaign. The bourgeois intelligentsia could become an important force in the struggle against the autocracy provided it draws closer to the people. Powerless by itself, it could nonetheless give quite considerable sections of the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry just what they lack: knowledge, program, guidance, and organization. 85. This analysis provided an early indication of a course of action Lenin would pursue consistently across the shifting conjunctures of the struggle for hegemony, at least until the World War, encouraging the formation of an independent political party of the peasantry and fostering, with advice and criticism, the emergence and radicalization of a non-proletarian political leadership for the peasants. 86. It anticipated, and perhaps it suggested, the celebrated analysis of intellectuals and the peasantry in Gramsci's Some Aspects of the Southern Question. 87. Recognizing the autonomy of the peasant movement enabled Lenin to pursue apparently opposing modes of intervention in tandem. By subjecting peasant populism to historical materialist critique, he demonstrated its formal economic or utopian illusions and asserted a distinction between proletariat and peasantry, by encouraging the emergence of the peasantry as an independent, non-proletarian political force, he fueled its world historical truth, that is, its historically progressive illusions. Extracting the sound and valuable kernel of the sincere, resolute, militant democracy of the peasant masses from the husk of populist utopias 88 proved no simple operation, either in theory or in political practice. Permanent revolution. Lenin was not the only Marxist seeking to learn something from the revolution. The spontaneous surge of working-class struggles, mass strike activity punctuated by the formation of Soviets, vortices of oppositional innovation whose very existence constituted a challenge to the authority of the state, prodded Russian Marxists, especially outside Bolshevik ranks, as well as SPD members like Parvus, Kosky, and Luxemburg, who took an interest in Russian affairs, to question and try to rethink a number of the assumptions and distinctions that had been built into social democratic strategy and encrusted socialist practice. Locutions multiplied blurring distinctions between economic and political struggle, between the aims of democratic and socialist revolutions. Parvus exemplified both the probing and the equivocation. Workers' democracy includes all of the most extreme demands of bourgeois democracy, but imparts to some of them a special character and also includes new demands that are strictly proletarian. The revolution in Russia creates a special connection between the minimum program of social democracy and its final goal. We are not yet ready in Russia to assume the task of converting the bourgeois revolution into a socialist revolution, but we are even less ready to subordinate ourselves to a bourgeois revolution. 89. Thus Luxemburg, being formally bourgeois democratic, but essentially proletarian socialist, the Russian Revolution is, in both content and method, a transitional form from the bourgeois revolutions of the past to the proletarian revolutions of the future. 90 and Kosky, we do not yet have complete power, the dictatorship of the proletariat, we do not yet have the socialist revolution. But only its beginnings. 91 This current could draw strength from the confluence of several streams of thought and sensibility. As the wave of revolutionary activity crested, economist infatuation with the elemental spontaneity of the working class movement mutated into what Reodor Larson has termed revolutionary economism. 92 The injunction to unmask the class context of platforms on behalf of the entire people and to destroy all illusions of some community of political goals among all classes, particularly workers and bourgeois, could be followed up with an imperative to destroy the State Duma. 93 The Menshevik theme of proletarian self-activity expressing a consciousness of specifically class, specifically socialist aims was radicalized as Menshevik workers and even leaders like Dan and Martynov flirted with the notion of a workers' regime. 94 David Ryazanov infused the discourse of the revolution in permanence into typically Menshevik themes of working-class independence, in concentrating all its efforts on completing its own tasks. Social democracy simultaneously approaches the moment when the issue will not be participation in a provisional government, but rather the seizure of power by the working class and conversion of the bourgeois revolution into a direct prologue for the social revolution. 95 The notion that the workers first of all, most often, the workers alone, were driving the revolution, perhaps beyond its anticipated limits, was sometimes intertwined with hard-edged dismissal of the thought of subordinating the daring, determination and inventiveness of the newly awakened masses to the narrow perspectives or bureaucratic schemes of party politicians, as when Luxemburg invoked the dynamism of the Russian mass strikes, at once economic and political, to try to shake the German trade unions from their routine. 96 Although this current was broad and its resonance diffuse, it was most enduringly instantiated by Trotsky and conceived with the greatest clarity from his perspective of permanent revolution. Drawing upon Kosky's reflections on the unevenness of working-class movements in America and Russia. 97 Trotsky reasoned from the international context of capitalism in less developed Russia that the victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution would be conditional upon its being telescoped into a proletarian socialist revolution, a circumstance that could be expected to trigger workers' revolutions in Europe, initiating a process of socialist revolution on a world scale. 98 Capitalism had progressed to a point where the proletariat, escaping the political ineptitude of the other social forces, displaced the bourgeoisie as the driving force of the democratic revolution. Once power is assumed by a revolutionary government with a socialist majority, the division of our program into maximum socialist and minimum democratic measures loses all significance, both in principle and in immediate practice. 99 The working class is driven by the very logic of its position toward the introduction of state management of industry and the construction of a socialist order. 100. Transcending the differences between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and rendering the factional division obsolete. Consistent with this logic, Trotsky sought persistently in the aftermath of 1905 to broker a reconciliation between the opposing political tendencies, earning him Lenin's epithet centrist, the same label Lenin would later affix to Koskai's quixotic quest to maintain an illusory unity of the working class movement after the outbreak of the World War. In later years, Trotsky would attribute his misguided efforts to conciliate the factional opponents to a sort of social revolutionary fatalism. In questions of the inner development of the party. 101 The logic of his position might be more accurately expressed, in the terms of the present argument, as the assumed resolution of the contradictions of the working class movement implicit in the logic of Marxist orthodoxy. Although the elemental struggles of the peasantry for land might wear away at the props of absolutist rule, this was a process profoundly lacking in consciousness and political will. The peasants were absolutely incapable of taking up an independent political role. 102 Since the countryside had never engendered a class capable of undertaking the revolutionary abolition of the relations of feudal society, upon its ascension to power the working class would stand before the peasants as the class which had emancipated them. 103 The peasants would be left with no political choice other than to rally to the rule of the workers, and it would not matter greatly if this was done with a degree of consciousness not larger than that with which they usually rally to the bourgeois regime. 104 The struggle of the workers for political influence over the peasantry was acknowledged, of course, but it did not deflect the logic of Trotsky's conception. The instinctive proprietorial urges of the petty bourgeois peasant mass would not bend to the organic collectivism of the industrial proletariat. This contradiction could not be resolved within the limits of one country, especially such an economically backward one as Russia, and would sap the foundations of proletarian rule unless it was reinforced by the victory of the international working class. While the proletarian socialist revolution and the peasant revolts against landlordism might be temporally telescoped, they were not thereby conceptually interwoven. The logic of the struggle for hegemony constrains political actors to adapt hegemonic political projects to shifting conjunctures of struggle and renders disagreement over the definition/redefinition of a political project potentially deeply trenchant. Understood in these terms, the project of proletarian hegemony in the democratic revolution was open to the influence of the people, and the proletariat's relation to them, especially to the peasantry, may be partially constitutive of its revolutionary political project and hence of its political identity. Political relations between classes, in particular the relation between proletariat and peasantry, are cast in Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution in more rigid terms. The theory seems addressed to political actors who were able, because adversaries and allies had no margin of maneuver, to calculate their own actions, leaving no margin for uncertainty. Such an inflexible grasp of political agency may help to account for the lack of political suppleness that Lenin later criticized as an excessive preoccupation with the purely administrative side of the work. 105 It yields an inability to engage effectively with other political actors and hence a politics conducted as though its author were looking at the process of history from the outside. 106 The various tendencies among Russian Marxists were all eager to have their positions receive the imprimatur of Karl Koskai. When Plekhanov circulated a questionnaire seeking the views of prominent West European social democrats on the nature of the Russian Revolution and the appropriate social democratic orientation to it, he must have been disappointed with Koskai's response, printed in several Russian editions as the driving forces of the Russian Revolution and its prospects. 107 But Trotsky and Lenin were each comfortable writing a preface for different editions of the essay, each could with some justice associate quite a distinct position with Koskai's views. Trotsky characterized Koskai's essay as the best theoretical statement of my own views. 108 As capital progressed, The proletariat had become independent and had been powerfully strengthened, while an enormous gulf had opened up between the petty bourgeoisie and capital. 109 A process accentuated by the concentration of foreign capitalist investment in Russia. 110 And leaving no class with the capacity to unite bourgeoisie and proletariat in the common struggle for political liberty. The working class emerged from the beginning as social democratic, the bourgeoisie intimidated by the slightest stirring on the part of the proletariat. 111 Leadership of the revolutionary movement fell to the workers, and, in the sense that the bourgeoisie was not a driving force, the revolution could not be termed bourgeois. The working class of Russia was, however, too weak and backward to accomplish a socialist revolution on its own, although you cannot struggle successfully if you renounce victory in advance. The victory of social democracy would depend on the support of another class. It could implement only as much of its program as the interests of that class would permit. 112 That class was, of course, the peasantry. Its interests, far from ripe for socialism, lay in private ownership of the land, although Koski left the door open to possible surprises to be delivered by the length of the revolutionary process or its repercussions upon the workers of Western Europe and their reaction in return upon Russia. The Russian Revolution was most appropriately understood, he concluded, as neither a bourgeois revolution in the traditional sense nor a socialist one, but as a quite unique process which is taking place on the borderline between bourgeois and socialist society, which requires the dissolution of the one while preparing the creation of the other. 113 The Koskian propositions that the bourgeoisie was not a driving force of the revolution, that the victory of the proletariat required an alliance with the peasantry, and that, consequently, the revolution was not a socialist revolution constituted, according to Lenin, a brilliant confirmation of the tactics of the revolutionary wing of the Russian Social Democratic Party, their vindication against the Mensheviks' political orientation toward the liberal bourgeoisie, which the Bolsheviks had fought since the very beginning of the revolution. 114 Koski did not himself draw any implications from his analysis for the political division between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, and his presentation of it could lend itself to either a Bolshevik or a Trotskyist reading. In any case, whether simply through the caution appropriate to an outsider, he termed himself a novice when it comes to Russian affairs. 115, or, as my reading of the logic of his Marxism indicates, also for deeper political and theoretical reasons, he steered clear of anything that might challenge the unity of the RSDLP. While with Lenin he recognized the struggle of the peasantry as the single most important factor shaping the context of the hegemonic project of the Russian working class, unlike Lenin he did not engage with the political aspects of the construction of an alliance of workers and peasants. What prepared a change in the peasant's outlook from sleepy and unthinking creature of habit to restless warrior for the new was the transformation of economic relations through the late 19th century. The isolation of the village came to an end as it was linked to world trade. The influence of the workers appeared in sociological rather than political terms. Large numbers of peasants or peasant children who had lost their land turned to the factory and the mine and thus joined the proletarian class struggle, and they conveyed their impressions of it to their comrades left behind in the villages back home. 116 Koski's sketch of the post-revolutionary progress of Russian agriculture was drawn along similar lines to the American path of capitalist development Lenin envisaged, but he shared the concern of the Bolshevik divisionists to avoid standing in the way of the peasants' struggle for private property in land, like them foregoing the kind of political engagement with the contradictions of peasant ideology with which Lenin embroidered his proposal for nationalization of the land. 117 But as with all those whose political trajectory reflected the gravitational pull of permanent revolution, issues of revolutionary agency were framed in Koski's discourse as a matter of identifying which class, bourgeoisie or proletariat, could drive the revolution forward and how far it could push the process. Once it was determined that the proletariat had succeeded the bourgeoisie or the petty bourgeoisie as the principal driving force of the revolutionary process, debate over political tactics was framed in terms of the distance the proletariat could travel, under given or foreseeable circumstances, along the revolutionary path. The bourgeoisie, lacking the strength to lead the revolutionary forces, went over to the side of reaction. It was no longer capable of mounting a hegemonic project. The struggle was framed as one between revolution and reaction rather than as between adversarial hegemonic projects. The real distinction between Lenin and those, including Koski, who looked at the revolution through this optic was his articulation of the worker-peasant alliance with a political logic of struggle between two paths of revolutionary development, two adversarial projects of hegemony. Like his colleagues, Lenin did frame the alternative as between less and more thoroughgoing processes of revolutionary transformation, but this kind of formulation was supplemented, in his case, by the struggle between bourgeois hegemony and proletarian hegemony, between a landlord bourgeois path and a proletarian peasant path of the revolution, between the Prussian path and the American path of capitalist development. 118 There was more than one way forward. The struggle was not only a matter of forward or back but also of direction. Alternatively put, the distinctiveness of Lenin's position consisted not in the recognition of proletarian revolutionary agency alone but of the enduring potential of a class-antagonistic bourgeois political project as well, with the implication that the self-understanding of the proletariat must take this circumstance into account. That is, the working class movement must understand itself not only as a protagonist with its own revolutionary project to enact but also as targeted by its class antagonist, acted upon through its agency, and consequently under an obligation to rethink its project and reshape its own agency reflexively in virtue of the logic of this struggle. It is not that Lenin supposed the bourgeoisie capable of throwing up a latter-day equivalent of the Jacobin clubs, an alternative focal point for popular mobilization, any more than did any of the proponents of permanent revolution. Bourgeois hegemony operated, instead, by utilizing the popular insurgency as a kind of bargaining chip to negotiate a constitutional rearrangement of state power along liberal lines and facilitate the transition to an agriculture organized around capitalist latifundia, relying upon the narrowness or diffidence nurtured in the nascent working class movement by corporatist, economist, spontaneist, Menshevik influences to seize the political initiative and turn it to bourgeois advantage at key junctures in the revolutionary process. On such an understanding of the logic of the struggle for hegemony, ideological and political divisions within the working class movement are not simply assignable to an undeveloped phase of the movement to be transcended in the further course of its evolution, since they also figure as potential objects of strategic contention. The lines of demarcation of the political unity of the working class movement are always subject to redefinition in terms of the struggle for hegemony. While such divisions do not translate automatically into a split, and a rising tide of revolutionary struggle could do much to accommodate them, neither is there a historical logic that could underwrite their transcendence. To reckon without the possibility of splits in the working class movement, the orthodox, centrist, metaphysics of class unity to the contrary notwithstanding, is to misconstrue the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony and hence also the struggle between the two paths of the democratic revolution. The advent of the Soviets. At the inaugural Congress of the All-Russian Peasant Union in August 1905, it was proposed to send greetings to our brothers the workers, who have for so long been spilling their blood in the struggle for the people's freedom. But when a social democratic delegate intervened in the discussion with the claim that without the factory workers the peasants will achieve nothing, he was met with shouts from the floor that on the contrary, without the peasants the 234 Chapter 7 workers can achieve nothing. 119 Apparently, proletarian hegemony was not exercised just in being asserted, even where there was a measure of goodwill and recognition of common interests. The sophistication of Lenin's socio-economic analysis and political calculations would seem a thin thread, in historical materialist terms, upon which to hang a claim to proletarian leadership in the bourgeois democratic revolution, even if the organization of the RSDLP had responded reliably to these calculations, it would still have been in no position to bring their insight to bear in the villages. The hegemony of the proletariat would have to be spread through a more extensive and deeply rooted network than the party. It would require, therefore, a reappraisal of the spontaneous working class movement, and such a reappraisal would be occasioned by the emergence of the Soviets. The most prominent exemplar of this institution, the St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies, emerged at the height of the October general strike. The rumored arrest of several delegates to a conference of railroad employees triggered a strike of Moscow rail workers which quickly assumed a general and political dimension. Industrial workers came out in solidarity across the country and the dwindling St. Petersburg strike movement gained a new lease of life. As postal workers, telephone and telegraph workers, service and commercial employees, professionals and students, and even groups of peasants joined in, the protest movement attained an unprecedented breadth. The workers of the capital were acquainted with the idea of electing representatives in the factory. Under a 1903 law, factory elders starosti could be chosen by management from candidates nominated by the workers to negotiate their grievances. Committees of deputies had been organized in a number of factories since the January strike, and in the aftermath of Bloody Sunday, the workers took part in two-stage elections for representatives to the abortive Shidlovsky Commission, established by the government to investigate the causes of unrest among the factory workers of St. Petersburg. 120 In addition to this practical experience, the workers had been exposed during the summer to Menshevik efforts to popularize slogans in favor of it. Workers' congresses and revolutionary self-government. 121 As the strike wave reached St. Petersburg, a number of factories spontaneously elected deputies. When the Mensheviks initiated a workers' committee to lead the general strike and, seeking to broaden its representation, agitated for the election of one deputy per 500 workers, they did so under the rubric of revolutionary self-government. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies thus came into being as a strike committee, but one already animated by a broader political vision. 122 In response to the practical imperatives of the general strike, the Soviet began to act like a second government, ruling on matters of everyday life and issuing instructions to the post office, railroads, even policemen. 123 The momentum of the strike movement was such that the Tsar was obliged, in order to bring the moderate opposition into the camp of order and pacify the situation, to issue the manifesto of October 17, conceding civil liberties, universal suffrage, a representative assembly with legislative powers, and ministerial responsibility. The revolutionary impetus of the working class was not broken. The Soviets continued to spread through urban Russia. In taking up the everyday concerns of the masses, they won the allegiance of broad strata of workers and attracted sympathy and support among the non-proletarian population of the cities. They renewed strike activity against state repression and martial law, for the 8-hour day and a people's government, and encroached more and more upon the prerogatives of the state. In accordance with the logic of an illegal confrontation with the Tsarist state, they began to assume a new dimension as an agency of insurrection and an organ of revolutionary state power. Before the autocracy could restore its order and deploy its forces against the peasant risings in the countryside, it would have to put down workers' insurrections in Moscow and other cities. 124 By the time Lenin returned from exile in early November, the terms in which Bolsheviks and Mensheviks debated the significance of the Soviet had already been defined. Partially constitutive of the new institution were the Menshevik watchwords calling for revolutionary self-government and a workers' congresses. They entered, through the early influence of the Mensheviks in organizing the Soviet, into its self-conception. A plan for revolutionary self-government called upon workers' organizations to take the initiative in organizing, parallel to the official Duma elections, an electoral process open to the masses. Not only would this bring the pressure of public opinion to bear upon the official electors, but, at an auspicious moment, the people's representatives could declare themselves a constituent assembly. Whether or not it reached this ideal objective, such a campaign would organize revolutionary self-government, which will smash the shackles of Tsarist legality, and lay the foundation for the future triumph of the revolution. 125 Axelrod presented the idea of a workers' congress as an alternative to the Bolsheviks' active boycott of the elections to the Bulletin Duma. An embodiment of proletarian self-activity, the Congress was to be comprised of delegates elected by assemblies of workers to adopt specific decisions concerning the immediate demands and plan of action of the working class. It would debate the stance to be adopted toward the government's caricature of a representative assembly, the appropriate terms for agreements with liberal democratic bodies, the summoning of a constituent assembly and the kinds of economic and political reforms to be advocated in elections to that body, and other such current public issues. Agitation around this idea, Axelrod wrote, could captivate tens of thousands of workers, a mass large enough in a period of revolution to endow the Congress, its decisions, and the organization set up by it with tremendous authority, both among the less conscious masses of the proletariat and in the eyes of the liberal Democrats. Even if the Congress did not come to fruition, by contributing to the political enlightenment of the working masses, strengthening their combative spirit and developing their ability and readiness to meet force with force in defense of their rightful demands, such agitation might occasion an uprising. 126 The Mensheviks hoped that such proposals, by providing a forum for working-class self-activity, might culminate in the formation of a mass party of labor. Seen in this perspective, the institution of the Soviet had essentially to do with the relation between the working class and its political party. Unable to grasp the new institutional form in different terms than those proposed by the Mensheviks, the Petersburg Bolsheviks were obliged to react defensively. Fearful that the influence of an amorphous, non-socialist political organization among the workers could undermine their political evolution towards social democracy, they greeted the formation of the Soviet with suspicion. Their leader, Alexander Bogdanov, favored setting the Soviet an ultimatum: accept the program and leadership of the RSDLP or the Bolsheviks would withdraw. 127 In the end they stayed in the Soviet with a view to correcting spontaneous anti-social democratic tendencies and expounding the party's ideas. Perhaps mindful of Lenin's earlier warnings about the danger of nonpartisan political organizations serving as conduits for bourgeois influence over the proletariat, they sought to distinguish the need for the Soviet as the executive organ for a specific proletarian action from presumptuous attempts on its part to become the political leader of the working class. 128 But by the time Lenin arrived, the Soviet had concluded the specific proletarian action for which it had been formed and showed no sign of withdrawing from the field of political action. Lenin's intervention. Read in terms of the debate between Mensheviks and Petersburg Bolsheviks over the Soviet, Lenin's intervention is bound to seem unstable, ambivalent, and ultimately incoherent. It is this circumstance, I think, that has given rise to the invention of his alleged revolt against Leninism. I will argue on the contrary that, by setting the Soviet in the context of the strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, Lenin envisaged it as an apparatus for the exercise of proletarian hegemony and thereby shifted the terms of the debate. The case for his revolt against Leninism depends upon neglecting this shift. Once it is taken into account and the relation between the spontaneous working class movement and the Marxist Party is re-examined in its light, the real movement of Lenin's thought can be established. Lenin cautiously advanced his reading of the situation in a long letter, Our Tasks and the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, submitted to the editorial board of the Bolshevik Novaya His New Life but not published. After beginning as a strike committee, the Soviet had spontaneously assumed the features of a hub of revolutionary politics capable of unifying all the genuinely revolutionary forces and serving as the medium for an uprising against the state. It should be regarded, consequently, as the embryo of a provisional revolutionary government. But considered in this light, the broad, nonpartisan composition of the Soviet was no disadvantage. On the contrary, we have been speaking all the time of the need of a militant alliance of social democrats and revolutionary bourgeois democrats. We have been speaking of it and the workers in bringing forth the Soviet have done it. The question as to whether the Soviet or the party should lead the political struggle was ill-conceived, both the party and a reorganized Soviet were equally necessary. Indeed, the Soviet, considered as a revolutionary center providing political leadership, is not too broad an organization but, on the contrary, a much too narrow one. It must constitute a provisional revolutionary government and must enlist to this end the participation of new deputies not only from the workers, but from the sailors and soldiers, from the revolutionary peasantry and from the revolutionary bourgeois intelligentsia. 129 This estimate of the Soviet was accompanied by a call to reorganize the party in line with the new, albeit precarious, conditions of political liberty. While its secret apparatus would have to be preserved, the party must be opened up to social democratic workers and their initiative and inventiveness engaged in the task of devising new, legal, and semi-legal forms of organization, broader and less rigid than the old circles and more accessible to typical representatives of the masses. Accordingly, it must adopt democratic practices, including electing rank-and-file delegates to the forthcoming Congress. 130 The limits of underground politics had made the party torpid. Let the worker delegates put new life into the ranks of our central bodies, let the fresh spirit of young revolutionary Russia pour in through them. The working class, having demonstrated in action its readiness to struggle consistently and in a body for clearly understood aims, to fight in a purely social democratic spirit, the workers who joined the party would be dependable socialists or amenable to socialist influence. The working class is instinctively, spontaneously social democratic, and more than 10 years of work put in by social democracy has done a great deal to transform this spontaneity into consciousness. 131 The workers, who, unlike intellectuals, would not rest content with a mere solution in principle, must take the issue of party unity in hand. We have theorized for so long, sometimes, why not admit it? To no use, in the unhealthy atmosphere of political exile, that it will really not be amiss if we now bend the bow slightly the other way and put practice a little more in the forefront. 132 The Soviet figured in Lenin's analysis not only as an organizer of the general strike but also as a nonpartisan political organization. Within days of this assessment, however, he would support the Bolshevik critique of nonpartisan class organizations by declaring down with nonpartisanship. Nonpartisanship has always and everywhere been a weapon and slogan of the bourgeoisie. 133 Shortly thereafter he would pronounce the Soviet not a labor parliament and not an organ of proletarian self-government, nor an organ of self-government at all, but a fighting organization for the achievement of definite aims. 134 He had pronounced the Soviet just as necessary, in order to provide the movement with political leadership, as the party, and had indicated that the party was itself in need of revitalization through the influx of typical representatives of the masses. Yet he could, at the same time, issue a warning that the need for organization which the workers are feeling so acutely will, without the intervention of the Social Democrats, find its expression in distorted, dangerous forms. He could acknowledge that, were the party inclined to demagogy or lacking a solid program, tactical precepts and organizational experience, a sudden influx of untried and untested new members could threaten the dissolution of the conscious vanguard of the class into the politically amorphous masses. 135 Though the workers were instinctively, spontaneously social democratic, it was still necessary to reckon with hostility to social democracy within the ranks of the proletariat, hostility that often assumed the form of nonpartisanship. The transformation of the proletariat into a class was dependent upon the growth not only of its unity, but also of its political consciousness, and the transformation of this social democratic spontaneity into consciousness was still envisaged in conjunction with the intervention of the Marxist vanguard in the spontaneous class struggle. 136 That some of Lenin's readers, in order to make sense of the apparent contortions of his political stance, should have had recourse to the interpretive device of a doctrinal rebellion that shook but did not displace an entrenched dogma is not too surprising. Considered in abstraction from the logic of the struggle for hegemony, his response to the Soviet and to the spontaneous working class movement that had called it into being would seem not to incorporate a dialectic of contradictory tendencies, but to collapse into a welter of conflicting formulations. Instead of reconciling apparent contradictions, Lenin's theoretical discourse is partitioned into elements reflective of the reality of the spontaneous class struggle and those marked by the resistance of the Bolshevik apparatus. This procedure, reducing Lenin's discourse to a battleground for contending political forces, is most systematically deployed by the Menshevik historian Solomon Swartz, but it is implicit in the interpretive apparatus of a Leninist doctrinal rebellion. It becomes dispensable, however, once Lenin's stance toward the Soviet is re-examined in the context of the struggle for hegemony. The spontaneous movement and hegemony. The instinctively, spontaneously social democratic disposition that Lenin ascribed to the working class in the immediate triumphant aftermath of the general strike would not seem to consist in its pursuit of specifically socialist objectives. In an essay written to explain the prevalence of nonpartisan ideology and institutions in the revolutionary movement, he was prepared to acknowledge the striving of the workers towards socialism and their alliance with the Socialist Party, even at the very earliest stages of the movement, as being a consequence of the special position which the proletariat occupies in capitalist society. He claims at the same time, however, that an examination of the petitions, demands and instructions emanating from factories, offices, regiments, parishes, and so on throughout Russia would show a preponderance of demands for elementary rights rather than specifically class demands. 137. Even the proletarian demands are limited, in most cases, to reforms of the sort that are fully realizable within the framework of capitalism. What the Russian proletariat is demanding now and immediately is not something that will undermine capitalism, but something that will accelerate and intensify its development. Purely socialist demands are still a matter of the future. Even the proletariat is making the revolution, as it were, within the limits of the minimum program and not of the maximum program. 138. If the working class movement was spontaneously social democratic, it was so not in virtue of its consciousness but of its practice, not in virtue of what it thought but of what it did and how it acted. In order to grasp how this could be so, the practice of the spontaneous working class movement must be situated in relation to the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, specifically in relation to the struggle between the two paths of the bourgeois democratic revolution. In the first place, the general strike rendered unworkable the Bulletin Duma and thereby disrupted the compromise it represented between Tsar and bourgeoisie. The workers' revolutionary struggle thus escaped the strategic hegemony of the liberal bourgeoisie spontaneously, by its fighting spirit, its tenacity, and its plebeian methods, although not yet consciously and not, therefore, durably. In the aftermath of the first great victory of the urban revolution, it was incumbent upon the proletariat to broaden and deepen the foundations of the revolution by extending it to the countryside. Revolutionary war differs from other wars in that it draws its main reserves from the camp of its enemies, erstwhile allies, erstwhile supporters of Tsarism, or people who blindly obeyed Tsarism. The success of the all-Russian political strike will have a greater influence over the minds and hearts of the peasants than the confusing words of any possible manifestos or laws. 139. Not only did the spontaneous movement of the general strike open up the possibility of a decisive revolutionary transformation, but in so doing it exemplified the exercise of hegemony materially through the production/imposition of faits accomplis, not simply ideologically through the generation and transmission of consciousness, belief, and conviction. It foreshadowed the hegemony of the proletariat as a reorganization of the system of alliances of social and political forces, both destabilizing the adversary's forces and mobilizing an incipient revolutionary coalition. The working class was spontaneously social democratic to the extent that its spontaneous struggle was congruent with the strategic orientation of Russian social democracy toward the hegemony of the proletariat in the bourgeois democratic revolution. In the second place, the Soviet thrown up in the course of the general strike provided an institutional form through which the alliance of revolutionary democrats could be concluded on a mass scale. The revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry exercised and, consequently, the imprint of proletarian independence placed upon the path of the revolution. Though it emerged from the working class movement, Lenin did not treat the Soviet as a specifically proletarian class institution, a form of organization exclusive to the workers. Indeed, what was decisive in his analysis was that, as a mode of organization, the Soviet constituted an opening to the masses of workers and peasants, intellectuals and petty bourgeois, sailors and soldiers, a political terrain upon which a coalition of revolutionary democrats could take shape. As such and only as such did it represent an embryo of revolutionary democratic state power. This estimate of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies was pointedly formulated in a Bolshevik resolution prepared for the April 1906 Unity Congress of the RSDLP and elaborated more fully in a lengthy pamphlet distributed to Congress delegates, The Victory of the Cadets and the Tasks of the Workers' Party. 140. According to the resolution, the Soviets, which arise spontaneously in the course of mass political strikes as non-party organizations of the broad masses of workers, are necessarily transformed, by absorbing the more revolutionary elements of the petty bourgeoisie into organs of the general revolutionary struggle. The significance of such rudimentary forms of revolutionary authority is completely dependent upon the efficacy of the movement toward insurrection. 141. In the context of this movement, however, the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, Railwaymen's, and Peasants' Deputies really were new forms of revolutionary authority. These bodies were set up exclusively by the revolutionary sections of the people, they were formed irrespective of all laws and regulations, entirely in a revolutionary way, as a product of the native genius of the people, as a manifestation of the independent activity of the people which was ridding itself of its old police fetters. Lastly, they were indeed organs of authority, for all their rudimentary, spontaneous, amorphous, and diffuse character, in composition and in activity. In their social and political character, they were the rudiments of the dictatorship of the revolutionary elements of the people. 142. Established without the authorization of, indeed in struggle against, the ancien regime, the authority of the Soviets and kindred institutions derived neither from the force of arms nor the power of money nor the habit of obedience to entrenched institutions, but from nothing other than the confidence of the vast masses and the enlistment of all the masses in the practice of government. Unlike the old, the new authority did not shroud its operations in ritual, secrecy, or professions of expertise, it concealed nothing, it had no secrets, no regulations, no formalities. It was an authority open to all, it carried out all its functions before the eyes of the masses, was accessible to the masses, sprang directly from the masses, and was a direct and immediate instrument of the popular masses, of their will. Since the masses also included those who had been cowed by repression, degraded by ideology, habit, or prejudice, or who simply inclined to Philistine indifference, the revolutionary authority of the Soviets was not exercised by the whole people but by the revolutionary people. The latter, however, explained patiently and in detail the reasons for their actions and willingly enlisted the whole people not only in administering the state, but in governing it too, and indeed in organizing the state. 143. This account of the Soviets implies that the new authority constituted not only and not so much an embryonic state as an embryonic anti-state. The implication was not yet drawn, as it would be in the state and revolution, but a sense of the dissolution of the opposition between society and the apparatus of politics, between the people and the organization of state power, is conveyed. The Soviet provided an institutional form in which the social, economic, and cultural struggles of the masses, workers and peasants, could combine with the revolutionary struggle for political power, amplifying and reinforcing each other. If Lenin's analysis of the Soviet in 1905-6 is supposed to contradict his criticism of revolutionary self-government, the workers' congresses and the principle of nonpartisanship, neither its analytical force and elegance nor the extent of its affinity with the theory of the state elaborated in the State and Revolution can be appreciated. Properly understood, that is, understood in terms of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, the criticism does not contradict but follows logically from the analysis. To invoke the theme of revolutionary self-government in order to characterize the Soviets was to invoke the political orientation of those, the Mensheviks, who gave it currency. As Lenin saw it, in their hands, the exercise of revolutionary self-government was simply juxtaposed with cooperation in the rights of the Tsarist government with no strategic forethought as to the inevitability of counter-revolutionary repression. Thus conceived in abstraction from the logic of the struggle for hegemony, however, it represented a denial of the need to organize the revolutionary insurrection or, at best, a refusal to take the initiative in organizing it. In this context, revolutionary self-government is not an approximation to the dictatorship of the revolutionary people, but its subordination to an experiment in political pedagogy, and precisely this was the target of Lenin's criticism. The same holds a fortiori for such formulations as labor parliament and workers' congresses, which bear the additional disadvantage of identifying the Soviets as nonpartisan organizations of the working class. Framed in this way, the Soviets would exclude the non-proletarian masses and detract from the leadership of the RSDLP. The nonpartisan structure of the Soviet was essential, in Lenin's analysis, precisely because it provided a political arena in which a coalition of the proletarian, petty bourgeois and peasant masses could take shape. Nonpartisanship was indeed a bourgeois principle, but inasmuch as the revolutionary process called for an alliance of the workers with bourgeois democrats, this was not a drawback but an asset. In order to preserve the political independence of the working class, the leadership of the Social Democratic Party remained essential. However paradoxical it may seem, this leadership was exercised precisely in orchestrating a class alliance around the organization of a revolutionary insurrection and, consequently, in unraveling the strategic confusion represented by the notion of a workers' congresses and so on. As demonstrated in the emergence of the Soviets, the spontaneously social democratic bent of the working class struggle could not be reduced to mere receptiveness to the political lessons of Marxist class analysis. We have been speaking all the time of the need of a militant alliance of social democrats and revolutionary bourgeois democrats. We have been speaking of it and the workers have actually done it. 144 What the workers had done was not simply to put into practice advice supplied by Marxist theory, they had shown themselves capable of political innovation and, in so doing, they had generated a solution in practice to a key problem on the agenda of Marxist theory. But what they had done in social democratic fashion was done spontaneously, not consciously. It was Lenin who, by situating their innovation in the context of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, would provide the theory of their practice. Just what was it that the working class had done? Not only had it momentarily disrupted the hegemony of the liberal bourgeoisie and gained for itself some experience of political life, it had erected a new institutional form through which the diverse revolutionary democratic forces could mesh together in a coalition of the masses, the worker-peasant alliance, and assume state power. It had thereby evinced its own aptitude for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. This hegemonic potential of the Soviet form of organization could be durably realized only through action in conformity with the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. It would require, therefore, the deployment of armed force to meet and defeat the violence of the counter-revolution and the deployment of Marxist analysis to seize the shifting conjunctures of the political struggle and hold the springs of ideological confusion in check. The Soviet could not render the intervention of the Marxist vanguard party superfluous, but the Soviet and similar forms of organization had come to embody an aspect of the struggle for proletarian hegemony that was hardly less requisite. What they did, in displacing the conventions that gave politics its shape and texture, was in a sense to reorganize the space of political life, opening the process of political decision-making to the scrutiny of the popular masses. They encouraged the masses to enter politics, merging the social, economic, and cultural demands and grievances of the people in the assault upon the autocratic regime. They palpably expanded the range of the political struggle, dispensing with formalities that barred the path to participation in the struggle. They permitted the confluence of popular forces in all their contradictory diversity. In all these ways, they restructured the terrain of political struggle along lines that enabled the Marxist vanguard party to pursue the political project of proletarian hegemony more effectively. In thus transforming the terrain of struggle, the institution of the Soviet represented a connection between the idea of proletarian hegemony as the project of a party and the material inscription of proletarian hegemony in the path of the bourgeois democratic revolution. Theorizing the Soviet in this context enabled Lenin to pull together at last a coherent historical materialist conception of the hegemony of the proletariat. Some years later he would have recourse, albeit without specific reference to the Soviets, to a spatial metaphor in order to define the idea of proletarian hegemony. He who confines the class to an arena, the bounds, forms and shape of which are determined or permitted by the liberals, does not understand the tasks of the class. Only he understands the tasks of the class who directs its attention, and consciousness, and practical activity, etc., to the need for so reconstructing this very arena, its entire form, its entire shape, as to extend it beyond the limits allowed by the liberals. The difference between the two formulations consists in the very fact, among other things, that the first excludes the idea of hegemony of the working class, whereas the second deliberately defines this very idea. 145. The politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony was grounded upon the struggle of social classes. It was only played out through the struggle between adversarial hegemonic projects. It dictated preparedness for armed conflict, readiness to deploy the arts of insurrection. It engaged a battle of ideas, waged with the science of Marxist analysis and the arts of persuasion. But it could not be disengaged from a struggle over the very shape, the contours, and dimensions, of the battlefield. This struggle might be waged consciously according to the arts of organization, but it would most often unfold spontaneously, the product of impromptu variations upon or challenges to established convention whose bearing would be reinforced or transformed in unforeseen ways by the sheer weight of popular involvement. The conventions governing political actors' expectations of one another, deployed upon the material environment of politics, shape an arena for political action which, although subject to change at the hands of those implicated in it, both offers various possibilities for action and exerts a kind of structural constraint upon the plans of actors. This arena is encountered by individual actors, like baseball players having to adjust to an idiosyncratic stadium, not exactly as persuasion and not exactly as coercion but as something like the force of circumstance. Thus, the exercise of hegemony could make itself felt not only in consent to persuasion or fear of coercion but also in adaptation to the force of circumstance. The spontaneous working class movement, in throwing up the Soviets, had transformed the circumstances of political action in ways that made some constraints more pressing and others less so, some possibilities more real and others less so, some threats more plausible and others less so, some arguments more persuasive and others less so. In thus reconstructing the political arena, it enabled/required actors, not only workers themselves but also peasants, soldiers, sailors, employees, intellectuals, and, of course, landlords and bourgeois, to reorient themselves in relation to the political struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Theory and practice in the struggle for hegemony. Applying this politico-strategic logic to the analysis of the spontaneous revolutionary movements of the peasants and the workers, Lenin was able to endow the project of proletarian hegemony with a more concrete orientation. Prior to the revolution, he had characterized the exercise of hegemony by analogy with a tribune of the people, whose function it was to articulate any and all popular grievances against the regime. This universal role is preserved, but the menace of a rival project of bourgeois hegemony, on the one hand, and the emergence of a revolutionary peasant movement, on the other, required that hegemony take the specific form of an alliance between the working class and the peasantry. The object of proletarian hegemony need no longer be designated only in abstract and teleological terms as the more or less thorough bourgeois democratic transformation of Russian society, but could be understood, through the intermediary of the peasant revolution, in determinate relation to variant forms of extraction of capitalist ground rent and the social relations generated thereby. Hegemony figured earlier as a kind of generalist proletarian influence, liable to be confused in practice with the mere dissemination of party propaganda, but with the emergence of an institutional form, the Soviet, capable of enacting the proletarian-peasant alliance and exercising revolutionary state power, hegemony could be conceived concretely as embracing the mass action of the working class. The politico-strategic logic at work in Lenin's political analyses dictated receptiveness to conjunctural variations in the class struggle. This endowed his theoretical stance with a degree of reflexivity, enabling him to bring the practical experience of the spontaneous mass movements to bear upon the lacunae of Marxist theory. The idea of proletarian self-activity that formed the substance of the Menshevik notion of hegemony was adaptable in quite another sense. Conformable to the limits of any situation, it manifested itself differently in accordance with variations in the circumstances of the class struggle. Whatever form it assumed, however, since the self-activity of the working class was always asserted in opposition to the hegemonic orientation of Bolshevism and thus never conceived in relation to the strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, what defined it was that it prefigured the socialist aim, contained it in intention. In this sense there was no distance between theory and reality, no theoretical lacunae, but also no possibility of theoretical growth. The form of self-activity appropriate to the given situation would have to develop spontaneously, in an ad hoc fashion. The call for proletarian self-activity would be adjusted to an arena of struggle imposed by the defeat of the revolution. Instead of contesting the boundaries of that arena, the Mensheviks would allow the illegal party apparatus to fall into disuse and disrepair. Menshevism had long figured, on Lenin's strategic map, as a conduit for the hegemony of the liberal bourgeoisie, but this, he claimed, amounted to an abandonment of the very project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. The Mensheviks would increasingly abandon the language of hegemony. But they had never held, and so could not have abandoned, the concept of hegemony as Lenin had come to employ it. The Menshevik stance in relation to the institution of the Soviets invites comparison with the 18th-century chemists Joseph Priestley and Carl Wilhelm Scheele. Although they were the first to produce oxygen experimentally, they were unable to comprehend their accomplishment in scientific terms. Captive to the categories of the prevailing theory, according to which combustion consisted not in the consumption of oxygen but in the release of an absolute combustible, phlogiston, Scheele termed the product fire-air, Priestley dephlogisticated air. It fell to Antoine Lavoisier, by using the experimental evidence his colleagues produced, to criticize the terms of the old theory and elaborate a new conceptual apparatus, to identify fire-air as a new chemical element and accomplish the scientific discovery of oxygen. Similarly, although the Mensheviks took a hand in the constitution of the Soviets, they were able to locate them theoretically only as a forum for the political education of the working class through self-activity. By citing the Soviets in the context of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, Lenin was able to specify in what their self-activity consisted, perhaps thereby playing Lavoisier to the Mensheviks. Priestley, he could criticize their characterization as forms of revolutionary local self-government and discern in them the capacity to embody an alliance of revolutionary democrats and hence to assume state power. 146 Through analyses of the peasant movement and especially of the constitution of the Soviets by the spontaneous working class movement, the logic of spontaneity and consciousness worked out in what is to be done was extended and thereby rectified. The recognition that spontaneous movements innovate in ways that not only anticipate but also challenge consciousness placed Marxist theory itself within the logic of political struggle. Identified through its contradictory relation to consciousness, spontaneous innovation need not call for the reassertion of consciousness but for its rectification and development. It was not despite, but just because of, the need to import consciousness into the spontaneous working class movement that its converse, the need to import the innovative capacity of the spontaneous movement into consciousness, could be recognized. This contradictory relation forms the context for Lenin's insistence upon the concrete analysis of the concrete situation. Absolutely hostile to all abstract formulas and to all doctrinaire recipes, Marxism demands an attentive attitude to the mass struggle in progress, which, as the movement develops, as the class consciousness of the masses grows, as economic and political crises become acute, continually gives rise to new and more varied methods of defense and attack. Under no circumstances does Marxism confine itself to the forms of struggle possible and in existence at a given moment only, recognizing as it does that new forms of struggle, unknown to the participants of the given period, inevitably arise as the given social situation changes. In this respect Marxism learns, if we may so express it, from mass practice. To attempt to answer yes or no to the question whether any particular means of struggle should be used, without making a detailed examination of the concrete situation of the given movement at the given stage of its development, means completely to abandon Marxism. 147. The circumstances of struggle shift independently of the dictates of any, even a hegemonic, political actor. A position established today can always be transformed tomorrow in accordance with the strategic calculation of an adversary, the unforeseen consequences of one's own actions, or the logic of spontaneous innovation. So a hegemonic project presumes the ability to adapt to the changing conjunctures of political struggle. To engage with the concrete conjuncture, a politics of hegemony must combine awareness of the underlying structures that drive and resist change with openness to diverse sites and sources and forms of social and political innovation. Such a politics describes a dialectical relation of vanguard and masses, and the logic of this relation must shape the relation of theory and practice. To the extent that Lenin was able to redeploy theory in this way in the midst of class struggles, he acknowledged in practice its necessarily situated and hence limited character. That theory was situated in this way represented a critical distance from the abstract harmonies of orthodox Marxism and so facilitated the work of probing, and thereby pushing further, its limits. And if theory must indeed be situated in relation to the class struggle, this work is properly understood as another aspect of the struggle for hegemony. Chapter 8. Imperialism and the Logic of Hegemony. The people in the class struggle. A shift in the structure of experience. As I pass down Broadway this misty late winter morning, the city is ever alluring, but thousands of miles to the south the subsistence farms of chickens, yams, and guava are bought by transnationals, burst into miles of export tobacco and coffee, and now it seems the farmer has left behind his plowed-under village for an illegal partitioned attic in the outer boroughs. Perhaps he's the hand that emerged with your change from behind the glossies at the corner kiosk. The displaced of capital have come to the capital. A shift in the structure of experience told the farmer on his Andean plateau, your way of life is obsolescent. But hasn't it always been so? I inquire as my column spills from page 1 to money and business. But no, it says here the displaced stream now to tar paper favelas, planetary barracks with steep rents for paperless migrants, so that they remit less to those obsolescent, starving relatives on the Altiplano, pushed up to ever thinner air and soil. Unnoticed the narrative has altered. And winters won. The war and the split in socialism. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria by Serbian nationalists occurred against the backdrop of a system of military alliances that enmeshed the great powers of Europe. It served to trigger a war whose ultimate stakes, Lenin would claim, were the terms of the division and redivision of the world among the powers. This made it a struggle whose roots could be traced to a new, imperialist stage of capitalism. The conflict had been brewing for years and had been expected, not least by the Marxist thinkers and the social democratic parties of the Second International. The phenomenal growth of militarism had been traced in Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital II and Rosa Luxemburg's accumulation of Capital III to a capitalist mainspring that set in motion the imperialist pursuit of colonies and of domination more generally. In the road to power Koski had already established a link between imperialism, militarism, and the intensification of class antagonisms. The growth of proletarian power and the trepidation it inspired among the bourgeois had held back a European war for 3 decades, but the great powers are heading toward a situation in which the rifles will finally fire of themselves, for it was the duty of the international proletariat to fight imperialism and militarism. War means revolution, and the proletariat could no longer speak of a premature revolution when it has drawn from the existing governmental framework as much strength as could be drawn from it. When a transformation of this framework has become a condition of its further advancement. 5 The 1907 Stuttgart Congress of the International adopted a resolution on militarism and international conflicts that enjoined social democrats to treat the crisis provoked by war as a means to hasten the downfall of capitalism. 6 The 1912 Basel Congress produced a manifesto predicting that war would engender economic and political crisis, enjoining the workers to regard as criminal any violence against each other for the sake of capitalist profit, dynastic honor, or secret diplomatic treaties, committing socialists to take advantage of the wartime difficulties of the government and the indignation of the masses to further socialist revolution, and threatening bourgeois governments with the examples of the Paris Commune and the 1905 revolution in Russia as indicating what might be reaped from the seeds of war. 7 If the World War was a tangible expression of the crisis of capitalism, it brought to maturity, with a rapidity that stunned Lenin, among others, what had been for some time a chrysalis in international socialism. The incantation to international proletarian solidarity was broken up in the storm of patriotic fervor that raged through the belligerent countries. The call to arms offered the workers a taste of adventure, respect as the defenders of the fatherland, and the dream of heroic glory. 8 For many a social democrat, the war effort signaled the end of an increasingly uncomfortable exile from the national community, from society and citizenship. 9 Some social democrats simply acquiesced to what they saw as the inevitable. Others, like Plekhanov, evinced more enthusiasm. If I were not old and sick, I would join the army. To bayonet our German comrades would give me great pleasure. 10 Thus did the parties of the Second International surrender, whether reluctantly or with enthusiasm, at the first shots of war. Only in Russia and Serbia did the Social Democratic parliamentary delegations refuse to vote war credits to their respective governments. This socialist patriotism was everywhere decked out in colors of freedom, progress, and democracy. The Germans could even adorn it with quotations from Marx and Engels urging war against Tsarism. The French and English had to settle for more general references to the defense of democratic liberties which, they had no doubt, were threatened by Prussian militarism. This kind of argument presented certain problems for the Russians, but there were those who thought they could overcome them by seconding the cause of their Entente colleagues. With whatever degree of enthusiasm or reluctance, however shady or acute the reasoning, the alignment of a majority with the war aims of the ruling classes was a betrayal that split the working class movement irrevocably. Rosa Luxemburg was among the first to pronounce the post-mortem judgment. On August 4, 1914, German social democracy abdicated politically, and at the same time the Socialist International collapsed. All attempts at denying or concealing this fact tend objectively to perpetuate, and to justify, the disastrous self-deception of the socialist parties, the inner malady of the movement, that led to the collapse. 11. A Hegelian epiphany. The wartime crisis of socialist internationalism signaled, not only the collapse of the Socialist International, but also, according to an influential current of interpretation, the collapse of the theoretical coordinates that had defined Lenin's pre-war Marxism. A political exile in a neutral country, Lenin retreated to the silence of the public library in Bern, where he set out to struggle through the dialectic of Hegel's most abstract work, the science of logic. From this encounter would spring a newfound understanding of dialectics and a corresponding rethinking of Marxism. For Raya Dunayevskaya, Lenin's notebooks on the science of logic constituted the philosophical foundation for the Great Divide in Marxism, a complete reconceptualization of the relation between material, economic forces and human, subjective forces, the relationship between science and human activity, that turned on a restoration of truth to philosophic idealism against the vulgar materialism of his pre-war philosophy. 12 The Leninist dialectic did not negate only those who had betrayed Socialist internationalism. The collapse of the Second International meant the breakdown of all previous thought and method of thought which called itself Marxist, i.e., all established Marxism, not only Koskaya, but also Bukharin and even Lenin's own pre-war Marxism. 13 From the ashes of Lenin's critique would emerge a series of innovative analyses, evincing the creativity of revolutionary subjectivity, the contradictions of imperialism, the anti-imperialist agency of oppressed nationalities. The revolutionary activity of the Soviets against bureaucracy and the working masses against the state. 14 Kevin Anderson fleshes out this line of thought, linking it with the conventional wisdom about the Lenin of what is to be done, in a book-length treatment of Lenin's encounter with Hegel. The inability of Second International Marxism to comprehend the dialectic and, consequently, revolutionary subjectivity is held responsible for the alleged authoritarianism of Lenin's vanguardist politics. Only the engagement with Hegel enabled Lenin to point the way toward the only type of Marxism that is viable today, one with a multiple concept of subjectivity rather than an exclusive reliance on the traditional industrial working class. 15 More recently, Slavoj Zizek has enveloped the theme of Lenin's Hegelian epiphany in a Lacanian pathos. The Lenin we want to retrieve is the Lenin in becoming, the Lenin whose fundamental experience was that of being thrown into a catastrophic new constellation in which old reference points proved useless, and who was thus compelled to reinvent Marxism. 16 This dialectical return to Lenin aims at repeating, in the present global conditions, the Leninian gesture of reinventing the revolutionary project in the conditions of imperialism, colonialism, and World War. 17 The gesture to be repeated is, however, neither a reenactment nor a readjustment of political strategy but the sheer experience of revolutionary subjectivity, openness to the future. What Lenin did for 1914, we should do for our times. Lenin stands here for the compelling freedom to suspend the stale existing ideological coordinates, the debilitating Denkverbot in which we live. It simply means being allowed to start thinking and acting again. 18 Inasmuch as readings organized around a Hegelian epiphany rely upon a caricature of the Marxist orthodoxy of the Second International as lacking a subjective dimension, and insofar as it draws sustenance from the conventional wisdom about what is to be done, it runs into significant obstacles in consequence of the argument developed, and the evidence deployed, in the preceding chapters. It also sits uneasily with the form of Lenin's wartime critique of Koskay, at once a critique of failure to rethink Marxist positions in the light of the dramatically changed context and conjuncture of the war and a critique of the abandonment in the face of hostilities of revolutionary positions already well established by Marxist orthodoxy. Not all the old coordinates were to be cast aside as useless. Lenin did not frame his intervention as iconoclastic but as defense of a tradition, a revolutionary tradition that not only allowed but even insisted upon innovation in the face of the new, but a tradition nonetheless. This circumstance allows Lars Lih to make the argument that the theory of imperialism, widely understood as a Leninist innovation, is already to be found lock, stock and barrel in Koskay's Road to Power of 1909.19. Now, whatever else may be said about this contention, it is simply deaf to the Leninist claim that the standpoint of the division of the international proletariat into two camps was the key position in the epoch of imperialism. 20 From this standpoint, whence Lenin's critique of imperialism is enunciated, the split in the international proletariat, to which the SPD's political collapse and Koskay's theoretical retreat, deferring the revolutionary culmination of the contradictions of capitalism, were integral, figures as an essential aspect of the imperialist epoch. The split in the international proletariat was thus part of the explanandum of the Leninist theory of imperialism, and it will be seen that Lenin's explanans was conceived, as Koskay's was not, and, if I am right, could not have been, with this aspect in view. Something shifts between Koskay and Lenin, in the understanding of revolutionary political agency. Lenin's approach to imperialism was reflexive in a way that Koskay's was not. So the idea of Lenin's Hegelian epiphany, while overdrawn, represents a response, albeit exaggerated and unfocused, to a real movement in Leninist practice and theory. If any theoretical coordinate was swept aside in the Leninist critique of imperialism, it was the orthodox Marxist assumption of the political unity of the working class movement and of the Marxist Party of the Proletariat. But this movement was anticipated in Lenin's practice within Russian Marxism of drawing lines of political demarcation, by his thesis of consciousness from without, and by the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Now, the claim of Perry Anderson's formative article on the antinomies of Gramsci's political thought, that the term hegemony, org to theorize the role of the working class in a bourgeois revolution, was rendered inoperative by the advent of a socialist revolution. 21 Resonates with the theme of Lenin's wartime epiphany. That Lenin should have worked out a form of vanguard organization appropriate to a socialist revolution while laboring under a misconception as to the very aim of the revolution is something Anderson treats as merely ironic. If he is correct, the practical and theoretical contradictions through which the notion of hegemony emerged had little bearing upon the most evident movements of Lenin's practice and theory, the wartime split in the international, his break with Koskay and the Bolsheviks' reorientation in 1917 from bourgeois democratic to socialist revolution. This judgment, however, depends upon treating the notion of hegemony narrowly as a particular strategic orientation, not as a mode of analysis or a meta-strategic logic of struggle, and certainly not as a philosophical fact. But the role of Marxist theory as Lenin understood it was not simply to indicate the aim of struggle but to situate that aim in the context of action, the class struggle, and to revise it reflexively in accordance with the concrete circumstances and the logic of the struggle. The relation between political actor and political aim was always mediated by the strategic logic of the struggle. Marxism was not simply an injunction to action, go, workers, go, but a guide to action, with map and compass, as it were. A careful examination of the emergence of Lenin's theory of imperialism and of the theory of the state he articulated in the midst of the 1917 revolution will turn up the imprint of the politico-strategic logic that he had worked out in the struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. This logic required that the political activity of the Marxist vanguard party of the proletariat take into account the reflexivity of political action and the complex, uneven, and contradictory intersection of a diverse and changing cast of political actors, adversaries, allies and neutrals. The theory of imperialism enabled Lenin to reconceive socialist revolution, and socialism, in terms of this logic. If Lenin de-emphasized the terminology of hegemony for political reasons after some of his Bolshevik critics deployed it to urge completion of the bourgeois democratic revolution in contrast to the struggle for socialist revolution, this is not true of the distinctive meta-strategic logic of political analysis and engagement that informed it. If the language of hegemony is appropriate not only to the strategy but also to the logic, then the theory of imperialism and the practice of socialist revolution do not mark Lenin's abandonment of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, but his extension and even generalization of it. The logic of hegemony facilitates an account of Lenin's wartime reorientation as a moment of decision inscribed in a process of struggle, as well, indeed, as an appreciation that a moment of innovation, a revolution in the revolution, as it were, presumes its inscription in a process of struggle that carries with it a tradition of self-understanding. It may also facilitate a clearer understanding of what Lenin was looking for in Hegel and what he thought he found there. The first sentence of an unpublished manuscript in which Lenin summed up his encounter with Hegel reads, "The splitting of a single whole and the cognition of its contradictory parts is the essence of dialectics." 22. Although this claim indicates that the questioning and reconceptualization, the transformation, of lines of demarcation is essential to the process of knowledge in general, it is impossible to read it in awareness of the context in which it was written without seeing its reference to the split in the socialist movement, in the international proletariat. But this split had its local precedent in Lenin's practice of drawing and redrawing lines of demarcation in the pre-war Russian movement. In this light, Lenin's philosophical notebooks might be understood as a kind of coming to self-consciousness of some of the broader dialectical implications of his pre-war political practice. Thus, after characterizing the struggle of opposites as absolute, their unity as relative, he rested the distinction between subjectivism and dialectics upon the dialectical recognition that the difference between the relative and the absolute is itself relative. For objective dialectics there is an absolute within the relative. 23. Koskayism and the highest stage of capitalism. With his analysis of imperialism, Lenin aimed to provide the means for revolutionary social democrats to reorient themselves in the critical new conjuncture. To that end, he sought to explain the connection between the logic of capitalist development, the war, and the crisis of international socialism. In concluding his major work on the subject, Lenin pulls together a definition of the economic essence of imperialism as capitalism in transition, or more precisely, as moribund capitalism. 24. Imperialism is the monopoly stage of capitalism, a transitional stage to socialism. 25. And in a preface added after the fall of Tsarism, Lenin writes more forthrightly of the fact that imperialism is the eve of the socialist revolution. 26. The characterization of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism is neither an afterthought nor mere rhetorical flourish. It is not only congruent with the political function of Lenin's theory, if imperialism is the eve of the socialist revolution, identifying with the social democratic allies of empire is unthinkable, but built into its conceptual structure. The primary target of Lenin's theory of imperialism was not the social chauvinism of those like Plekhanov who sided with their respective imperialist governments. One does not analyze arguments in favor of a pogrom, one only points them out so as to put their authors to shame in the sight of all class-conscious workers. 27. But Trotskyism, the social democratic current whose opposition to the war was conceived apart from the struggle for socialist revolution and undertaken instead with a view to preserving the conditions for an eventual fraternal reunification of the Socialist International once hostilities had concluded. The workers of each country, Trotsky wrote, had a pressing interest, like their compatriots, in fending off enemy invasion. The independence and unity of its national area constituted an essential part of democracy and hence of the struggle for socialism. So as not to give grounds for future wars, the social democrats in each nation were duty-bound to regard the war only as a war of defense and to seek its causes not in the personal depravity or inferiority of the opponent, but in objective conditions, that is, in imperialist conflicts and the armaments race. 28. Trotsky's conception of ultra-imperialism endowed this stance with a theoretical rationale. A drive to export capital from industrial states to agrarian regions was inherent in the logic of capitalist development and sustained an imperialist aspiration to subordinate those regions politically, but the export of capital need not generate an armaments race between contending powers or imperialist war. Indeed, such militaristic competition was increasingly inimical to the development of capitalism. Though it was the preferred policy of finance capital, the very contradictions it engendered could provoke the strongest imperialist powers to abandon the arms race and conjugate their efforts in the joint, and therefore peaceable, exploitation of the world, a sort of cartelization of foreign policy, ultra-imperialism. Like imperialism, ultra-imperialism was grounded in the exploitation of labor by capital and, though it posed distinctive dangers, the Social Democrats would fight against it just as energetically as we fought imperialism. 29. In keeping with the logic of orthodox Marxism, the import of this line of thought was to consign the socialist revolution to a future in which political forces align themselves clearly and unambiguously along the lines of social class and thereby, in the present, merely to palliate the contradictions of the international socialist movement. It thus conceived the socialist class struggle in abstraction from the complex, uneven, contradictory conjunctures in which it was, inevitably, concretist and hence, just as inevitably, modified, displaced and diffracted. Lenin's characterization of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism asserts, against Trotsky, the impossibility of any subsequent ultra-imperialist phase of capitalism. 30. This assertion derives, I will argue, from a more fundamental critique of certain Trotskyian or orthodox Marxist modes of thinking about the limits of capital, about the end of capitalism, or, to put the same point another way, a critique of a certain way of thinking about, or failing to think about, socialist revolution. Lenin's claim that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, read in terms of the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy, translates to a claim about the inability of capitalism to further the development of the productive forces. In the years after Lenin's death, something like this line of thought would come to inform the politics of the Communist International. 31. More recently, Bill Warren has claimed to derive the underlying logic of Lenin's theory, presented in abstraction, from the struggle over the division of the world between monopoly capitalist combines. From the characterization of capitalism as overripe in a few countries, competition engendered monopolies whose control of domestic markets was so tight that the competitive incentive to innovate had dried up, the living standards of the masses were bound to stagnate and the monopolists could find no profitable spheres of domestic investment. 32. Neil Harding concurs. attributing to Lenin the claim that monopoly capitalism extinguished free competition and with it the engine whereby capital augments the forces of production. 33 He further reads the highest stage of capitalism as implying the dissolution of all intermediate social strata and the complete differentiation of society into bourgeoisie and proletariat. 34 But this is to mistake one tendency, always subject to modification through the workings of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, for the analysis as a whole, and thus to miss the essential complexity of Lenin's strategic orientation. Imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism and thus the stage of transition to socialism, not by virtue of a supposed inability to stimulate technological progress or enhance economic growth, but because it restructured the arena of class struggles, extended the contradictions of capitalist production to the furthest corners of the world, and thus reorganized irreversibly the pattern of contradictions that would shape the transition to socialism. What is crucial to his analysis is not some dogma concerning the level of production allegedly already attained, but the manner in which the logic and the structure of imperialist contradictions grow out of the social form of monopoly capitalism within which production is organized and moves. The immanent tendencies of the capitalist mode of production, as analyzed by Marx, provide the groundwork for the claim that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. The anarchy of capitalist production necessarily results in the concentration of production. Concentration of production is evident in a number of phenomena, both in the increasing scale of production and the dominance of the market by a relative handful of enterprises capable of reaching monopolistic agreements, and in the combination of different branches of production in the same enterprise, facilitating corporate planning and technical improvements and strengthening competitive positions in the search for raw materials. 35 By means of agreement, cartels can dictate terms of sale and payment, fix prices and production schedules, and divide profits. The associated monopolists have the resources, the connections, and the research capacity to estimate and control access to sources of raw materials, to estimate the capacity of markets and share them out, and to monopolize means of transportation and pools of skilled labor. 36 As monopolists strive to subordinate all aspects of the process of production, productive activity is increasingly organized and rationalized, the process of technical innovation is socialized, and, with the introduction of scientific management practices, Taylorism, time and motion study, and so on, the labor process itself is tightly enmeshed in capitalist rationalization. 37 Through the process of concentration in banking, the money revenues of the entire society, capital, small business, employees, and the upper stratum of workers, are placed at the disposal of monopoly capital. Thus is established the form of universal bookkeeping and distribution of means of production on a social scale, but solely the form. 38 The banks and industry coalesce into a financial oligarchy, finance capital, captive capitalists are transformed into a single collective capitalist, and the banks themselves are transformed from modest executors of auxiliary operations into guardians of the money capital of the whole capitalist class, enjoying access to and, by facilitating or obstructing credit, wielding control over the financial position of the various capitalists. 39 Capitalism in its imperialist stage leads directly to the most comprehensive socialization of production. Inasmuch as its apparatus of production, accounting, and planning limns the skeletal form of the socialist organization of production, it drags the capitalists, against their will and consciousness, into some sort of a new social order, a transitional one from complete free competition to complete socialization. 40 Since appropriation remains private, the growth of monopoly capitalism does not do away with the competitive struggle between capitalists, but since production becomes social, it does fundamentally transform the scope and the stakes and the means of the struggle and, consequently, how it is waged. 41 The field of battle upon which the contest over raw materials, labor, and markets is joined has now grown to global dimensions. The stakes of victory or defeat, both financial and other, have grown in tandem, and the intensity of the struggle is correspondingly heightened. More significant, however, is the fact that the competitive struggle need no longer be conducted blindly, it no longer pits scattered producers against each other, producing for an unknown market and perhaps unknown even to one another. The size, resources, and connections of the monopolies do not shield them from competition, but do provide them with some room for maneuver. The socialization of production makes it possible, and hence necessary, to wage the struggle more strategically and thus more consciously. Agreements are concluded between the various monopolists, but these agreements do not conclude the competitive struggle between them. They are to be understood, rather, as one form of that struggle. As the circumstances of competition, the availability of raw materials and cheap labor, the accessibility of markets and the most advanced techniques of production, shift, so too do the relative bargaining positions of the competitors. Monopolists strive not just to find new sources of raw materials or cheap labor or to open new markets or to discover new techniques but to monopolize these, to deny them to their competitors. Agreement is always conditional, competition a given. Lenin's analysis of monopoly capitalism as the highest stage of capitalism follows on Marx's characterization of the phenomenon of joint stock companies as the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself, and hence a self-abolishing contradiction, which presents itself prima facie as a mere point of transition to a new form of production. 42 Those features of monopoly capital, bound up with the socialization of production, that create the possibility of socially planned production and hence prefigure socialism are precisely what serves, in the context of private appropriation, to render competition more conscious, more strategic, more intense and, in this sense, more political, and consequently more dangerous. Capitalism is an inherently expansive mode of production. It is Lenin's contention that the growth of monopoly capitalism transforms the form of capitalist expansion, whereas the period of free competition was characterized by the export of goods. The dominance of monopolies brings with it the export of capital. The export of capital depends upon the uneven development of capitalist production. This unevenness is evident in an enormous accumulation of surplus capital in a few wealthy countries, surplus in the sense that it will not be applied to meet the needs of the working masses when higher profits are to be sought in investment abroad, as they always are where capital is scarce and land, labor power, and raw materials are plentiful. Although the export of capital is most usually read in quantitative terms as the export of quantities of money capital 43 and it does sometimes take the form of loan capital, it assumes the entry of the recipient countries into world capitalist intercourse, the construction of railways, the establishment of the preliminary conditions for industrial development. 44 Its primary significance in Lenin's argument is as the export of a social relation of production, the relation between wage laborer and capitalist. The colonial countries are henceforth drawn not only into commodity exchange but into capitalist production. Imperialism is the export of capital. Capitalist production is being transplanted to the colonies at an ever-increasing rate. 45 The export of capital thus signifies the extension of the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production throughout the world. Quantitative analysis of capital exports is thus appropriately situated in the context of, and hence subordinate to, analysis of the logic of strategic competition between contending monopoly capitalist groupings and imperialist powers. Monopoly capitalists struggle over the economic division of the world and imperialist contention over its division into spheres of control and influence are fueled, on Lenin's account, by the imperatives of capital investment, but no more and perhaps less than by the need to secure access to markets, to labor power and especially, in view of the rapidity of technological development, even to sources of merely potential raw materials. 46 This need for access, nurtured by the sheer scale, the connections, and the capacity of the capitalist monopolies for strategic planning, must give rise to the ambition to deny access to competitors, to adversaries. Once this ambition had arisen somewhere, it was transformed by the logic of competitive struggle from a mere possibility into a necessity everywhere. Lenin often cited the dictum of the Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding, finance capital does not want liberty, it wants domination. 47 That the territorial division of the world should have reached completion with the onset of the epoch of monopoly capitalism is, in the logic of Lenin's argument, anything but a coincidence. That capital can only develop unevenly renders unavoidable shifts in the relative strength of the contending powers, and consequently, once the world has been divided, struggles to shift the division in accordance with the new relation of forces. Under capitalism, Lenin argues, such a struggle can be decided only by force. The implantation of the machinery of colonialism and the export of capitalist social relations of production give rise to movements of resistance, where class struggles mesh with opposition to national and colonial oppression and draw the peoples of the colonies into a global arena of struggle. Imperialism is thus the highest stage of capitalism in the additional sense that it extends the contradictions of capitalism to the furthest reaches of the world and pushes them, in the form of imperialist war, to their highest intensity. Parasitism and social decay. That imperialism breeds a parasitic tendency to the decay of the social body constitutes a further sense in which it is the highest stage of capitalism. Although Lenin does not invoke the passage, his use of the terminology of parasitism suggests the Communist Manifesto's condemnation of the bourgeoisie as unfit to rule because it is incompetent to assure an existence to its slave within his slavery, because it cannot help letting him sink into such a state that it has to feed him, instead of being fed by him. 48 This tendency is easily misconstrued as a simple collapse into economic stagnation unless it is situated within the dynamic interaction of contradictory tendencies that intensify the uneven development of capitalism. Parasitism and decadence do not figure in Lenin's argument as synonyms for economic stagnation, but serve to suggest a social organism whose dominant elements depend essentially upon, but nonetheless cannot exist without sapping, the productive activity of others. The real significance of imperialist parasitism is as a set of permutations in the field of class forces, and something like a politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony is indispensable to their analysis. The advent of monopoly curbs the forces of technical and, consequently, of all other progress and gives rise to the economic possibility of deliberately retarding technical progress. Always counteracted, this tendency to stagnation does not, on the whole, predominate, but it nonetheless continues to operate, and in some branches of industry, in some countries, for certain periods of time, it gains the upper hand. 49 The unevenness of this process meshes with the tendency of finance capital to accentuate the separation of ownership from production and to engender a stratum of people who live on their holdings, without taking any part in productive enterprise. The export of capital still more completely isolates the rentiers from production and sets the seal of parasitism on the whole country that lives by exploiting the labor of several overseas countries and colonies. 50 The conjunction of these tendencies in imperialism gives rise to a rentier or usurer state, a militarist machine that safeguards the lucre of empire and envelopes it in an ideology of chauvinism. To bring out the parasitical character of the process, Lenin borrows from the English critic of imperialism J.A. Hobson the image of a group of advanced industrial nations, whose upper classes drew vast tribute from Asia and Africa, with which they supported great tame masses of retainers, no longer engaged in the staple industries of agriculture and manufacture, but kept in the performance of personal or minor industrial services under the control of a new financial aristocracy. 51 Parasitism does not, in Lenin's estimation, preclude the rapid growth of capitalism. On the whole, capitalism is growing far more rapidly than before, but this growth is becoming more and more uneven. And even manifests itself in the decay of the countries which are richest in capital. 52 It does, however, express a mutation in the pattern of class struggle and class alliance. In particular, the super-profits accrued to monopoly capital through the super-exploitation of cheap labor in the colonies provide a material basis for a counter-tendency to the tendency of capital to equalize wages and working conditions, and hence for the formation of a stratum of relatively well-to-do workers distinct from the mass of wage laborers, a labor aristocracy. Bribed by the capitalists of the advanced countries with crumbs from their imperialist super-profits, the labor leaders and the upper stratum of the labor aristocracy are the real agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement, the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class, real vehicles of reformism and chauvinism. Lenin characterizes his stratum of workers turned bourgeois, the labor aristocracy, as the principal locus of opportunism in the working class movement and the principal social prop of the bourgeoisie. 53. Lenin does not elaborate a systematic analysis of the process whereby workers turn bourgeois. Taken individually, some of his formulations suggest a simple, straightforward transaction, a crude bribe, and hence an equally simple, transparent realignment of forces in the class struggle. Thus construed, the notion of an aristocracy of labor bears the implication that the temptations of opportunism and the reach of bourgeois influence are localized in specific strata of the working class. 54 But Lenin indicates that the bribery takes place in 1,000 different ways, direct and indirect, overt and covert, and the characterization of labor aristocrats as vehicles implies that the influence of reformism and chauvinism is more broadly diffused. 55 The role of a labor aristocracy is assumed by specific strata of the working class, but just how these strata are characterized, indeed, just which strata these are, is subject to significant variation across Lenin's analyses. The labor aristocracy could take the form, as in Imperial England, of skilled workers defending a monopoly of craft privilege, but even where the position of skilled labor was eroded by the application of science to production and the imposition of scientific management techniques, the tradesmen's wages, paid by monopoly capital to secure access to unskilled labor, could express the process of bourgeoisification. 56 What emerges across these variations is a tendency toward hierarchy within the class of wage laborers, and consequently a process of division, of the hierarchical fragmentation of the working class movement. The lines around which hierarchies form, skilled versus unskilled, national versus immigrant, white versus black, and so on, as well as the advantages accruing to the better positioned, higher wages, better conditions, greater security, social respectability, political rights, and so on, are subject to endless variation because they are not the simple product of a series of deals but the outcome of social struggles. Imperialist super-profits furnish capital, and the state, with the wherewithal to concede some of the workers' most pressing demands, though in forms that typically reflect and reproduce division and hierarchy. They constitute a material basis for the belief, most congenial to the better-off workers but available also to others who may hope to emulate their gains, that economic improvement and social reform are more generally attainable under capitalism and, consequently, for the opportunist belief that socialism can be attained through the peaceful accumulation of reforms. 57 The struggle for socialist revolution, for the general interest of the working class, is thus effectively subordinated to the struggle for social reform, for particular improvements benefiting particular groups of workers. The resulting inability of social democrats to meet the imperialist war with a declaration of class war effectively disorganized the proletariat as an independent social force, allowing its fragments to be consolidated into a system of social control in which the leaderless masses were confronted one by one, as isolated individuals, with the organized power of the state. 58 Putting forth a critique of the war and imperialism while refusing to call into question the practice of unity with proponents of chauvinism under the banner of social democracy, indeed holding forth the prospect of reconciliation in conditions of peace, Trotskyism serves to hold this alignment in place, absorbing the grievances of the masses while refusing to challenge their subordination to an opportunist leadership. 59 Thus opportunism is engendered in the working class movement not merely through the influence of petty bourgeois milieus and newly proletarianist or backward strata, but decisively through the influence of the stratum of workers turned bourgeois, a stratum generated by the most developed forms and tendencies of capital with influence crystallized in the leading economic, cultural, and political organizations of the working class movement. The function of imperialist parasitism in Lenin's argument is to underwrite the claim that the influence of opportunism in the working class movement and hence the need to struggle against this influence are inescapable under capitalism. The logic of the uneven development of imperialism renders inconceivable a future stage in which the logic of capital, leveling the conditions of the workers and hence unifying them as a class, might erode the roots of opportunism and render the struggle against it unnecessary. The workers are constituted as a class not by excluding the stratum of labor aristocrats but by establishing a political context within which the struggles of that stratum can be integrated with and thus subordinated to a project of proletarian socialist revolution. Such a context can be established, Lenin insists, only in the course of a political struggle against opportunism and hence also against Trotskyism. Imperialist economism. In the context of imperialism, as in the context of bourgeois democratic revolution, the political struggle to constitute the proletariat as a class is shot through the working class movement, but also extends far beyond it. The advent of imperialism helps to generate new configurations of alliance and contention among the propertied classes, reorganizing their reservoirs of strength and redistributing the sites of their vulnerability. The logic of struggle between monopolies is entwined in a field of contradictions between cartelist and non-cartelist industry, between monopoly and the free market, between the operations of finance capital and the maneuvers of independent traders and so on, and drives finance capital and the monopolies to seek not simply freedom but domination. This tendency results everywhere, whatever the political system, in reaction and an extreme intensification of political antagonisms. Particularly intensified become the yoke of national oppression and the striving for annexations, i.e., the violation of national independence. 60 Reaction in turn generates democratic resistance. In the colonies, intensified national oppression elicits a political awakening of the popular masses, peasant, proletarian and bourgeois, in the form of movements of national liberation. In developed countries, the intensification of capitalist contradictions is expressed in the high cost of living and the tyranny of the cartels. 61 In the erosion of political democracy and liberties and pervasive reaction, as well as in the heightened oppression of nationalities. These manifestations of parasitism and decay give rise to a petty bourgeois democratic opposition to imperialism. 62 Are reactionary in its economic basis. This current exhibits a utopian yearning to restore the imagined peace and harmony of the era of free competition. Its struggles for peace and democracy, conducted independently of the proletarian political project of socialist revolution, are animated by a forlorn hope of palliating the contradictions of imperialism. Since his speculative construction of a post-war ultra-imperialist future excludes the perspective of socialist revolution from the present, Trotsky effectively assumes a petty bourgeois democratic stance. 63 In articulating what amounts to petty bourgeois ideology in a Marxist idiom, Trotskyism provides a sort of ideological cement to bind the workers to organizations dominated by an alliance of labor aristocrats and petty bourgeois democrats, and hence a prophylactic against the emergence of an independent working class political project. Whence the decisive strategic significance, in Lenin's eyes, of targeting Trotsky in the critique of imperialism. Reactionary as the petty bourgeois economic basis of this democratic resistance to imperialism may be, the resistance itself need be no more reactionary than struggles waged by sections of the aristocracy of labor against capital. Indeed, when situated in the context of the class struggle between proletariat and imperialist bourgeoisie, each can be made to serve as a source of fuel for the fires of revolution. To grasp them in this way presumes the political posture of a proletarian vanguard capable of animating an independent political project of socialist revolution even while embracing the process of revolutionary struggle, warts and all, that is, as an inevitably uneven and contradictory conjunction of heterogeneous forces. In A Defense of the Right of Nations to Self-Determination, penned just after his imperialism, in a passage occasioned by the failed Easter 1916 Irish uprising against British colonial rule, Lenin argued that social revolution is inconceivable without revolts by small nations in the colonies and in Europe, without revolutionary outbursts by a section of the petty bourgeoisie with all its prejudices, without a movement of politically non-conscious proletarian and semi-proletarian masses against various forms of oppression. The point is set in relief by a Leninist lampoon of leftist expectations for a pure social revolution. So one army lines up in one place and says, "We are for socialism," and another, somewhere else, and says, "We are for imperialism, and that will be a social revolution." 64 The army of revolution is assembled only on the field of battle, in the course of hostilities, from whatever elements are available, drawn often from the ranks of the opposing forces. The job of revolutionary political leadership is thus in part a work of bricolage, requiring both a clear awareness of one's situation enveloped in a complex, uneven, shifting ecology of battle and the independence of judgment to act decisively in its midst. The point is argued by reference to the experience of the bourgeois democratic revolution of 1905 in Russia and then extended to the socialist revolution in Europe. The logic of social polarization does not render marginal the political significance of intermediary forces between bourgeoisie and proletariat, contradictions among revolutionary forces, both between the working class and the petty bourgeoisie and within the working class itself, persist throughout the process of socialist revolution, shaping the course and tempo of its development. The unevenness and fragmentation of the movements leave them open to the logic of strategic rivalry between imperialist camps, as in German efforts to assist the Irish insurrection. Point 65 Capitalism is not so harmoniously built that the various sources of rebellion can immediately merge of their own accord. Point 66 But only the diversity of popular struggles, of their participants and their forms and of the sites and rhythms of their development, can assure the breadth and depth of the revolutionary process. Only individual, sporadic, untimely, and therefore unsuccessful actions will enable the masses to ready themselves, gain political experience and size up their real leaders, the socialist proletarians. Articulating the disposition of these variegated and discordant, motley, and outwardly fragmented movements of the masses in the logic of the struggle against capital, the class-conscious vanguard strives to unite them, provide them with direction, and engage them in the struggle to capture power, seize the banks, expropriate the trusts and introduce other dictatorial measures which in their totality will amount to the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the victory of socialism, which, however, will by no means immediately purge itself of petty bourgeois slag. Point 67 There is, then, no moment at which the would-be leadership of the socialist revolution would not have to reckon with the fact of heterogeneity, both within and without the working class movement, and hence to understand itself as situated on a field of battle subject to a complex, uneven, and contradictory logic of the political struggle for hegemony. This is the burden of Lenin's critique of imperialist economism, a trend of thought in some Bolshevik quarters expressed in a rejection of the bourgeois democratic right of nations to self-determination. Nikolai Bukharin and Yuri Pyatakov defended this position on the grounds that exercising a right to self-determination was impossible in an era dominated by imperialism and that calling for it was unnecessarily divisive when an impending socialist revolution could command the wherewithal to put an end to national oppression and bring nations together. Although it was advanced specifically in relation to national self-determination, Lenin discerned in this defense the outlines of a familiar logic of political analysis, one that would not preclude political, even revolutionary action, but would constrict it within narrow, corporate boundaries, just as the economism of blessed memory could not link the advent of capitalism with the struggle for democracy. The newly emergent imperialist economism cannot solve the problem of how to link the advent of imperialism with the struggle for reforms and democracy. Point 68 This inability, Lenin argues, grows out of an abstract and undifferentiated understanding of imperialism and a corresponding failure to grasp the uneven development of the national question in the advanced countries of Western Europe and the United States, where bourgeois national movements had long accomplished their progressive tasks. In Eastern Europe, where the awakening of the masses to the full use of their mother tongue and literature is still going on, and in the colonial and semi-colonial countries where national self-determination is largely a thing of the future. Point 69 Not only is solidarity with struggles for bourgeois democratic rights, Lenin instances a republic, political democracy, and freedom of divorce in addition to national self-determination, necessary so that the workers ready themselves for socialist revolution. It is imposed by the strategic necessity of constructing the unity of the revolutionary forces, and hence of denying to adversaries the leverage needed to pry it apart. The context of uneven development implies that social revolution unfolds as a combination of civil war by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie in the advanced countries and a whole series of democratic and revolutionary movements, including the national liberation movement, in the underdeveloped, backward and oppressed nations. Point 70 Recognition of a right of nations to self-determination is neither unrealistic, since imperialist domination can assume a variety of political forms, nor divisive, since in real life the international is composed of workers divided into oppressor and oppressed nations, where joint action in defense of the nation, including joint action with the bourgeoisie, may carry very different political implications. 71 Unity of the working class can be forged across national divisions only if workers of the oppressed nation make support for the exercise of self-determination conditional upon freedom to resist the dangers of bourgeois nationalism. While workers of the oppressor nation make criticism of the movement of the oppressed nation conditional upon recognition of its right to self-determination, just as unity of action against the Tsarist army near Moscow, say, requires that the revolutionary forces march west from Nizhny Novgorod and east from Smolensk. 72 Thus must would-be revolutionary leaders understand not only that political action is subject to a complex, uneven, and contradictory logic of struggle, but also that it is affected by where they themselves are situated in the field of battle. Political action must be adjusted not only to the temporal succession of concrete conjunctures but to the dispersion of forces within the political space of the conjuncture. This must lead differently situated actors to adopt different, even contradictory courses of action in order to attain a common aim. Awareness of this circumstance also lies behind Lenin's insistence that consistent revolutionary opposition to the war supposed not only a willingness to turn the imperialist war into a civil war but a preference for the defeat of one's own government, to the criticism that this stance, when generalized to all the belligerent states, collapsed into incoherence. 73 Lenin could reply that only revolutionary defeatism allowed political actors consciously to assume the initiative, to begin the revolution, somewhere in particular rather than defer it, that is, forfeit it, to a hypothetical agreement between hypothetical revolutionaries everywhere in general. Only revolutionary defeatism clearly acknowledged the potential consequences of assuming the initiative anywhere and thereby galvanized the distinction between real and merely hypothetical, Koskian, revolutionaries. 74 The continuity of terminology evident in Lenin's critique of imperialist economism gives pointed expression to the reading proposed here. In What is to be Done, Lenin did not criticize economism as the renunciation of political struggle but as the subordination of political struggle to narrowly trade unionist concerns, hence to the hegemony of the bourgeoisie in the democratic revolution, and thus as a form of proletarian subalternity. In so doing, he reconceived the politics of the class struggle through an optic I have termed the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. His analysis of imperialism implies a similar rethinking of the relation between democratic struggles and socialist revolution, while the logic of imperialist domination fuels a reaction against democracy everywhere. Parasitic dependence upon imperialist super-profits nourishes a split in the working class movement. The socialist revolution does not announce itself through a simplification of class alignments, it must take the form, rather, of the conjunction of the proletarian struggle for socialism with a variety of revolutionary democratic movements. The mantle of leadership in the struggle for bourgeois democratic rights does not fall by default to the forces of proletarian socialism. Since imperialism gives rise to bourgeois movements of national liberation and to a petty bourgeois democratic opposition, the revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat must seek to assume the political leadership of the democratic struggles of heterogeneous or even of non-proletarian strata of the people while waging a political and ideological struggle against the hegemony of petty bourgeois democracy, more precisely, of an alliance of petty bourgeois and labor aristocrat, in the struggle against imperialism. The dynamic of political struggle inherent in imperialism, understood as the eve of the socialist revolution, reproduces on an extended scale the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. A consequence of Lenin's analysis of imperialism, and of the critique of imperialist economism that flows from it, is thus the generalization of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Imperialism is therefore the highest stage of capitalism in the further sense that there can be no socialist revolution whose political leadership does not emerge through its engagement in the complex, uneven, contradictory logic of the struggle for hegemony. The state and the logic of revolution. When Lenin's most abstract work of political theory is read in light of the context of its genesis and composition, or when it is simply read with care, it is possible to discern the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony at work even, or perhaps especially, in its pages. The State and Revolution, however, is rarely read in context or with the kind of care political thinkers other than Lenin are accorded as a matter of course. Read in abstraction from the strategic issues that confronted Lenin in the class struggle, it has sometimes been portrayed as an anarchic, even idyllic utopia, incongruous with Lenin's usual absorption in the hard-nosed politics of organization, tactics, and power in the here and now. To discuss the dissolution of the state as a practical proposition is surely to signal the dissolution of the rationale for strategic political calculation and, with it, the theoretical basis of the vanguard. Party. 75 Proponents of this sort of reading have been able to point to the relative paucity of references to the party in the text of the State and Revolution. A.J. Pullen, however, who asserts that the meaning of the text can only be sought in a history temporally situated after the appearance of the text, not prior to and simultaneous with its production, varies this approach by arguing that Lenin's theoretical dissolution of the state is tantamount to dismantling the rule of law, the elementary condition of political liberty, and hence to a dystopian prefiguration of the subsequent history of the Soviet Union congruent with the elitist Lenin of conventional wisdom. 76 Whether reading it as utopian or dystopian, this interpretive optic relies upon the assumption that the object of the text is to advocate an ideal type of social organization. The logic of Lenin's argument is thereby supposed to turn upon a comparison between pre- and post-revolutionary institutional models, between the state and the stateless communist society of the future. It is as though Lenin thought it possible to understand revolution by standing back from the historical process of its unfolding, to occupy a position of absolute knowledge, so as to compare before and after. Revolutionary consciousness would thereby be reduced to consciousness of a post-revolutionary aim, abstracted from the reflexive action of grasping the logic of the revolutionary process and one's implication in it. It is in this very text, however, that Lenin takes Koskei to task for using just this kind of analytical procedure in order to deal with or, as Lenin would have it, to evade the question of the state and revolution. He recounts how Koskei responded in 1912 to the leftist contention that the workers' struggle is also a struggle against state power by distinguishing two issues: the social democratic stance of opposition to the present state and the form the future state will be given by the victorious social democrats. 77 Lenin glosses this response as follows: At present we are in opposition, what we shall be after we have captured power, that we shall see, and comments, revolution has vanished. 78. The criticism is not that Koskei fails to specify the form of the future state, or even of a future non-state. After all, Lenin himself defers this very question. 79, but that by formulating the issue as an antithesis between present and future states of society, he evades the question at issue, the transition from one to the other, the relation of the state and revolution. But this is just how the issue is constructed in the utopian/dystopian reading of the state and revolution. It would thus seem possible, for those endowed with the requisite understanding of its future, to determine the meaning of the text not only without regard to its origins, its motivations, or its intentions but also apparently without regard to much of what it says, as if this future and how it is to be understood could be anything other than products of struggle and objects of contention. The State and Revolution was written in August and September 1917 while Lenin was in hiding. After Bolshevik workers and soldiers paraded their armed might through the streets of St. Petersburg over 2 days in July, the Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik leadership of the Soviets acquiesced as the General Staff dispatched cadets and Cossacks to close down Bolshevik newspapers and moved to disarm the workers and revolutionary soldiers, as the bourgeois and monarchist press slandered Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders as German spies, and as the provisional government ordered them arrested. As Lenin was writing in the underground, rail workers and soldiers, attentive to Bolshevik warnings of impending counter-revolution and despite the dithering leadership of the Soviets, managed to derail General Kornilov's attempted coup d'état before it really got on track. 81 With the counter-revolution beaten back and any other claim to revolutionary leadership discredited, the masses looked to the Bolsheviks for leadership in the Soviets. setting in motion the political crisis, the eve of the October Revolution, that would interrupt the writing of the State and Revolution before Lenin could complete more than the title of a projected final chapter on the experience of the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917.82. The currency of the utopian reading might be attributed in part to the fact that this chapter remains unwritten, but this fact ought to bring home more forcefully the necessity of reading the text together with Lenin's preparatory notebook. Plans for the unwritten chapter and contemporaneous writings, that is to say, reading it in context. 83 The circumstances of its composition suggest the inadequacy of the notion that the State and Revolution owes its inception to revolutionary intoxication amidst the festival of the masses. This notion has been effectively refuted by Marian Sauer, who traces the impetus for Lenin's return to the classical Marxist writings on the state to a controversy with Bukharin in 1916.84 in The Imperialist Robber State, a brief article published against Lenin's advice. Bukharin argued that Marxist socialism distinguished itself from anarchism not by its support for the state, which must be abolished gesprangt, but only by its support for a centralist, that is, technically more progressive organization of production after the revolution. He portrayed the contemporary state as a modern leviathan capable of absorbing all the other organizations of the ruling class, material and spiritual as well as coercive, into itself and penetrating into every pore of finance capitalist society. Remarking how deeply the roots of state organization have sunk into the minds of the workers, he insisted upon social democratic hostility in principle to the state. 85 Lenin took the young Bolshevik theorist to task on two grounds. First, the anarchist prescription simply to abolish the state is not shared by socialists, since the dictatorship of the proletariat, indispensable in the transition from capitalism to socialism, is also a form of state, albeit one that would wither away. Second, the social democratic stance was stated abstractly, hostility in principle to the state versus the grip of the state idea upon the minds of the workers, instead of being placed in the context of the split between opportunist and revolutionary trends in the working class movement. The thrust of the criticism was to situate the state in relation, first, to the process of revolution and, second, to the process of class struggle. 86 Lenin concluded by indicating a desire to return to the subject at greater length. In the weeks leading up to the February 1917 revolution he compiled an extensive notebook, gathering the materials and rehearsing the arguments that would figure in the State and Revolution. The notebook shows that Bukharin prompted Lenin to rethink his position on the state, but it does not show, Sauer, Stephen Cohen, and Neil Harding notwithstanding 87, that Lenin adopted the position of his younger colleague. Lenin did acknowledge that in essence, Bukharin is closer to the truth than Koskay, and repeatedly underlined the importance of smashing the military bureaucratic state machine. Otherwise he attributed the same mistakes to Bukharin as he had earlier, with the result that instead of exposing the Koskayites, he helped them. 88 What concerned him, both in the notebook and in the State and Revolution, was to think through the destruction of the state machine together with the withering away of the state as elements cohering in an integral process of revolution. 89 He tried to do this by distinguishing, as Bukharin had not done, between state power and the apparatus of the state. 90 And then thinking through the movement of these terms in relation to the process of the class struggle. That he examined the process of class struggle, as Bukharin did not, under the optic of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, enabled him to bring the rich experience of 1905 to bear upon the question of socialist revolution and the state. Indeed, even before beginning his preparatory notebook, he was looking to consult the 1906 Bolshevik resolution on the Soviets. 91 War accelerated the amalgamation of the state with capitalist associations and transformed the hinterland of the advanced countries into military convict prisons for the workers, while the opportunist leaders of the official socialist parties adapted themselves to the imperialist interests of their respective national states. Although the forces of proletarian revolution were ripening, working people would not escape the influence of the imperialist bourgeoisie without a struggle against opportunist prejudices concerning the state. 92 A return to classical Marxist analysis of the state was called for. Lenin begins by locating the state expressly not as a technically indispensable instrument of coercion in the context of the growing complexity of social life and the differentiation of functions, but rather politically in the context of the class struggle, as a product of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms. 93 Thus situated, the state can be understood as a power which arose from society but places itself above it and alienates itself more and more from it, and be seen to consist of special bodies of armed men equipped with such institutional means of repression as prisons. This state apparatus operates directly or, in a parliamentary democracy, through the myriad conduits of wealth and an ensemble of petty constraints and exclusions that squeeze the poor out of politics, indirectly in the service of the ruling class. 94 It cannot establish order by reconciling the antagonistic classes, only hold their irreconcilable antagonism in check by oppressing the exploited classes. In this sense, the state apparatus is an institutional precipitate of the social dominance of property owners over those who must live by working for them, a transformed form of social power, alienated from class society and so beyond its control. Class antagonism eventuates in socialist revolution when the working class seizes state power and appropriates the means of production on behalf of society, doing away with class distinctions and thereby setting in motion the process of the withering away of the state. But since its hierarchical and exclusive mode of organization fits the military bureaucratic apparatus of the state to the purposes of a dominant minority, the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. 95 Since class antagonism is irreconcilable, these purposes cannot be accomplished without suppressing the resistance of the exploiting class, and since this resistance is conducted in the first instance through the agency of the ready-made state apparatus, the latter cannot simply be replaced but must be destroyed, smashed, its organization shattered, its operation rendered impossible. To accomplish these purposes, the workers must therefore organize themselves as the ruling class, that is, as a state, but this is a state apparatus so constituted that it begins to wither away immediately and cannot but wither away. 96 The working class initiates a decisive shift in social power, it seizes state power, precisely in smashing the ready-made state apparatus, and it organizes its own domination in such a way that it gradually sheds the antagonistic, state-like form of social power alienated from society. To understand how the destruction of the bourgeois state apparatus and the withering away of the state are conceived as aspects of an integral process of revolution, it is necessary to grasp what the working class organized as the ruling class means. While Lenin expected the transition from capitalism to communism to yield a tremendous abundance and variety of political forms, he followed Marx's recognition of the Paris Commune as essentially a working-class government, the result of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. 97 Its first decree suppressed the standing army and replaced it with the armed people, whereas the suppression of the majority by the minority required a special apparatus, separated from the people and centralized bureaucratically from above. No special apparatus was needed in order for the majority of the people to suppress the exploiting minority, nothing other than the action of the armed people themselves. Consciously and voluntarily centralized through democratic forms of popular organization. 98 The parliamentary rituals of bourgeois democracy served merely to lend legitimacy to the rule of capital and to dignify the privileges of deputies who could not be held to account, since the real business of government was conducted behind the scenes in the military bureaucratic machine. 99 The Commune, having dismantled the repressive instrumentation of the state, sought to restore the legitimate functions of government power to the responsible agents of society. It was composed of municipal councillors chosen locally by universal suffrage, responsible and subject to recall at short intervals, for the most part workers or their acknowledged representatives. Its members enjoyed no special privileges and were paid workers' wages like all other public functionaries, who were also to be elected, responsible and revocable. The Commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary, body, executive and legislative at the same time. 100 Since its members would help put the laws they approved into practice and would be directly accountable to their constituents, freedom of opinion, discussion, and debate would not breed fraud. By permitting, indeed requiring, that its agents and representatives be held accountable, the Commune did away with parliamentarism. The Commune was thus a thoroughly expansive political form, open to society, subject in principle to its direction and therefore well suited to wither away. But this political form takes on its full meaning and significance only in connection with the expropriation of the expropriators. 101 The socialization of production implicit in monopoly capital and the financial system and explicit, albeit in alienated form, in such state capitalist monopolies as the postal service, generates a mechanism of social management that, once prized from the grip of private property and the tentacles of bureaucracy, can very well be set going by the united workers themselves, who will hire technicians, foremen and accountants at workers' wages. 102 All citizens having become employees of the Association of Armed Workers, the basic requisite is accounting and control to ensure that all do their proper share of work and get equal pay. These functions, which Lenin takes care to distinguish from scientific and technical work, having been simplified by capitalism, reduced to the simple operations of supervising and recording arithmetic and issuing appropriate receipts, could be undertaken by any literate person. As the workers themselves further simplify the more important functions of the state and as the majority of the people begin independently and everywhere to keep accounts and exercise control, the former capitalists and the intellectual gentry who preserve their capitalist habits will be left with nowhere to go. As independent participation not only in voting and elections, but also in state administration, becomes universal, general, and popular, the state as a power separate from society as a whole withers away. ALL will govern in turn and will soon become accustomed to no one governing. 103. The logic of revolution and hegemony. If the state and revolution is reduced to Lenin's commentary on the experience of the Commune, however, its account of the revolutionary process may be construed too narrowly and the need for political struggle and political leadership in the process rendered opaque. Such a reading is misleading, not only because the text was left incomplete, but also because the text itself, read attentively, points beyond it, as it does when Lenin underlines the indispensability of political leadership. The proletariat needs state power both to crush the resistance of the exploiters and to lead the enormous mass of the population, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and semi-proletarians, in the work of organizing a socialist economy. By educating the Workers' Party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new system, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all the working and exploited people in organizing their life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. 104. Such leadership cannot be taken as given, Lenin continues, but must be established in the course of political struggle against the prevalent opportunist temptation for parties of the working class to represent the interests of the better paid workers, narrowly construed, in isolation from the struggles of the masses of the people. Lenin's insistence upon leadership not only of the masses of the working class but of the whole people is quite categorical. Lenin's point makes eminent sense when read in the context of his analysis of imperialism and his defense, against imperialist economism, of the inherently complex, uneven, contradictory process of the revolutionary struggle against imperialism. There is no mass struggle without the participation of strata of the petty bourgeoisie and backward workers, with their prejudices, their reactionary fantasies, their weaknesses and errors, and with their energy and enthusiasm, their sheer mass. 105 It may be low wages, poor working conditions or unemployment that actuates the backward workers, or it may be, as with their petty bourgeois confrères, the high cost of living, the petty tyranny of the bureaucracy or police brutality, or as with their student or intellectual or even bourgeois compatriots, national oppression or racial or religious prejudice, or as with their peasant and soldier comrades, the simple desire for peace and bread and to live a normal life, etc., etc. The consciousness of workers taking part in the spontaneous movements of the masses cannot but reflect the diversity and the contradictions of the movements themselves, but, If solidarity born of struggle should reflect itself in their consciousness of being part of the people, this would not be an illusion or a reactionary fantasy but the simple recognition of an essential truth about the mass struggle. And if, as Lenin argued, the process of socialist revolution were inconceivable without variegated and discordant, motley, and outwardly fragmented mass struggle, this would also be an essential truth about the process of socialist revolution. Not the whole truth, certainly, but a part of it, and hence also a part of the political identity of the proletariat as a class. The proletariat constitutes itself as a class only in aggregating the people around itself as a kind of political penumbra. To characterize the process of class formation in this way is to look at it from within, examined from without. On the contrary, individuals and groups might simply be subsumed under the appropriate Marxist class categories. But where lived experience reflects a contradictory combination of class practices and positions, workers may well see themselves as workers but, perhaps at the same time, as would-be petty bourgeois or lumpen proletarians on the make, and certainly without knowing how they will be seen, and where they will be ranked, by those who would lead them. If assuming the political leadership of the backward workers is a duty incumbent upon the vanguard of the proletariat, it cannot be fulfilled by segregating the workers from the mass struggles of the people but only by seeking the political leadership of the revolutionary movement of the people as a whole. When Lenin invokes the Soviets, along with the Commune, as a form of organization of the proletariat as the ruling class, 106, the proletarian character of these institutions is to be sought not in the class exclusiveness of their membership, but precisely in their openness to the heterogeneous ensemble of the people. In the state and revolution, even while excoriating the petty bourgeois penchant for place hunting as one of the springs of bureaucracy, he follows Marx in criticizing the Commune for its inability to conclude an alliance with the peasantry and appeal to the peasant and petty bourgeois desire for cheap government which, he argues, could be satisfied only by the proletarian state in the process of withering away. 107 as the medium for the revolutionary political participation of the popular masses. This institutional openness is a necessary condition both of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of the withering away of the state. Openness, expansiveness is Marx's term, flexibility Lenin's, is simply an enabling condition. The emergence of a forum in which the practical concerns of the masses can be given political expression and their political aims can be debated in practical terms does not by itself accomplish the revolutionary seizure of state power, nor does it destroy the ready-made state machine. What it does do, however, is permit a dramatic expansion of the limits of political participation and political debate, including debate about these very issues. And the engagement of the masses in political struggle and political debate cannot take place without the influence of petty bourgeois democracy, an influence expressed both in the erosion of the institutions of popular power by bureaucratic place hunting cloaked in parliamentary bombast and in trepidation before the revolutionary seizure of state power. The participation of the masses is thus at once an agency indispensable to the process of the socialist revolution and the object of a political struggle that runs through the logic of this process from revolutionary crisis to the seizure of power to the withering away of the state. The revolutionary process, including the withering away of the state, is thus governed by the politico-strategic logic of struggle for hegemony. Suggested by the incomplete text of the State and Revolution, this point is abundantly demonstrated in Lenin's preparatory notebook and plans and in his contemporary writings. Working through the logic of Marx's account of the Commune in his preparatory notebook, Lenin notes as the condition for the conquest of political power by the proletariat the political awakening of the majority of the population, their active participation instead of the officials in state affairs. Though this will require proletarian guidance, they must be guided by organized and centralist proletarians. This would require a reduction of the working day and participation by everyone in both productive labor and state administration. The Russian Revolution, he adds, has approached this very device, on the one hand, in weaker fashion, more timidly, than the Paris Commune. On the other hand, it has shown in broader fashion the Soviets of workers' deputies, of railwaymen's deputies, of soldiers' and sailors' deputies, of peasants' deputies. This nota bene .108 written prior to the revolution of 1917, these notes refer to the Soviets of 1905, timid in not having seized power, broad nonetheless in their adaptability to the heterogeneity of the people. Lenin recurs to the same point in his plans for the unwritten chapter of the State and Revolution, experience of 1917. Mass enthusiasm, Soviets. Their wide scope and their weakness, petty bourgeois dependence. 109 This contradiction is essential to the political logic of the revolutionary process. The weaknesses of the Soviets derive from the very aspect that sustains their strengths, their constitutive openness to the popular masses. Lenin ascribed to petty bourgeois influence the acquiescence of the Menshevik and socialist revolutionary leadership in the counter-revolutionary repression of the Bolsheviks and the resulting utilization of the Soviets as vehicles of bourgeois domination, and counseled the temporary withdrawal of the Bolshevik slogan "All Power to the Soviets." Under the heading Prostitution of the Soviets by the S.R.S. and Mensheviks, his outline of the unwritten chapter adverts to their acquiescence in the disarming of the people, to the bureaucratization of the Soviets themselves and to Soviet nonpartisanship, the authorities' independence of parties. 110 The outline would be fleshed out in Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power?, a pamphlet penned just after Lenin set aside the manuscript of the State and Revolution. Among the virtues that qualify the Soviets as a new state apparatus, he lists the close connection they afford between the armed workers and peasants and the people, their democratic mode of operation and lack of bureaucratic formalities, the participation of the most varied professions encouraging implementation of the most varied and most radical reforms, and the function of the Soviets as an organizational form for the vanguard of the oppressed classes, the workers and peasants. To elevate, train, educate, and lead the entire vast mass of the classes, which has up to now stood completely outside of political life and history. The very features that render such leadership possible, however, render it also necessary. Left unchecked, the illusions of petty bourgeois democracy would exhaust the promise of the Soviets in a purgatory of concessions, vacillation, double-dealing, and pret-ins. The vanguard of the proletariat would have to exercise leadership in order to forestall the exhaustion of the revolution and unfetter the Soviets, which could display their potentialities and capabilities to the full only by taking over full state power. Otherwise they have nothing to do, they are simply embryos, and to remain an embryo too long is fatal. 111 Evoking an image of the new Soviet apparatus undertaking the work of state administration by enlisting the popular masses in the tasks of accounting and control of production and distribution, Lenin contrasts the eviction of a working-class family by the capitalist state with the forcible installation of a destitute family in a rich man's apartment. The former presents the spectacle of military forces imported from outlying areas, so as to preclude sympathy with the tenants, to protect the bailiff from the anger of the people. The latter is pictured in more prosaic fashion. Lenin would have us imagine a squad of workers' militia 15 strong, 2 soldiers, 2 sailors, 2 class-conscious workers, 1 a party sympathizer, a student, and the rest poor working people, at least 5 women, domestic servants, unskilled laborers. They inspect the apartment, arrive at a reasonable allocation of space, socialize access to the telephone, and assign light duties to the unemployed members of the wealthy family. This state order is drawn up in duplicate by the student and a written declaration of compliance with the order demanded. 112 Here participation in state administration is not made conditional upon literacy, or arithmetical competence, or employment by the state, or employment at all. The chief thing, Lenin tells us, is not knowledge or education or technique, but to imbue the oppressed and the working people with confidence in their own strength, with a conviction of their responsibility and a sense of their ability, despite the inevitable mistakes and setbacks, to administer the state, oversee production, and ensure distribution. 113 The self-confidence of the people, their courage for politics, might be supposed simply to grow in a romance of revolutionary self-discovery. Only if it is conceived in abstraction from the logic of the political struggle for hegemony. In Lenin's analysis, it can only grow in the soil of the class struggle, through the destruction of the ready-made state apparatus, but also through the everyday work of crushing the active and passive resistance of The propertied classes, leaving them with nothing to do but resign themselves to observing the simple, fundamental rules of the community, a practice that will of necessity soon become a habit. 114 Spelled out in this way, the withering away of the state is not a narrowly technical process of administration that would succeed the politics of smashing the state machine and exercising proletarian dictatorship. These are two aspects of the same process and, although reduction of the working day and technical education of the people are necessary means, their bearing on the process is governed by a political logic of struggle. Lenin's understanding of the state in the process of socialist revolution replicates the logic of his analyses of 1905-6. Indeed, this connection is made explicit in Lenin's notebook, where he compares the experience of the Soviets in 1905 to the Commune, and in his plans for the state and revolution, where he refers specifically to the Bolshevik resolution of 1906 on the Soviets, and to theses of 1915 reiterating the substance of this resolution, and adds, nil in West European literature on the state. 115 The Soviets arose, in 1917 as they did in 1905, from the spontaneous movement of the working class and spontaneously drew in or spread to soldiers, sailors, peasants, the people, an exemplification of proletarian leadership in the revolution. The promise of the Soviets could be redeemed and proletarian leadership of the people consolidated, in 1917 as in 1905, only through the seizure of state power. The class struggle of the workers could be directed effectively against the power of the state, in 1917 as in 1905, only through the intermediation of a Marxist vanguard in struggle against the influence of petty bourgeois democratic ideology over the masses. The full development of the Soviets, drawing the masses of the people into the work of government and state administration would, in 1917 as in 1905, erode the barrier between the people and the state apparatus and thereby also the distinction between society and the state. Only in 1917, however, after he had worked out the conception of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, was Lenin able to situate the Soviets in the context of the transition to socialism and hence to conceptualize this process as the withering away of the state. But although the language of hegemony was muted, when associated with the argument of some Bolsheviks that victories won in the bourgeois democratic revolution must be consolidated. Before entering upon socialist revolution, the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony was still at work in Lenin's political analyses. If the Soviets now figured as forms of the dictatorship of the proletariat rather than as forms of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, this was in part because he had come to think of the socialist revolution as a movement of the people. It was proletarian, to be sure, but the proletariat was now conceived, in the socialist revolution of 1917 as it had been in the bourgeois revolution of 1905, as constituting itself as a class only in and through the political project of leading a people's revolution. Deployed on the uneven terrain described in his analysis of imperialism, the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony enabled Lenin to imbue his understanding of socialist revolution with the experience of the Russian People's Revolution of 1905. A people's revolution. The popular character of the revolution does not serve, in Lenin's political practice, to designate a particular alignment of class forces but rather a process of popular revolutionary struggle governed by the politico-strategic logic of hegemony. The class content of the concept of the people could vary significantly in accordance with the dynamic of the class struggle and the struggle for hegemony, as it had done in the course of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The people represented an opening to those engaged in democratic struggle. Prior to 1905, Lenin was uncertain as to whether the peasantry would act as part of the people but held open the possibility that the bourgeoisie, or significant parts of it, might do so. In the course of the revolution, the bourgeoisie aligned itself with the landlords against the people, while the struggle of the peasants, including the peasant bourgeoisie, for land would constitute one of the essential fronts in the popular revolution. The revolution of February 1917 deposed the Tsar and gave rise to the peculiar situation in which a provisional government dominated by the bourgeoisie could rule only with the agreement of the Soviets thrown up by the workers. joined by the peasants in uniform and led by Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. Lenin's call for the workers to assume state power in a transition to the second phase of revolution aroused dissent even among the Bolshevik leadership, with Kamina raising the question of hegemony, insisting that the incomplete tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution, in particular the revolution in agrarian social relations, be addressed. The effect of Lenin's response was to sharpen the focus of debate. The Bolshevik slogans and ideas on the whole have been confirmed by history, but concretely things have worked out differently. They are more original, more peculiar, more variegated than anyone could have expected. 116 The old Bolshevik proposal for a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry formulated a relation of classes and not a concrete political institution implementing this relation, this cooperation. In the form of the Soviets, however, the rule of the proletariat and peasantry, instead of succeeding the rule of the bourgeoisie, was interlaced with it. 117 With no armed forces apart from the people, the provisional government could not use violence against the workers and soldiers in the capital. The Soviet, meanwhile, swept up in the intoxication of revolution, eager to safeguard its fragile achievement and its promise, and under the petty bourgeois leadership of Mensheviks and SRS, voluntarily ceded power to the bourgeois government, allowing it in the name of revolutionary defensism to prosecute the imperialist war. To gear the aims of revolutionary strategy to the completion of the democratic revolution was to abstract from the international aspect of the conjuncture, from the imperialist war, and to make the political struggle of the working class conditional upon the ability of the peasantry to act independently of the bourgeoisie, a political possibility but far from a certainty. It was thus to cede the political independence of the proletariat, to adopt in effect the political stance of the petty bourgeoisie. The political independence of the proletariat required that the spontaneously defensist alignment of the proletariat with the petty bourgeois peasantry behind the bourgeoisie be broken. Whether the peasantry would prove itself capable of breaking with the bourgeoisie or continue indefinitely wavering between capital and labor, the Marxist vanguard was obliged, in order to carve out the space for an independent working-class political stance, to set about disentangling the proletarian line from the defensist and petty bourgeois mass intoxication. 118 The Bolsheviks could do this, in the condition of political freedom prevailing under dual power, simply by waging a struggle for influence within the Soviets of workers, agricultural laborers, peasants, and soldiers' deputies, simply by patiently explaining, in terms adapted to the practical needs of the masses, that a democratic peace was impossible without the defeat of capital and the passage of power to the Soviets. 119. Disentangling the proletarian line and winning over the people were thus two aspects of the same political stance. From this stance Lenin would approach the popular masses and in particular the agrarian masses under a number of different, indeed contradictory, descriptions: soldiers and peasants, poor peasants and agricultural laborers, the petty bourgeois peasantry, semi-proletarians, working people, the petty bourgeoisie, poor people, and so on and on. 120 The contradictory formulations do not indicate an theoretical pragmatism, but rather a theoretically informed practice of probing the movements of the masses amidst the uncertainties of war and revolution, feeling them out so as to ascertain their composition and direction and so be in a position to act effectively upon them. What is the peasantry? Lenin asked a Bolshevik audience upon his return from exile, acknowledging the as yet indeterminate disposition of the agrarian struggle with the striking admission, "We don't know, there are no statistics, but we do know it is a force." 121 Had the capitalist agrarian policy of Stolypin succeeded in splitting the peasant commune into a nascent bourgeoisie and an agricultural proletariat? Was the peasantry still capable of acting ensemble against the landlords, or would its component parts align themselves with the class struggle in the cities? Would petty bourgeois aspirations and revolutionary patriotism prove strong enough to bind the peasants to the imperialist bourgeoisie? On the whole, Lenin was inclined to regard the peasant movement as semi-proletarian, a movement of the poorer peasants, perhaps interpolating an international alignment of forces, on the erroneous supposition that a common interest in imperialist war aims would suffice to align the peasant bourgeoisie with the landlords. Into the Russian countryside, or perhaps simply reflecting his belief in the primordial importance of the political independence of the proletariat. But as it became clear that the peasantry would rise as a whole against the landlord regime, nothing in his prior analyses would preclude, or even embarrass, the inclusion of this movement in the Bolshevik project of a people's revolution. 122 Indeed, the openness of Lenin's political stance to the movements of the people, his repeated admonitions to the Bolsheviks to learn from the masses and his own attentiveness to the specifics of popular struggles fostered the breadth and diversity of the revolutionary process. The very feature that qualified the Soviets as a proletarian state in the process of withering away, their institutional flexibility or expansiveness, is what enabled them to accommodate themselves to the scope and variety of popular struggles and thus to incorporate the concrete concerns expressed by those struggles into the revolutionary process. Something like this would seem to be the import of the following passage of The State and Revolution, in which Lenin took to task critics of the democratic right of nations to self-determination and of other democratic institutions and practices. Taken separately, no kind of democracy will bring socialism. But in actual life democracy will never be taken separately, it will be taken together with other things, it will exert its influence on economic life as well, will stimulate its transformation, and in its turn it will be influenced by economic development, and so on. This is the dialectics of living history. 123. Lenin's ability to situate a conscious vanguard within concrete conjunctures of struggle and, consequently, to foster its responsiveness to diverse and contradictory currents of popular struggle and to open the prospect of its dynamic merger with the movement of the masses sets to work more than just a personal knack for discerning the feel of political situations. It has roots in the practical theoretical space he opened up for analyses of the politico-strategic logic of the complex, uneven, and contradictory struggle for hegemony. The very features of this logic that obliged the Marxist vanguard to adapt its hegemonic political project in response to the shifting conjunctures of struggle and rendered disputes over the definition of that project more significant also made the political project more adaptable, more open to the influence of the people. Thus understood, the relation of the vanguard of the proletariat to the people is in part constitutive of its revolutionary political project and hence its political identity. There is no incongruity, then, in the fact that Lenin should have worked out the idea of the vanguard party of the proletariat in the course of a bourgeois democratic revolution, but a fundamental truth about the logic of socialist revolution, and perhaps even about socialism. Chapter 9. The Arm of Criticism and the Criticism of Arms, Courage in the Class Struggle. Friends, I'd like you to know the truth and speak it. Not like tired, evasive Caesars, tomorrow grain will come. But like Lenin, by tomorrow will be done for, unless. Bertolt Brecht 1. The dictatorship of the proletariat. You need to say that, need to hear that, not be scared of that, cause that's gonna save your life. You need to talk about that, you gonna have to fight for that, Amory Baraka 2. In the aftermath of the Bolshevik seizure of power, the focus of international debates around the split in the working class movement shifted from imperialist war to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin's intervention in this debate reproduced the logic of his turn-of-the-century critique of the appeal for freedom of criticism in What Is to Be Done? The transition to a classless society figures in Lenin's argument as the construction of a proletarian popular community capable of assuming and transforming the social functions hitherto performed by the former ruling classes. The difficulty of pulling this community together under circumstances of revolution and counter-revolution, of incipient civil war, as well as the operation of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony in Lenin's attempts to come to grips with the process of transition, may be clarified by following through the tension between the two assumptions of his earlier argument, the desirability of constitutional liberties and the irreconcilability of the class struggle. Understood in terms of the logic of hegemony, the process of transition is responsive to the struggles and the innovations of the actors engaged in it and, in that sense, it is open-ended. That is, of course, also to say that the process comes with no guarantees of success and, in the event, while the Bolsheviks were able to fashion useful analytical tools and plow up a wealth of experience and insight upon which future attempts can draw, they proved unable to master its contradictions. Karl Koskai's The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, published in 1918, did as much as any other work to set the terms of the social democratic critique of the Bolshevik Revolution and the experience of Soviet power. Though painted on a broader canvas, his advocacy of democracy, as opposed to Bolshevik dictatorship, follows in essential respects the lines of the Bernsteinian call for freedom of criticism from the weight of Marxist dogmatism, the refutation of which set the scene for Lenin's polemic against the economists in What Is to Be Done? Lenin's response to Koskai follows the logic of his earlier anti-critique. As Chapter 5 showed, the initial argument of What Is to Be Done was shaped by two assumptions. It assumed a moral consensus, at least among the advanced parties, on the value of such constitutional principles as freedom of criticism or freedom of association as constraints upon the conduct of the political struggle, and it assumed that the significance of appeals to such principles, like political watchwords and practices in general, depended upon the balance of political forces and must therefore be assessed with reference to the logic of the class struggle and the struggle for hegemony. The consensus of the former assumption implies no unity of purpose among political actors, indeed, it implies openness, if not impartiality, to the pursuit of diverse and conflicting purposes and interests. It therefore implies drawing some distinction between the pursuit of individual or partisan interests that may come into conflict and a consensual framework of freedom beyond which these interests may not be legitimately pursued. Since, however, the antagonism of class interests is irreconcilable, the latter assumption implies that there is nothing in the social whole that could not, in principle, be required as a weapon in the class struggle. Compliance with a moral consensus on constraints on the political struggle is not exempt from such strategic assessment. There is thus some tension between the two assumptions, but where, as in the argument of What Is to Be Done, the moral consensus appealed to has to do with relations between non-state actors, this tension need not affect the argument. Where state power is the immediate stake in the struggle, however, the tension is inescapable. Could a moral consensus be supposed to hold once class struggle intensifies to the point of struggle between revolution and counter-revolution? Framed in these terms, Bernstein's challenge to Marxism appears as an attempt to resolve the tension by subordinating the social democratic conduct of the class struggle to a moral consensus around liberal democratic or constitutional norms. Such a consensus, by conciliating the class interests of workers and liberal bourgeoisie, would avoid the ravages of revolution. A theoretical guarantee of liberal democratic freedoms could thus be established, but at the cost of supposing, against all evidence, that a bourgeoisie would respect a moral consensus even as it was dispossessed of its monopoly of the means of production. This position was tantamount, in Lenin's view, to abandoning the political independence of the working class movement. His own political stance implied, by contrast, subordinating constitutional norms to the logic of the class struggle. In the 1918 debate, however, Lenin's interlocutor was Koskai. Class struggle and the rule of law. The socialist parties, according to Koskai, shared the goal of emancipating the proletariat, and with it humanity, through socialism. The division between social democrats and communists turned upon the opposition of two fundamentally distinct methods, that of democracy and that of dictatorship, the one pluralistic and inclusive, open to discussion, the other autocratic and exclusive, relying upon forcible suppression, the one promising a peaceful transition, the other only civil war. 3 Democracy will naturally be the appropriate form of its rule once the proletariat has attained the strength and intelligence to take in hand the regulation of society, that is the power and capacity to transfer democracy from politics to economics. 4 Until that point is reached, it is through their struggles to win, maintain, and extend democracy and to make use of every democratic reform achieved for organization, for propaganda, and for wresting social reforms that the workers develop the political strength and intelligence to rule. 5 In addition to governance and political pedagogy, democracy serves a crucial epistemological function in Koskai's argument, While democracy can neither reconcile class antagonisms nor forestall their ultimate transcendence in socialism, it provides a clear indication of the relative strength of the classes and parties and thereby serves to prevent the rising classes from attempting tasks to which they are not yet equal and restrains the ruling classes from refusing concessions when they no longer have the strength to maintain such refusal. This does not deflect the direction of historical development, but it does smooth its pace. 6 The method of dictatorship, by contrast, is better suited than democracy to waging war. 7 The socialist revolution is not, however, to be identified with civil war. Transforming the mode of production is necessarily a protracted process most effectively accomplished in circumstances of peace. Dictatorship is not only a method to cope with civil war but also, through its exclusiveness and restriction of freedoms, itself generates civil war where it does not generate apathy. Civil war becomes the method of adjusting political and social antagonisms. 8 That bourgeois revolutions, fought against despotic governments, should have taken the form of civil war is simply the nature of the case. That the Russian Revolution should have done so is an expression of the immaturity of social conditions in Russia. 9 The less the material and intellectual conditions existed for all that they aspired to, the more the Bolsheviks felt obliged to replace what was lacking by naked power, by dictatorship. 10 Koskay evokes the rule of the Jesuits in Paraguay, whose authoritarian socialism was possible only where the rulers are vastly superior to the ruled in knowledge and where the latter are absolutely unable to raise themselves to an equal standard. 11 If the Bolsheviks' dictatorial method is not an expression of historical immaturity and political impatience, it is an expression of patriarchal authoritarianism. Koskay distinguishes dictatorship as a form of government from dictatorship as a state of sovereignty. 12 Since a class is a formless mass and government requires the organizational capacity of a party, a class can rule, that is, hold sovereignty, but not govern. 13 Dismissing as inapplicable to an entire class the historical sense of dictatorship, derived from the Roman Republic as a temporary suspension of democracy in favor of the rule of an individual unfettered by any laws, Koskay presents the Marxist use of the term dictatorship of the proletariat as a figurative designation of the democratic election of a government supported by a proletarian majority among the electorate. 14 Once this clarification has been made, the contrasting methods, democratic and dictatorial, translate straightforwardly into two opposite forms of government. Democracy signifies the rule of the majority, but the nature of this rule mandates protecting the political rights of minorities, freedom of speech and association, and universal and equal suffrage in elections to a parliament capable of controlling the activities of the executive power. As a form of government, dictatorship can only be the rule of an individual or an organization, a party. Opposition is disarmed by denying opponents the requisite political freedoms, the franchise, freedom of speech and association. 15 When the proletariat is divided between parties, the dictatorship of one proletarian party is tantamount to a dictatorship of one part of the proletariat over the other. 16 As the criteria for political rights become elastic, arbitrary rule is encouraged and the advent of an individual dictator, a socialist czar, is foreshadowed. 17 Lenin's response, delivered most fully in his proletarian revolution and the renegade Koskay, shifts the issue of dictatorship from the institutional sphere of governmental forms to the more encompassing sphere of state forms, that is, to the relation of forces in the class struggle as it is expressed in the institutional arrangements and practices of government and in the intersection of those arrangements and practices with the institutions, practices and ideologies through which class domination and subordination are woven into the fabric of society. 18 The wider focus is consonant with a political project that envisages a transition not only from one form of state to another but to a form of state that is already in process of withering away, where the alienation of government from society is in the process of dissolution. 19 By treating democracy, identified with the institutions of parliamentary democracy, as an independent standard of measurement of the balance of class forces, Koskay effectively abstracts the form of government, at least, that form of government, from the relations of class society with which it is essentially bound up and, consequently, from the class struggle. but the instantiation of the abstract principles of democracy in some set of constitutional forms, conventions and rules of conduct not only expresses but also enforces a determinate balance of the class forces in struggle. It moralizes the differential access of the opposing forces to the means of political action, thereby organizing a hierarchical distribution of political space and sanctifying the domination of one class or another, in form as well as in substance. Democracy is always either bourgeois democracy or proletarian democracy. Where the relations between social classes are irreconcilably antagonistic, there is, in principle, no aspect of the social order that may not enter into the strategic calculations of one or another adversary and so become an object of struggle. No institution, no convention, no rule of conduct, no constitutional guarantee, however democratic its form, is immune from investment by the power of the dominant class and deployment against subordinate classes. While constitutional norms may permit the various class forces some room for political maneuver, in a class-divided society there can be no consensual criterion according to which the distribution of constitutional rights might be deemed impartial. Lenin does claim that the Soviet form of proletarian dictatorship, inasmuch as it alone is open to working people, the plebeian majority, taking responsibility for ruling and for administering public affairs into their own hands, is more democratic than the most democratic bourgeois state. But the dictatorship of the proletariat is merely a more historically concrete and scientifically exact formulation of the proletariat's task of smashing the bourgeois state machine. 20 Thus Lenin's argument does not rest, most basically, upon a comparison between state forms, it turns fundamentally upon the irreconcilable antagonism of interests between the class forces invested in and expressed through the opposing forms of state. The Koskian procedure of assessing the more or less democratic character of political forms independently of the struggle between them assumes that the unfolding of the revolutionary process is to be understood from the perspective of an impartial, and therefore an external, observer without reference to the stance of political practitioners having to orient themselves and to act upon it from within. That is, it abstracts from the politico-strategic logic of the revolutionary struggle. Where the antagonism of class interests is irreconcilable, no durable relation of trust can be established, where the right to dictate a settlement upon the terms of one or another antagonist is itself contested, there can be no guarantee that the adversary will not try to impose a settlement by force. The possibility of irreconcilable disagreement over the constitutional forms through which consensus might be achieved and the will of the people recognized as legitimate is implied in the very notion of revolution. From it follows Lenin's definition of dictatorship as rule based directly on force and unrestricted by any laws. 21 That dictatorship is unrestricted by law does not make it synonymous with arbitrary rule. In revolution the political community is reconstituted around the dominance of one or another social class, and the power of a social class does not exist separate and apart from its embodiment in some set of norms and institutional forms. That the rule of the proletariat is to be unrestricted by any laws does not imply the absence of legal forms as normal conduits of proletarian rule. The dictatorship of the proletariat implies neither unconcern with the problem of working out constitutional forms to foster the emergence of a proletarian popular community in struggle nor lack of recourse in trying to address it. Indeed, Lenin's encouragement of the working people to take the administration of the law into their own hands was designed to discover and test out forms of rule appropriate to their newfound power, although these forms, too, would always have to be revisited in light of changing circumstances, needs, capacities and dangers. Thousands of practical forms and methods of accounting and controlling the rich, the rogues and the idlers must be devised and put to a practical test by the communes themselves, by small units in town and country. 22 Inasmuch as the objects of proletarian rule are necessarily bound up with the repression of bourgeois resistance, proletarian refusal to be restricted by legal forms might well be read as a kind of materialist historicization of Aristotle's notion of equity, in which the standard applied to what is indefinite is itself indefinite, as the lead standard is in lesbian building, where it is not fixed, but adapts itself to the shape of the stone. Likewise, A decree is adapted to fit its objects. Point 23 Establishing some historical perspective on Koskai's accusations of arbitrariness in the Russian workers' and peasants' constitution. After only a few months in power, Lenin notes that the British bourgeoisie had taken several hundred years to work out the forms of its constitution, and over the course of those centuries had entrenched in legal form and thus normalized myriad instances of arbitrary treatment, domination, and control of the common laboring people. Point 24. The British experience, and in particular the example of the great theorist of the British bourgeois revolution, John Locke, may help to provide some perspective on Lenin's defense of proletarian dictatorship. Although less forthright than Lenin, Locke, perhaps the preeminent bourgeois theorist of limited government, was unable to spell out the practical operation of the rule of law without having to fall back upon the expedient of prerogative, a power to act according to discretion, for the public good, without the prescription of the law, and sometimes even against it. Point 25 It should be noted that Locke introduces prerogative not to accommodate such relatively circumscribed issues as executive clemency or the discretionary authority of public officials to act in emergency situations, but, under the portentous standard Salus Populi Suprema Lex, let the good of the people be the supreme law, to underwrite the power of the prince, and ultimately of the people, to regulate the measures of representation in the legislature even against the opposition of the legislature itself. Point 26 His concern was to provide a remedy for the erosion of equal representation through the flux of time and unequal change, for example, against the danger of a parliament dominated by representatives of rotten depopulated boroughs insulating itself from the will of the people. Point 27 Prerogative is needed, then, to ensure that government is established upon its true foundations. Point 28 It is needed, that is, to address the foundational question of how the will of the people is to be expressed through institutional forms and hence made capable of being recognized. The use of prerogative was to be assessed in light of the law of nature by which all men, in the language of Locke's time, are, and are to be treated as, free and equal as owners, each of his life, liberty, and estate. By thus conceiving life and liberty as species of proprietary right, Locke was able to assert property right as the form in which recognition of human equality and freedom could be universalist and thereby to theorize the hegemony of bourgeois property. Writing in the context of nascent capitalism, Locke could suppose that this natural law criterion would command the assent of all reasonable men, but he acknowledged that intractable disagreement could be resolved only by appeal to heaven, that is, by trial of arms. 29 And stipulated that unjust recourse to arms might be dealt with by execution or enslavement. Point 30 For Locke, as for Lenin, the rule of laws depends upon and is therefore limited by the possibility of resort to force. If Locke's prerogative power gives expression to the dictatorship of property, the dictatorship of the proletariat, as understood by Lenin and by Marx, might well be characterized as the prerogative of labor. The thrust of Lenin's reply to Koskai may be further clarified by reference to an event from recent political history, when the people of the barrios of Caracas rose in April 2002 against the pro-imperialist coup that briefly removed the democratically elected Venezuelan president, Hugo Chavez, from office. They seized the television stations that, after having legitimated the coup, had proceeded in its aftermath with programming as usual, and obliged them to report news of resistance to the coup. 31 They did so, in Lenin's sense of the term, dictatorially, that is, they imposed their will upon the owners of the television stations by force, without seeking to gain their consent by persuasion and without regard to the authority of the law. Yet such dictatorial measures, suppressing freedom of speech, were arguably indispensable to the restoration of democratic rule. One need not be insensitive to the rhetorical force of the language of democracy in order to suggest that violence is done to the texture and the logic of the political struggle of the popular masses by attempting to squeeze them, analytically, into an exclusive alternative of democracy or dictatorship. Such a perspective occludes, rather than clarifies, a whole series of questions that arise in historical materialism about the relation between class power, the question of dictatorship, and the apparatuses through which it is exercised, the question of democratic, and non-democratic, political forms. The point is not to suggest that the interaction and variation of political forms are unaffected by the democratic or undemocratic political leadership and culture of popular movements, but precisely that this effect is exerted, in historical materialist terms, within the class struggle, not upon a choice between democracy and dictatorship in the abstract, but upon varying conjunctions of democratic, or non-democratic, political institutions with the power, the rule, the dictatorship, of one or another social class. Koskai's account of the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly by the Bolshevik Soviets is the centerpiece of his critique, dramatically exemplifying his pivotal contrast between democratic and dictatorial methods. After being postponed, despite protests, most vociferously from the ranks of the Bolsheviks, throughout the year of revolution, elections to the Constituent Assembly took place in the immediate aftermath of the seizure of power by the Bolshevik-led Soviets. Conducted on the basis of universal suffrage and organized through a system of proportional representation on lists of candidates proposed by each political party, the elections, as portrayed by Koskai, were a straightforwardly, indeed self-evidently, accurate expression of the popular will. With the issue constructed in these terms, the Bolsheviks' dispersal of the Constituent Assembly could appear only as an arbitrary derogation from democratic norms, and Lenin's justification of it as not only wrong-headed but disingenuous. 32 Consistent with the logic of his rebuttal, Lenin responded by situating the Constituent Assembly, the elections, and the terms of Koskai's critique in the context of the politico-strategic logic of the class struggle. The Bolsheviks had been arguing the superiority of the Soviet form to parliamentary-type institutions such as the Constituent Assembly since the spring, calling at most points for a Soviet assumption of power. At the same time, seeing the Constituent Assembly as more open than the provisional government to the force of the insurgent masses, and hence preferable either as a context in which to advance the struggle for Soviet power or, failing that, a form in which the bourgeois democratic revolution could be driven as far as possible, Lenin called for its convocation. Correlatively, the bourgeois forces around the provisional government sought repeatedly to defer the Constituent Assembly elections, which took place only days after the Soviets seized power in the capitals. While Lenin had earlier argued that the power of the Soviets was a necessary condition for the success of the Constituent Assembly, the fact of the Soviet seizure of power and the initial measures adopted triggered a series of shifts in the balance of class forces. The October Revolution was driven by, and in turn greatly multiplied, the impetus behind a mighty movement of the exploited people for the reconstruction of the leading bodies of their organizations, a movement reflected in the rise of the Bolsheviks in the Soviets and still in the ascendant as knowledge of the new revolution spread to the outreaches of the empire. 33 This movement produced a split in the party of the peasant majority, the socialist revolutionaries, with the left supporting the Soviet assumption of power and the right opposed. Coming after the closing date for the submission of party lists of candidates for the Constituent Assembly elections, however, the split could not be reflected in the party list. Meanwhile, in reaction, elements of the officer corps had commenced operations against the revolution, and a campaign of white terror had begun even before the elections, perhaps drawing confidence from the initial generous leniency of the new Soviet power. As the bourgeoisie and landowners coalesced around the Cadet Party, all power to the Constituent Assembly had become the rallying cry of the counter-revolution. When the elections returned a majority of deputies dominated by the right SRS, whose inability to chart a political course independent of the bourgeoisie had been amply demonstrated in the unfolding of the revolution from February to October, a political crisis ensued. The divergence between the election results and the will of the people and the interests of the working and exploited classes could be resolved peacefully, Lenin claimed, only by new elections organized under the authority of the Soviet power. 34 The refusal of these terms by the right SRS, cadets, and Mensheviks presented the Bolshevik-led Soviets with the alternative of recognizing the authority of the Constituent Assembly or asserting their own authority in dispersing it. According to Lenin's analysis of the dynamics of the revolutionary process, the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly followed upon an irreconcilable antagonism of class interests, here revealed in disagreement about the institutional forms and practices through which the will of the people is most legitimately expressed, accurately recognized and effectively implemented. Koskai's protestations notwithstanding, this kind of disagreement, once engaged, cannot be resolved by appeal to the notion of equality. Abstracted from the context of class antagonism, the principle of equality cannot adjudicate between the procedural guarantees and formal universality of suffrage of the Constituent Assembly elections and the responsiveness, through such provisions as the recall of deputies, bearing the possibility of reflecting shifts in dynamics of popular politics as the split between right and left SRS, and the openness to plebeian initiatives of the Soviets. Overlooked in Koskai's insistence upon the principle of equality as the hallmark of democratic legitimacy is the prior issue in the Leninist political calculus, through the institutions and practices bound up with the interests of which of the opposing classes, bourgeoisie or proletariat, is the political community to be reconstituted? Subordinating the class struggle to an abstraction of political equality, in which Koskai indulges here, gives expression to a quixotic yearning for an imaginary reconciliation of class interests characteristic of the petty bourgeois, part owner, part worker, incapable of sustaining an independent conception of modern society and thus condemned to waver politically between its two fundamental classes. Lenin does invoke the real equality of a classless society, but its function in his argument was not as an alternative standard for the distribution of political rights but rather as an index of the incongruity of assessing the institutions of class society by standards appropriate to a classless society. 35 Spelling out a truth that forms the essence of socialism, he declared, the exploited and the exploiter cannot be equal. Here can be no real, actual equality until all possibility of the exploitation of one class by another has been totally destroyed. 36 Lenin gauges variant distributions of political rights not as approximations to or departures from some ideal distribution, but according to their openness to the exercise and the extension of working class power. This does not imply that considerations of equality or freedom can play no role in Lenin's analysis, but the role they play is subordinate to the politico-strategic logic of the class struggle. Since that logic requires that the part be subordinated to the politico-strategic whole, it follows that any particular right may have to be sacrificed to maintain the power of the working class and to sustain the dynamic of the revolutionary process. The universalist promise of freedom of criticism and other democratic constitutional norms can thus be reconciled with the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony only in virtue of the expansiveness of the socialist project of the working class movement. The Russian proletarians would have to engage the vast masses of the petty bourgeoisie and other semi-proletarian strata in constructing a classless society while preventing the forces of bourgeois restoration from instrumentalizing the illusions, whether realist or utopian, and the vacillations generated by petty bourgeois social circumstances. The reconciliation of proletarian power and democratic and constitutional rights is thus a contested and therefore a contingent outcome of the logic of the political struggle for hegemony. Class struggle and political community. The coercive exercise of political power is certainly repressive, but inasmuch as it is partially constitutive of a community organized around the domination of a social class, it can also, on Lenin's account, be productive. Dictatorship need not imply the abolition of democracy for the class that exercises the dictatorship, but it does, Lenin stipulates, imply the abolition, or very material restriction, which is a form of abolition, of democracy for the class over which, or against which, the dictatorship is exercised. 37 The very material restriction of democracy under bourgeois rule is manifested, even where workers have managed to win some political rights in capitalist society, in a panoply of organizational forms, rules, conventions, habits and practices well calculated to subordinate the operation of the state to the logic of capital and to seal it off from the possibility of working class participation and influence, in the systematic repression of working class parties and organizations, whenever necessary, in recourse to exceptional measures, states of siege, martial law, and in the underlying weight of property and money in channeling the exercise of political rights. The dictatorship of the proletariat entails, conversely, the forcible suppression of the exploiters as a class, and, Consequently, the infringement of pure democracy, i.e. of equality and freedom, in regard to that class. 38 The material restriction upon democracy for the class of capitalists takes the form, most basically, of expropriating its property and hence forcibly eliminating the prerogative of property in matters political. This implies, for example, the elimination of a bourgeois press, that is, the refusal to recognize any right of the ownership of capital, as such, to a voice in politics. But it need not take the form of restricting the franchise. This, Lenin wrote, was a nationally specific and not a general question of the dictatorship. 39 The disenfranchisement of the bourgeoisie was an outcome of the specific path of development of the Russian Revolution, of the antagonism of the bourgeoisie to the Soviets even when led by the Mensheviks and, in particular, of bourgeois participation in Kornilov's attempted counter-revolutionary coup. 40 The franchise and, by extension, such other political rights as freedom of speech or freedom of association were conditional upon whether their exercise was consistent with the political power of the proletariat. This turns, however, not simply upon the class character of state power but also upon the politico-strategic situation and the logic of the revolutionary process. The distribution of political rights would have to be worked out in the course of the revolution. While disenfranchising the bourgeoisie was not an indispensable characteristic of the logical concept dictatorship, after the experience of the war and the revolution in Russia, it was, Lenin acknowledged, likely. 41 Its likelihood follows from the terms in which Lenin conceived the revolutionary process, since the production and extraction of surplus labor in the form of value is the axis around which turns the whole of the social and political order dominated by the bourgeoisie. The process of socialist revolution consists essentially in exercising proletarian power in working out the forms of a classless society in which production is socially organized and regulated and in which it will no longer be possible to draw an income, and to dominate others, by virtue of owning property, that is, a state of affairs in which it will be impossible for the bourgeoisie to exist or for a new bourgeoisie to arise. 42 Bourgeois property might be expropriated at a stroke. But the springs from which bourgeois ownership could draw would not be exhausted unless and until the workers took over the social functions hitherto performed by the bourgeoisie and reorganized them so as to accommodate proletarian popular interests. Dominance of these, managerial, organizational, technical, educational, and military, functions by the former ruling classes constitute solid grounds for their political self-confidence and resistance to proletarian rule, and nurtures hopes for and attempts at restoration. The bourgeoisie remained, even after the proletarian seizure of state power, stronger in important respects than the working class. The constructive activity of working out the forms of the new social order cannot but be intimately intertwined, therefore, with the destructive activity of breaking the political power and uprooting the social power of the capitalist class. The rule of the working class would thus need to be open-ended, that is, unrestricted by any laws, dictatorial, not only in order to deter attempts at counter-revolution, to break the resistance of the bourgeois and their entourage, but also in order to lead the enormous mass of the population in the work of organizing a socialist economy. 43 To inspire the laboring population with confidence in the authority of the armed workers, stiffen the resolve of the workers themselves and steady the wavering middle strata. Such repressive measures of the proletarian dictatorship as the imposition of compulsory labor duty upon the former bourgeois or the appropriation of bourgeois housing stock to lodge the homeless put the bourgeois on notice that their property and their persons were no longer sacrosanct. This provided tangible confirmation for working people that things had indeed changed. It might thereby help inspire them to shuck off the ingrained plebeian habits of diffidence, deference, cynicism, and sour grapes, a political culture of subordination inherited from the social relations and institutions of class society that wore upon the solidarity and determination of the working people. Such confirmation was all the more important as the newfound and still fragile political confidence of the popular masses had had to endure accumulated frustration at the apparent irresolution of nominally socialist and even Marxist leaderships faced with the responsibility of power. Repression of the exploiting classes was thus necessary not only in order to stymie resistance but also in order to unleash popular self-confidence, the people's courage for politics. Thus understood, force may not only be repressive but also enabling, encouraging. It need not be counterposed to but may serve as an integral element in the struggle for hegemony, whereby the working class constitutes itself as the nation by constituting the people as a community around itself. It is not just that the use of coercion, in repressing some people, enables others. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as it functions in Lenin's discourse, cannot be grasped in such narrowly instrumental terms. He could be, and often has been, construed in such terms, but only when his instrumental language is read in abstraction from the political analyses informed by a politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony in which it is typically embedded. When striking workers enforce a policy of retribution against strike breakers, it may be a warning to other workers to stay away, but each worker knows that, should she or he cross the picket line, she or he would become an other. They direct the threat at themselves as much or more than at others, but the constraint can serve, if not as the foundation of their confidence in each other, then as a more or less effective means of consolidating it against the employer's attempts to play upon the disintegrating effects of debt, desperation, and personal tragedy. It can serve to knit together the threads of the strike community. Force functions then as a conduit of solidarity and as a resource for collective action and collective heroism. But here, too, where the exercise of force has a consensual aspect, force is directly exercised by some individuals against others, by an apparatus, however embryonic, and the excessive or poorly judged use of force can snap the ties that bind the strike community together, when its repressive aspect eclipses its enabling aspect. Force, no longer encouraging, becomes demoralizing. The following claim from Lenin's immediate tasks of the Soviet government of April 1918 was showcased by Koskai. The form of coercion required in the transition from capitalism to socialism is determined by the degree of development of the given revolutionary class and by such special circumstances as the legacy of a long and reactionary war and the forms of resistance put up by the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. There is, therefore, absolutely no contradiction in principle between Soviet, that is, socialist, democracy and the exercise of dictatorial powers by individuals. 44 As it figures in a passage cited by Koskai, in a version mangled by clumsy translation, spirited out of its context by hidden ellipses of sometimes several pages and reframed in terms of the old Marxist trope of a politically passive peasantry as the mainstay of imperial rule. 45 The claim serves to insinuate the specter of a socialist Tsar. An overly confident Lenin allowed the outbreak of the German Revolution to stand in place of a written response to this part of Koskai's argument. The insinuation was left unanswered. But to re-establish the context an answer might have invoked, recourse may be had to the original pamphlet from which Koskai extracted the claim. It may thus be seen that the same logic at work in the strike community, though played out on a much broader stage, is engaged in the exercise of proletarian dictatorship. Lenin produced a first draft of the immediate tasks of the Soviet government just after a peace treaty was signed with Germany at Brest-Litovsk. However onerous its terms, the treaty offered the Soviets a respite in which to turn to the positive task of constructing a socialist order of production and society. This task was presented, in the first draft, as a matter of combining the knowledge and experience of, formerly, bourgeois technical experts, consultants, and advisors with the initiative, energy and work of the broad masses of the working people. 46 The force of example was brought to the fore as a morally essential pattern for organizing labor. 47 The transition to socialism thus appeared as a process of experimentation in recontextualizing and reforming the institutions and practices of bourgeois society, notoriously including an attempt to mobilize the techniques of Taylor's scientific management, extracting the most efficient laboring motions from current practices by means of time and motion studies and then redesigning the working environment so as to impose the resulting efficiencies upon the workers as a kind of best practice straitjacket, for the ends of a classless society. 48 If the permissibility of one-man managerial authority, which could be called dictatorial, and of coercion, was invoked in connection with establishing labor discipline and self-discipline, The necessity of recourse to coercion was argued primarily, in the first draft, in relation to the resistance of former members of the exploiting classes. 49 As grain destined for Russia's hungry cities had to negotiate its way across a rail system fragmented into a patchwork of fiefdoms under workers' control and Menshevik influence, the threat of famine reached critical proportions. The famine crisis overdetermined the context, and the argument of Lenin's second draft 50 resistance to socialist construction was cast not only and not so much in the form of bourgeois defense of class privilege but also, and with greater emphasis, in the form of petty bourgeois anarchy, of the forces of social disintegration unleashed by the war and crisis of revolution and expressed in an increase of crime, hooliganism, corruption, profiteering and outrages of every kind. 51 The Soviet government sought to address the crisis by delegating dictatorial powers in matters relating to railway transport to the People's Commissar of Ways and Communications. 52 And by generalizing the practice of one-man management and reliance upon the expertise of bourgeois professionals. At stake in the individual exercise of dictatorial power, then, was the coercive exercise of managerial discretion. The proposal unleashed a storm of protest from left socialist revolutionaries and anarchists, Mensheviks, and the left communist grouping led by Bukharin, while the assumption of dictatorial powers by individuals might be squared with bourgeois democracy, it could only signal the abandonment of the higher principles of socialist democracy. Lenin's concern was to redirect the discussion from issues of principle to the pressing tasks of the moment, but to this end he had to reframe the issue of principle so that the principle invoked could be brought to bear upon the current moment. This was the context of Lenin's denial, cited by Kosky, of a contradiction in principle between socialist democracy and the exercise of dictatorial powers by individuals. The denial is directly accompanied by a distinction, not cited by Kosky, between proletarian and bourgeois dictatorship. The dictatorship of the proletariat strikes at the exploiting minority in the interests of the exploited majority, and it is exercised, also through individuals, not only by the working and exploited people, but also by organizations which, like the Soviets, are built in such a way as to rouse the people to history-making activity. 53 The distinction is drawn with a view not only to the class interests advanced through the exercise of coercion but also to the political location of the individual dictators in relation to the organized struggle of one or another social class. It thus refers both to consciousness of class interest and to the constitution of a class as a political community of struggle. 54 To draw the distinction according to the individual or collective face of coercion is to misconceive the nature of political rule. Social forces always rule through individuals, and the actions of these individuals are always mediated by organizations that both convey and structure the influence of the broader social relations at work, and to constrain unnecessarily the political choices available to the workers. The example of the striking workers illustrated that the exercise of coercion need not be simply instrumental but may also be constitutive of a political community in struggle. Coercion is repressive, but it can also, depending upon the context, be enabling. If the analogy fits, the individual exercise of dictatorial powers is not inconsistent with and may even, depending upon context, facilitate the rule of the proletariat as a class. Community and class consciousness. The relevant context is determined by the transitional character of the current moment and by the logic of the transition from capitalism to a classless communist society. Any ready-made socialist blueprint for industrial organization would not be worth the paper it was printed on. A transition to new modes of conceiving and organizing working life could be accomplished only in assimilating and testing out the existing, bourgeois, forms of organization and adapting them to the possibilities and necessities of working class power, learning by means of reversions to the old to distinguish and to nurture the rudiments, not always immediately discernible, of the new. 55 The technology of large-scale industry and of the railways in particular prescribes a strict unity of will that could be ensured only by thousands subordinating their will to the will of one. 56 The subordination could take different forms. Even ideal class consciousness and discipline on the part of those participating in the common work. It would be something like the mild leadership of a conductor of an orchestra, but it may assume the sharp forms of a dictatorship if ideal discipline and class consciousness are missing. 57 Sharp forms of subordination were suited, Lenin suggests, to the psychology of the ordinary worker in the aftermath of the initial victory over the exploiters, eager to relax and take the blessings of life that were at last there for the taking, persuaded intellectually, perhaps, but not yet fully. Seized by the realization that the reflex of simply taking would only result in economic dislocation and thereby facilitate the return of the exploiters. 58 If relations of subordination in production bear the seeds of bureaucratic rule, Soviet power is the force that enables the workers to winnow them out, the more imperative the need for the dictatorship of individuals in definite processes of work. In definite aspects of purely executive functions, the more varied must be the forms and methods of control from below. 59 The role of the Marxist vanguard, the class-conscious spokesman for the strivings of the exploited for emancipation, is pivotal in this process. It is to combine the public meeting democracy of the working people, turbulent, surging, overflowing its banks like a spring flood, with iron discipline while at work, with unquestioning obedience to the will of a single person, the Soviet leader, while at work. 60 The exercise of discretionary authority, of dictatorial powers, by individuals is consistent with the rule of the proletariat and socialist democracy only on the assumption that the individual dictators can be understood as organs of the political power of the working class, as exercising functions on its behalf. Lenin's argument thereby assumes some account of the political unity of the working class as a political community, conceived in relation not only to the current conjuncture, with its constraints and possibilities, but also to the logic of the class struggle as it unfolds through successive conjunctures, constraining and enabling the construction and the emergence of a society beyond class. But the political community of the working class is never simply a given, it is always constituted as a pattern of unity and disunity through the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. If an account of the cohesion of the working class community is thus presumed by Lenin's argument, it is present only obliquely, elusively, through a series of references to class consciousness, a term whose significance here is itself much in need of clarification. Class consciousness figures at two different stages in the argument and takes on distinct content and plays a distinct role at each stage. At an initial stage, ideal class consciousness denotes an awareness of the demands imposed by the current conjuncture of the class struggle and a willingness to assume the responsibilities incumbent upon the working class in the transition to a classless society. In this sense, ideal class consciousness does not make unquestioning subordination superfluous but is, rather, at least in part consciousness of the need for unquestioning subordination to a single will in the production process as the form of working class unity appropriate to the task of the moment. Class consciousness is predicated of the Communist Party, at a second stage, in virtue of its role as spokesman for the strivings of the exploited for emancipation. The ideal class consciousness of the previous stage of the argument is here sublated in the reflexive consciousness of the vanguard's relation to the strivings of the exploited. Played out through the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, the spontaneous striving for emancipation is refracted by the grip of petty bourgeois habit upon plebeian experience. Class consciousness is always less than ideal. In grasping the circumstances that distinguish the consciousness of the average, ordinary representative of the toiling and exploited masses from ideal class consciousness, the Marxist vanguard becomes conscious, reflexively, of its own situation and task, to facilitate a transition from the discipline forced upon them by the exploiters to conscious, voluntary discipline. The vanguard must guide the process of coordinating the task of arguing at mass meetings about the conditions of work with the task of unquestioning obedience during the work. The political consciousness of the spokesman, of the vanguard, is thus understood with reference both to an aim, understood in varying degrees of concreteness, to be realized in practice and to the process whereby it is enacted, including, reflexively, the political practice of arguing with fellow workers. Though the process is shadowed by the threat of coercion, the threat is tempered by the practice of arguing, of criticism and debate, and the spontaneous movement of the masses in its contradictory diversity may be pulled together into a political community upon the terrain of the public meeting democracy of the working people. What ensured the expansiveness of the proletarian popular community and made the Soviets an appropriate form for the political power of the working class, Lenin argued prior to the seizure of power, was the openness of this kind of democracy to the diverse currents of the plebeian struggle and aspiration, turbulent, surging, overflowing its banks like a spring flood. He still scorns the inability of bourgeois and Mensheviks to see in the popular mania for meetings only the chaos, the confusion and the outbursts of small proprietor egoism. 61 The unruliness that marked the Soviet form as an arena for popular political experiment and innovation, and hence as an appropriate vehicle of proletarian political power, was thus inseparable from its openness to the diverse currents of plebeian politics, even those that embodied the specter of indiscipline and anarchy and thus menaced the foundations of working class power. Charged with orchestrating the play of criticism and coercion, discipline and debate, the Marxist vanguard is placed by the logic of Lenin's argument in the contradictory position of having to sustain the authority to exercise coercion over the very people whose critical challenge it must invite and even encourage. This contradiction fires an inherent ambiguity as to whether the authority of the vanguard derives from the persuasiveness of its example and its arguments to the workers or from the threat of coercion standing behind them. The proletarian character of state power is thus constitutively, and not merely contingently, contestable. Where the proletarian popular community in struggle endures, this contradictory position can be sustained and even drive the process of revolutionary transformation. The endurance of such a community may be consistent even with very severe measures of repression as long as a belief in their necessity can bind the community together. But the more severe such measures, the more they test the bonds of community, as the space necessary for spontaneous innovation, and for the criticism implicit in the fact of innovation, is constrained by the demands of discipline. The spontaneity of the masses comes to be expressed in resistance to individual dictators, or else its innovative capacity simply withers. Conversely, as social and economic dislocation, aggravated by resistance, renders even more imperious the need for discipline, the ability of the vanguard to discern in the spontaneous activity of the masses something beyond not yet consciousness is eroded. Consciousness thus comes to be invested in an apparatus of rule increasingly closeted from the unfettered criticism and effective participation of the masses. As the parameters of free criticism progressively narrow, the springs of self-critical capacity dry up. Thus insulated from the forces underlying the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, the capacity of the conscious vanguard to grasp the distinctiveness of new conjunctures of struggle and hence to establish hegemony effectively within and across them is subordinated to and increasingly imprisoned by the antiquated assumptions of its former analyses. The logic of the struggle for hegemony can thus work so as to transform difference into antagonism, dissent into resistance, driving potential allies into the adversary's camp or reducing friends to indecision or the active support of loyalists to sullen automatism, stoking the ambitions of the adversary. 62 When political actors are unable to correct their mistakes in good time, they can find these errors confirmed, through the operation of this logic, as the truth of their position and a corresponding realignment of forces entrenched against them. The Bolsheviks would never master this contradiction. The difficulty of their task was certainly multiplied by the deadweight of Tsarist culture and technical backwardness, by long years of civil war fought amidst the ruins of imperialist war, by famine and disease, by a desperate reliance upon the personnel of the old regime, by the militarization of institutions and attitudes, by the defeat of the revolution in Europe and by the ever-present threat and the reality of imperialist intervention. But no revolution unfolds apart from circumstances of profound crisis. That Lenin's account of working-class unity, of proletarian popular community, is conveyed, and the context of his reference to individual dictatorship is consequently established, through a series of references to class consciousness carries with it a significant ambiguity. Depending upon whether the pivot of his account is identified with class consciousness as it functions at one or another stage of the argument, his account of consciousness, and consequently of the proletarian popular community essential to his account of the dictatorship of the proletariat, may be construed in two very different ways. If the ideal class consciousness of the first stage, a perspicuous grasp of the direction, stakes, and current circumstances of the class struggle and of the duties incumbent upon the working class in these circumstances, is taken as the standard by which consciousness is to be measured, then the conscious vanguard is called upon, at a second stage, to grapple with the impediments that hold fellow workers back from action in accordance with that ideal. The storminess of the public meeting democracy through which the workers are to be unified around the ideal is to be accounted for by the force of these impediments. If, however, what is pivotal in class consciousness is its reflexive implication in a practical process of struggle, investigation, debate and re-assessment, here the process of arguing about the conditions of work, then the worker's distance from the initial ideal consciousness does not necessarily constitute a drawback or limitation but may bear the seeds of a concretist or even a rectified consciousness, and the stormy meetings bear witness to the intensity of commitment amidst the diversity of situations and circumstances that constitutes the proletarian popular community. Something like this distinction was seen at work in Chapter 6 in Lenin's critique of the divisionists in the debate over the RSDLP agrarian program during the revolution of 1905-7, where the young Stalin and other divisionists diagnosed, correctly in Lenin's view, a desire to divide the land into individual parcels beneath the socialist idiom of the peasants' ideology. Lenin discerned the possibility, by taking the peasants at their word, however illusory, of intervening to help the peasants consciously draw the implications of the struggle over the land for the political struggle over the state, for a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. The logic of the divisionist position yields an account of revolutionary transition in which the goal of the process, conceived independently of the self-consciousness of the agents, remains the standard by which the process is assessed. The self-understanding of the agents makes no significant difference to the unfolding and the general result of the process. While the peasants may well emancipate themselves according to the standard, they are not capable of redefining the criteria of their emancipation. By this logic, the revolutionary process is a kind of materialization of the ideal class consciousness prescribed by initial Marxist analysis. On Lenin's analysis, however, the self-understanding of the peasants, despite or perhaps even because of its illusory character, could sustain or maybe even suggest a redefinition of the aims and possibilities of the revolutionary process. The process of revolution is open to redefinition in accordance with the reflexive implication of class consciousness in the process of struggle. Similarly, the very lack of partisanship of the spontaneous working class movement, its mass rather than its class consciousness, is what gave rise, on Lenin's account, to the Soviets in the First Russian Revolution and gave expression to their openness and their hegemonic possibilities, leading him to broaden and rethink his own analysis of hegemony. Extending the logic of an ideal class consciousness, the transition to socialism might be conceived as the historical realization of a vision, a plan, or blueprint consciously formulated by a vanguard. Understood as a vision in which the diverse and possibly conflicting concerns of different sections of the working people, whether productivity or transcending alienated labor, investment or leisure, individuality or decommodification, community or preservation of the natural environment, health, education, social justice, peace, and so on, are finally reconciled without contradiction or residue in a harmonious social order. Socialism figures as a utopian goal distant from the immediate reality of the class struggle. In this context, characterizing the vanguard as representing the working masses means that it plans and sets priorities, it makes the hard decisions for them, it acts politically on their behalf. If, however, Lenin's stormy meetings and the Soviets figure among the political forms Marx thought necessary to work out the economical emancipation of labor 63, and it is in the spirit of Marx's insight to add that the working out would always have to be resumed and revised in light of altered needs, capacities and circumstances, then class consciousness can only be identified through its reflexive implication in the practice of working out. The function of a vanguard, understood in this context, might be characterized as generating concrete analyses of concrete situations and, armed analytically and with the political arts of audacity, humility, organization, persuasion, negotiation, and compromise, orchestrating the diverse currents of the working class and the various strata of the people in the political process of working out. A claim to bear socialist consciousness, unless it is identified with the visionary consciousness of a utopian goal, need not imply a claim to clairvoyance. The consciousness of a vanguard does not signify an impossible freedom from error. But the commitment, by learning the lessons of practice and by developing the political skill of listening to the needs, suggestions, criticisms, and resistance of the masses, to correct errors and to adjust analyses to changing realities. In this context, the notion of a vanguard does not designate a particular institution or set of individuals but, fundamentally, certain political functions in the movement of the class. In this sense, any member of the masses could join the vanguard simply by performing vanguard functions, without thereby eroding the distinction between vanguard and class. Socialist consciousness is to be understood correspondingly not as a set of propositions that could be claimed as the property or the brand of a certain group, but more basically as a capacity to reconfigure the socialist project to the changing circumstances of the class struggle. It develops through the interaction of vanguard and masses. Here, if the vanguard may be said to represent the working people, it is not only by standing for them but also by working with them, it is as a deputy rather than a sovereign. This understanding of class consciousness suggests, if it does not quite imply, that socialism is to be conceived not as an ideal form against which attempts to transcend capitalist society are to be measured but as marked by the inevitable unevenness of the transition and as engaging a diversity of partial perspectives and necessarily assuming a variety of forms. Lenin makes this conception explicit in Left-Wing Childishness of May 1918. Chiding Bukharin and the left communists for their theoretical failure to move beyond the abstract contrast of capitalism and socialism to an analysis of the concrete forms and stages of the transition that is taking place in our country, he asserts that the new society emergent after prolonged birth pangs from the womb of capitalism is an abstraction which can come into being only by passing through a series of varied, imperfect concrete attempts to create this or that socialist state. 64 Again, in the development of nature as well as in the development of society there would always be some discrepancy such as that between the political strength of the Bolsheviks and the economic weakness of Soviet Russia. The logic of change implies that only by a series of attempts, each of which, taken by itself, will be one-sided and will suffer from certain inconsistencies, will complete socialism be created by the revolutionary cooperation of the proletarians of all countries. 65 By attending to the internal complexity of the concept of class consciousness and its complex and contradictory function in Lenin's approach to the transition to socialism, it becomes possible to construe his political theory and practice in terms either of the urgent certainties of a dogmatic and incipiently authoritarian consciousness or of the conscious play of its more open-ended, dialectical, and potentially democratic threads. While the latter provides the more accurate and encompassing reading, it would be too simple to equate it with an authentic Leninism and counterpose it to the former, portrayed as a product of later Stalinist reification. The fact that both aspects of Lenin's approach, the theoretically informed concrete analysis of the concrete conditions and the political dialectic of struggle and debate, whereby analysis is adjusted from one conjuncture to the next, are subsumed under the umbrella term consciousness can serve to mask and thus to facilitate a kind of conceptual slippage from one to the other. This usage would come to function as a kind of epistemological obstacle to a clear recognition of the process whereby the ties knitting together the proletarian popular community come undone and, by closeting the consciousness of the would-be vanguard from the logic and circumstances of the struggle in which it is necessarily engaged, play into that process. The lack of a guarantee of political rights more absolute than the political intelligence and maturity of the working people and their leaders might seem, in light of the unfortunate history of democratic rights in the Soviet Union, a profound lacuna in Lenin's political thought. It is far from obvious, however, that a rhetorical guarantee lacking theoretical coherence and practical purchase would be preferable. This sort of criticism begins with a retreat from the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, that is, from the openness and the uncertainty inherent in the practice of politics, certainly in the practice of revolutionary politics. The truths that pertain to this domain, Lenin always insisted, are not absolute but relative. His occasional recourse in later years to the Napoleonic dictum on s engage et pousse en voit, first engage in a serious battle and then see what happens 66, may suggest that the understanding of absolute truth that emerged from his wartime reading of Hegel's Science of Logic confirms this implication of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. What we can know absolutely is the finitude of our insertion in an infinite process. No one, neither Bonapartist nor revolutionary, can know everything that is, or is not, germane to action, in particular how others will react to one's own act. In the light of this truth we can appreciate the essential role Lenin accorded the revolutionary courage of the proletariat, not only the physical courage to risk life and limb in the uncertainties of a revolutionary leap, but also the moral courage to act, and to assume the responsibility of ruling, on merely relative truths. Chapter 10. A Modern Prince to Discourses of Resistance and Back. Unnoticed, the narrative has altered, but though the cities thus indecipherably orchestrated by the evil empire, down to the very molecules in my brain as I think I'm thinking, can I escape mourning happiness, or not savor our fabled texture of foreign and native poverties? A boy tied into greengrocer's apron, unplaceable accent, brings out my coffee. But, no, it says here the old country's developing due to its mountainous debt to the first world, that's Broadway, my cafe, and my table, so how can I today warm myself at the sad heartening narrative of immigration? Unnoticed, the narrative has altered, the displaced of capital have come to the capital. And Winters 1. Seen from the outside, establishment appears obvious, you get yourself hired and you organize. But here, this insertion into the working class dissolves into a multitude of little individual situations where I don't manage to find a firm handle. These very words, the working class, no longer have the same immediate meaning in my eyes as they did in the past. It is not that I have come to doubt they cover a profound reality, but the variegation and the mobility of this population of the unskilled in the midst of which I find myself thrown has shaken me, submerged me. Here, each one is a case. Each one has a story. Each one ponders his tactic and gropes around in his own fashion looking for a way out. Robert Linhart 2. The post-Marxist project of detaching the Gramscian concept of hegemony from its Leninist moorings is parasitical upon uncritical acceptance of the conventional caricature of Lenin. Once Lenin's politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony is explicated and the caricature thereby unveiled as such, it becomes possible to diagnose post-Marxist hegemony as a disavowal in theoretical form of the burdens and responsibilities of leadership in the class struggle and, consequently, as a form of subaltern celebration of mere resistance consistent with the continuing domination of capital. Amplified by the fall of the Soviet Union and the Chinese turn to capitalism, similar efforts to purge Lenin from the self-definition of the left have had the effect of purging the kinds of questions raised by Lenin and in Leninist experience from the leftist imagination. Absent some appreciation of the logic of the struggle for hegemony, issues of radical or revolutionary agency are typically posed unproductively in terms of an abstract opposition between direct action and vanguard representation. Lenin's vanguard and his politics generally are construed as seeking to represent, in the sense of acting on behalf of as opposed to acting together with, and of thereby disempowering and distorting, proletarian and popular agency. The traditional terms of bourgeois political debate are left undisturbed, mere resistance is conflated with popular hegemony, and the status of the exploited as subaltern is reproduced. The same logic plays itself out even in quarters where an orientation to the struggles of working people and to the horizon of a society beyond class divisions has a much firmer grounding than in post-Marxism, for example in one of the most comprehensive and reflective engagements with recent transformations of capitalism and the class struggle, the Empire trilogy of Michael Hart and Antonio Negri. I will argue that a preoccupation with getting beyond Leninism renders Hart and Negri, in this respect at least representative of the mainstream of left-wing opinion, unable to draw upon or engage productively with the history of proletarian and popular struggles of the past century, and that this fixation functions as a kind of distorting lens on their effort to portray the current shape of class and popular struggles. I go on to suggest, with reference to Gramsci's resurrection of Machiavelli's Prince in the light of Lenin's vanguard, that these kinds of difficulty may be addressed, and perhaps partially redressed, by raising Leninist questions, the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony forged in Lenin's experience of the class struggle, by enabling political actors to grasp the spontaneous and the conscious aspects of revolutionary agency in relative terms, and thereby making it possible to grasp their interpenetration, may assist leaders in contemporary movements of resistance in concretely analyzing their concrete circumstances and in grounding and orienting themselves even amidst conjunctures of disorientation, prostration, and merely fragmented resistance, analogous to the Italy that Machiavelli hoped to unify. Seeking to chart a third way between capitalism and statist communism, Hart and Negri delineate the transmutation of social productive power under the auspices of empire and, immanent within it, the emergence of a process of the multitude learning the art of self-rule and inventing lasting democratic forms of social organization. Point 3. The inaugural volume, Empire, released in the aftermath of the triumphant debut of the anti-globalization movement at the Seattle WTO meetings in 1999, seemed to want to announce autonomist Marxism, if not as the new spirit of the age, at least as the new spirit of anti-capitalist resistance. Together with its successor volumes, it has become a key point of reference in discussions of globalization, postmodernity, political agency, and the state. The debate it has triggered reflects a profound yearning for theoretical synthesis. If it is to yield more than mere yearning, however, a work of synthetic ambition must, like Marx's Capital or Lenin's Oeuvre, impose, through the rigor of its logic and its theoretical command of the most outstanding issues of the time, a transformation in the terms in which the constituent issues are debated. The Hart-Negri trilogy, while well designed to amplify the echoes of contemporary debates, is vitiated by pervasive ambiguity in a set of categories forged with a view as much to marking a distance from Leninist vanguardism as to rendering comprehensible the movement and logic of contemporary social relations. Hart and Negri begin their exposition with the transformation in the shape and organization of social and political power attendant upon the process of globalization of capitalism. While this process signifies a decline of the sovereign nation-state, it does not, they claim, signify a decline in sovereignty as such, but rather that sovereignty has taken a new form, composed of a series of national and supranational organisms united under a single logic of rule. Point 4. The claim is to be construed broadly as designating a new inscription of authority and a new design of the production of norms and legal instruments of coercion that guarantee contracts and resolve conflicts. Point 5. Thus understood, the transformation in the form of sovereignty draws its impetus from the activity of the ruled every bit as much as from the rulers. The new form of sovereignty, in this encompassing sense, is what the authors mean by empire. Capitalist imperialism, which presupposed the form of the sovereign nation-state, is transformed through the logic of capitalist globalization into empire. Empire erodes not only the boundaries between nation-states but also those between production and reproduction, culture and industry, and so on. The logic of rule under empire is distinguished from imperialism in being deterritorialist, decentered, immanent and all-encompassing. Rule is no longer exercised primarily through the establishment of control over clearly demarcated territories. It is not that borders have disappeared, but those that remain are both less rigid. They shift constantly in response to the varied functional requirements of capital, and more permeable to capital and labor, ideas and images. Deterritorialization blurs the distinction between the deployment of force in home and foreign policy, as the latter increasingly takes the form of police actions, while in the former the rule of law is shaped by multiplying exceptions, wars on crime, drugs, etc. And renders defunct the logic whereby contention between imperialist powers leads to war. It is not that the number of imperialist powers has been reduced to one, since capital and the state are no longer anchored to a particular territory, What distinguishes empire is rather the absence of a sovereign center from which decisions can be imposed upon peripheral territories. Capitalism still develops unevenly, but its unevenness has itself become more uneven, distributing inequalities and obstacles along a multiplicity of fractured lines. If the United States is nonetheless indispensable to the logic of empire, this is so not in virtue of its imperialist might but inasmuch as it establishes a kind of constitutional template for the expansive tendency of republican liberty. The point may be understood through a distinction the authors repeatedly invoke between a modernist and European, Hobbesian or Rousseauian, conception of power in which sovereignty is portrayed, appropriately in the case of the nation-state, as an entity that transcends the imminent movements of labor and capital, and the new political science of the Federalist Papers, which proposed that the order of the multitude must be born not from a transfer of the title of power and right, but from an arrangement internal to the multitude, from a democratic interaction of powers linked together in networks. 6 In a move that might have surprised Madison, Hamilton, and Jay, the Republican separation of powers is thus made to anticipate the openness and hence expansiveness of postmodern networking arrangements, a protean but axiomatic system of social control immanent in the productive life of society. At once liberating and pervasively dominating. 7 The opposition between the immanent and the transcendent that organizes this argument runs together a political science distinction between constituent power and constituted power, that is, the multitude and the state apparatus alienated from it, a cultural distinction between the postmodern and the modern, and an ontological distinction between doing and being, creative subjectivity and ossified objectivity. It is never quite clear whether, or to what extent, the mutation in the form of social power has to do with a reorganization of state power or with its dissolution into the flux of social activity. The agential form of resistance appropriate to the age of empire is drawn out in the second volume, Multitude. Appearing at a conjuncture reshaped by September 11 and by the beginnings of the imperial response, in order to reconcile the appearance of Pax Imperii with the realities of perpetual war, it re-emphasizes persisting unevenness and fractures in the empire. Hart and Negri multiply metaphors, swarm, network, guerrilla warfare, to convey the mobility, the multidimensional diversity and the decent redness of the emergent agency of resistance, the multitude. These characteristics, they claim, distinguish the logic of contemporary resistance to empire from the centralizing and homogenizing logic of the working class, the people, even the masses, correlates all of one or another form of hierarchical rule. However, their professed need to extract the guerrilla aspect of resistance from its historical and strategic insertion into the context of one or another people's army calls into question their characterization of the latter form of organization as inherently reductive and homogenizing. 8 Indeed, if, as they insist, resistance is to be understood as the force that most fundamentally drives capital forward, this extraction inevitably poses a question as to whether or not this kind of liberation of the forces of resistance simply reduces resistance to the mere obverse side of the perpetual wars of empire. If Hart and Negri have a response to this kind of question, it is to be sought in the final volume, Commonwealth, which, by spelling out the notion of the commons, the social space that is the medium through which the multitude constitutes itself as agency beyond empire, proposes an ethics of democratic political action, a kind of becoming prince of the multitude. 9 The common is a term of protean significance in the author's rhetorical and argumentative strategy. It is said, first, to cut across the opposition between private and public that shaped the debates of the 20th century. The common thus represents a gesture toward a third way beyond the sterile opposition between capitalism and statist communism. Second, it extends the traditional sense of the commons as land accessible to all, not only to the air, the water, indeed the common bounty of the natural world, but to the socially constituted storehouse of common linguistic, cognitive, affective, and gestural resources. It thus serves, third, through a largely implicit invocation of Marx's notion of the social individual or species being, the notion that the terms in which humans individuate themselves are only constituted in and through their social relations, as the context for the emergence of a multitude of singularities, equal, hence horizontal, open, self-determining, in constant movement, mixture, and metamorphosis. To characterize the type of activity implicit in this context as the imminent form of emergence of a real communism, the authors have recourse to the notion of biopolitical production, here understood with reference to the hegemony of immaterial production in the processes of capitalist valorization, to the feminization of work in the sense not only of women's increased participation in the wage labor market but also of increased flexibility of the working day and breakdown of the distinction between productive and reproductive, cognitive and affective labor, and to the emergence of new patterns of migration and processes of social and racial mixture. Point 10. The Foucauldian concept of biopower is mobilized to express the immanent and capillary, rather than transcendent and sovereign, workings of contemporary power and to suggest a semblance of material unity and hence political efficacy in the notion of immaterial labor. Conceived thus in terms of biopolitical production, finally, the common provides a rhetorical conduit between the immaterial labor of postmodern network society and the pre-modern, transfigured, in this postmodern context, and by contrast with fundamentalist anti-modernism, into altermodern, labor associated with the traditional common. By conceiving the common as emergent in and through biopolitical production, the authors are able to pose the transition to a classless society not only in the quantitative terms of the level of development of the productive forces but qualitatively, in terms of the social forms and forces immanent in the most advanced phase of capitalist production. In so doing, they revive an important, though little discussed of late, theme in Marx's account of modern industry in Capital. Point 11. Alas, in contrast to the analytical clarity of Marx's presentation, Hart and Negri's argument relies upon illusion and equivocation. The transition is conceived as a kind of exodus from the domination of capital, conditioned by the autonomy of the biopolitical labor of the common, where industrial capitalism was characterized by the absorption and subordination of knowledge to a centralist system of command. Biopolitical production is constituted in part by the productive force of a mass intellectuality whose productivity exceeds its utilization by capital and escapes, at least tendentially, its system of control. Biopolitical production is an orchestra keeping the beat without a conductor, and it would fall silent if anyone were to step onto the podium. Point 12. This account presents an unexpected homology with the Koskian trope of capital as increasingly vestigial to production and thus shucked off as naturally and as easily as a snake sheds its old skin. While it may resonate with the atmosphere of the in-house think tanks at an Apple or a Google, this account is a tragic mockery of the organization of production experienced by call center workers. This point, the difficulty of conceiving a political convergence based upon the common situation of biopolitical or immaterial labor, suggests a more basic problem, that the concept of biopolitical production itself, so far from constituting the anatomy of contemporary capitalism, is simply a muddled expedient. At all essential points in the argument, Hart and Negri explicate biopolitical production and its cognates by way of contrast with modern industrial production. The merely instrumental character of industrial labor serves to point up the inherently social and affective character of immaterial labor. Where the asocial character of industrial labor saps the roots of cooperative self-activity, underwriting the assumption of hegemony, the usurpation of political agency, by a would-be representative institution, the biopolitical production of the common renders possible, indeed instantiates, forms of action at once economic and political, in which the horizontal diversity of the singularities constituting the multitude renders hierarchy, and with it representation, superfluous. The openness and hence the claim to universality of the common demands that it be constituted not through any specific forms of activity but through any activity that is social in the egalitarian sense of not purporting to act for another, standing in opposition to industrial labor only insofar as the latter is utilized to sustain the pretensions of a would-be vanguard. Shifting promiscuously between several different senses in which labor might be said to be social, or not, this line of thought is little more than an attempt to endow with the weight of sociological analysis what is really a moral argument on behalf of direct action against political representation. In some respects, it recalls Jürgen Habermas's distinction between instrumental and communicative action. 13. It has some affinities with the Bakuninist Dismissal of the industrial proletariat as bourgeoisified and the resulting anarchist chase after non-industrial agents of revolutionary change. But the real issue is not the industrial working class. Hart and Negri are careful to note that, in the broader context of biopolitical production, industrial workers, too, are capable of cooperative self-activity. The real issue is the political instrumentalization of the industrial working class by a self-appointed, canonically Leninist, vanguard. The meaning and hence the coherence of categories as central to the argument as biopolitical production and immaterial labor would seem to rest less upon their capacity to clarify the movement of contemporary social forces than upon their utility in establishing a reassuring distance from, what is really a Cold War caricature of, the historical experience of Leninist vanguards. Judged by the standard of the author's professed aim of establishing an ethic of democratic political action immanently in the analysis of the present moment, political agency is construed narrowly in terms of an opposition between direct action and representation. One might still have expected, in a work devoted to the political ethics of democratic agency, some account of leadership in terms of acting together with rather than as acting on behalf of. Yet despite a preface entitled Becoming Prince of the Multitude, the authors have literally nothing to say about leadership, leaving us perhaps with nothing more than an apotheosis, concluding the initial volume, of Saint Francis of Assisi, exemplifying in love, simplicity, and also innocence the joy of being communist. 14. It would seem that Hart and Negri are unable to get beyond an obsession with getting beyond Leninism. In this they arguably represent a trend of thought that is widely influential, if not hegemonic, in contemporary movements of resistance. The Modern Prince and the Discourses. The lessons of realpolitik that may be found in the pages of Machiavelli's Prince were already available, through experience, breeding and social connections, to those already in the know, to the ruling classes. And so, Gramsci reasons, the very act of writing down what is to be done without being said reveals Machiavelli's partisanship for the people. For those who are not in the know. 15. The Prince is no dry scientific treatise whose results are offered indifferently to reactionary and democrat alike. Through the dramatic movement of the work, Machiavelli merges dialectically with the people, whose consciousness and whose expression he becomes and feels himself to be, with those persuaded by the force and logic of his call for a prince who would found a unified Italian state. The figure of the prince is the symbol that crystallizes a concrete fantasy, which acts on a dispersed and shattered people to arouse and organize its collective will. In his culminating invocation of a prince who really exists, the rigorous logic and scientific detachment of his power political analyses assume the status of auto-reflection on the part of the people, an inner reasoning worked out in the popular consciousness, whose conclusion is a cry of passionate urgency. The passion, from discussion of itself, becomes once again emotion, fever, fanatical desire for action. 16. With this kind of dialectical movement in view, Gramsci would try to extend Lenin's notion of the vanguard party of the proletariat into the vision of a modern prince. In the modern world, Gramsci argues, an individual could not incarnate the function of the Machiavellian prince. The kind of improvisation a mere individual is capable of executing is consistent only with the defensive, conservative work of restoring or reorganizing an already existing, albeit decayed, political consensus. A modern prince must, by contrast, be capable of undertaking a political project with a long-term and organic character, such as the establishment of new states or new national and social structures, a project for which a new collective will must be created from scratch, to be directed towards goals which are concrete and rational. This kind of project could only be undertaken by an organism, a complex element of society in which a collective will, which has already been recognized and has to some extent asserted itself in action, begins to take concrete form. This organism is the political party, the first cell, in which there come together germs of a collective will tending to become universal and total. 17. The prince was concerned not with the princely administration of an established regime, but with the construction of new political foundations, the creation of a new regime, and for this, Machiavelli was categorical, the concentrated will of a single political actor was a necessity. Machiavelli's insistence on this point suggests a difficulty with the Gramscian analogy, for the modern prince is, of course, a collective actor. The issue may be illuminated by recourse to Machiavelli's other great work of political analysis, Discourses on the First Decade of Titus Livius. The issue around which the discourses are organized concerns the durability and expansiveness of a political power once established, best ensured, Machiavelli argued, by republican forms where responsibility for ruling is decided in a public space of political struggle open to a plurality of actors. Not only could the popular tumults that surround political strife secure the people a share in administration and sustain political liberties, they enhance the civic virtue of the citizenry and hence the force and expansiveness of the republic. 18 What is more, the diversity of its citizenry enables a republic to adapt to changes in political circumstance better than a prince could do. 19 If, however, a new regime can only be founded by a single will, by a prince, the problem necessarily arises of how the transition from prince to a republic is to be understood. The problem may be addressed by treating the distinction between the prince and the citizen of a republic as a distinction most basically between two aspects of political agency, action upon political foundations and action in pursuit of political aims within foundational parameters, upon which the distinction between different types of political actor depends. The possibility of acting outside the established conventions and prevailing assumptions of the political process, and hence, a fortiori, the possibility of calling them into question, may be available to any political actor, but it is constitutive of the political project of the Machiavellian prince. In order to enact its political project coherently, however, the prince must be able to communicate with some measure of confidence and to assign clear significance to the response to its attempts at enactment. It must, therefore, be conscious of acting in a practical intersubjectivity, a community, and act so as to become recognized as ruler, just as those who paint landscapes place themselves in a low position on the plain in order to consider the nature of the mountains and the high places and place themselves high atop mountains in order to study the plains. In like manner, to know well the nature of the people one must be a prince, and to know well the nature of princes one must be of the people. 20 To the extent that the project of the Machiavellian prince is launched in the context either of an absence of political community or of a political community organized around recognition of another actor as ruler, it consists in the reconstitution of a community, but the newly reconstituted community could no longer be governed in accordance with traditional, unreflective authority. The new prince does not act alone, but may be the one actor in the emergent community who has assumed responsibility for having overturned, and, therefore, for having questioned, the traditional, or at least the given, arrangement of authority. In so doing, however, it reveals the horizon of a political world in which questioning authority is conceivable and a politics incorporating such questioning is, in this sense, a possibility for others. A world with a potential plurality of Machiavellian political actors, an enduring arena for such a plurality could only be a republic. 21 The distinction between prince and citizen, principality and republic, is, at least in this sense, fluid. As a modern prince lays out the scaffolding for the construction of a new classless social order, it begins to give shape to a public arena of political struggle, that is, it establishes the political forms under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. 22 Within which parameters the policies, practices, and institutions of the new order may effectively be contested, reorganized, extended or even reversed. This process of working out would always have to be resumed and revised in light of changing circumstances, needs and capacities, and in the process the parameters of the arena of political struggle are themselves subject to change. Such a process is the more necessary inasmuch as the project of a modern prince is not simply the materialization of new values but also the practice of weaving together the threads of a new community informed by a plurality of interests, needs and aspirations and thus open to a variety of patterns, priorities, and combinations. The point holds a fortiori in that the scope of the project embraces a transformation not just in the political but also in the social order and in the relation between politics and society. On the Machiavellian hypothesis that the expansiveness and durability of proletarian rule requires republican, that is, constitutional, forms of rule, the ability of the proletarian power to clothe itself in effective constitutional forms will depend in turn upon the strength and vitality, in Machiavellian terms, the civic virtue, of the proletarian popular community. Civic virtue, political community, is not a given but waxes or wanes with the course of the struggle between revolution and counter-revolution. Working out the forms of a socialist republic is thus subject to the complex, uneven, and contradictory logic of the struggle for hegemony. What really confirms the hegemony of the modern prince is not the emergence of a consensus beyond dispute but the transmutation of the role of adversary of the new order into that of an opposition unable to challenge the parameters of public policy and public debate without spontaneously respecting the foundations of the new order. The prince will then have become one citizen among many in a socialist republic. Prince and people. The fragmentation, disorientation, and prostration of Renaissance Italy before Machiavelli's invocation of the concrete fantasy of a liberator prince might recall, in some quarters, the circumstances of progressive forces under the current reign of finance capital. It is worth remembering, however, that Machiavelli did not find a prince to answer his call, and nothing is less likely than that our prince will come. In any case, the posture of expressing one's political agency through the symbolization of a concrete fantasy fits more comfortably with the Menshevik sense of agency as self-activity and with the unilinear logic of Marxist orthodoxy, or, for that matter, with the Whig view of history, than with the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Nor could an alternative course of action consist, on the Leninist logic of hegemony, simply of arrogating the title of prince to oneself, for a prince can only be prince when recognized by the people. The work of political leadership consists, in a sense, in building and defending a community of the people capable of bestowing such recognition. The construction of such a community is not undertaken from one perspective alone. Paradoxical as it may seem in light of the conventional caricature, Lenin's politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony yields insights useful for thinking about the constitution of a proletarian popular community through the struggles of an irreducible plurality of political actors. Consider once again Lenin's discussion of the appropriate stances of revolutionary Marxists in relation to the right of nations to self-determination. He insisted, in his critique of imperialist economism, that proletarian internationalism called for quite different courses of action from revolutionaries in oppressed nations and from those in oppressor nations. With the aid of a strategic geographical analogy, concerted action against the Tsar's army at Moscow requires revolutionary forces to move east from Smolensk but west from Nizhny Novgorod. He argued that the former must place a critique of nationalist illusions in the forefront of their struggle, while the latter accord priority to the right of the oppressed nation to self-determination. His point, of course, was that different, even contradictory, orientations and movements from differently situated actors need not subvert but may be necessary to reach a common goal. Taken literally, the geographical analogy might suggest that the aim of the international revolutionaries is, like Moscow, a fixed point, a given. One might then assume that the forces in Smolensk and Nizhny Novgorod were simply different contingents of the same army acting under a unified command in accord with a preconceived plan. But then the analogy breaks down. When Lenin made this argument he was at the head of no revolutionary army. Indeed, there was no headquarters from which to issue directions. The Socialist International had collapsed with the collusion of most of its constituent parties in the war efforts of their respective governments. His aim was to knit together the threads of solidarity of the international proletariat that had been shredded in this betrayal. The reconstruction of international solidarity supposed certain objective bases to exist and would have to be worked out under more or less severe objective constraints, but it called upon the agency of workers of different nations to establish trust in one another, demonstrating to one another their feeling for the fears and aspirations, their understanding of the limitations and opportunities implicit in the circumstances of the other, in short, their mutual trustworthiness. If the substance of Lenin's argument is kept in mind, The aim that the variously situated actors seek to accomplish, although it can be located in a general way, is not fixed, not a given but constituted, at least in part, in and through the relations the actors establish with one another and among others they hope to influence. Their aim, that is to say, is in part to establish their community. 23 Differently situated amidst the spontaneous unfolding of the class struggle, Marxist political actors, conscious of the irreconcilable antagonism of classes, may thus have to orient themselves, to act, and to organize independently, indeed, along contradictory lines, concerting their varied approaches only in the course of practice rather than according to a prearranged design, in order to knit together the threads of proletarian popular community. As Lenin observed in a related context, capitalism is not so harmoniously built that the various sources of rebellion can immediately merge of their own accord. He went on to suggest that such contradictory complexity, the variegated and discordant, motley, and outwardly fragmented character of mass struggles, is not a bug but an essential feature of the process of socialist revolution and the constitution of revolutionary communities in struggle. The very fact that revolts do break out at different times, in different places, and are of different kinds, guarantees wide scope and depth to the general movement. 24 There is every reason to suppose that amidst the unevenness, complexities, and contradictions of the logic of the struggle for hegemony, orientations analogous to those set to work by Lenin to forge the international solidarity of the workers can be taken on by contemporary Marxists in order to situate themselves in the class struggle and to fortify other dimensions of proletarian and popular community. 25 The material circumstances in which working people find themselves are inevitably diverse and their experience and interests multifaceted. These features are bound to express themselves in a proletarian popular community. Any community presumes a capacity for solidarity, but such a community is not founded on some mutually agreed vision in which diverse priorities are harmoniously reconciled. It assumes the existence of determinate material forces of production and it grows, or fails to grow, through the transformation, or reproduction, of the existing social relations of production, a process of class struggle refracted through the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Actions to accomplish particular aims will also have implications for the transformation and reproduction of the relations of production subtending potentially emergent proletarian popular communities as well as upon the strength and breadth of solidarity that constitutes such communities. Action in pursuit of particular aims which does not take into account its implications for the transformation of the material basis of the proletarian popular community, or concerting one's actions with the efforts of others with a view toward a particular aim but not toward organizing and managing the cognate effects of those efforts upon the relations of production, might be characterized as being undertaken spontaneously or unconsciously. But the transformation of relations of production is not something separate and apart from actions undertaken in pursuit of particular aims. Conversely, then, action undertaken with a view to introducing determinate transformations in the relations of production without taking into account the effect of the actions on others' pursuit of particular aims or without concerting one's actions with the efforts of others, with a view only to their effects upon the relations of production but not upon particular aims pursued, might be characterized no less appropriately, if none the less differently, as unconscious or spontaneous. Lenin leveled the charge of spontaneism in what is to be done, not only against the economists' orientation to the spontaneous working class movement but also, it is worth noting in the present connection, against intellectuals who advocated individual acts of terror with a view to exciting the masses to revolutionary action. 26 Since the spontaneous process is uneven, contradictory, and multifaceted, if, as Lenin asserted, the spontaneous element represents in essence consciousness in an embryonic form. 27 Then consciousness may be expected to emerge from its embryonic forms at various points in the process and in a number of different shapes, perhaps not quite variegated and discordant, motley, and outwardly fragmented but without its unity being a given. Action in concert will always be marked by the unevenness of the process and will always be expressed in varying forms and combinations of cooperation and autonomy, organization and innovation, unity and division. Whether and when action in concert is appropriately characterized as the advent of a modern prince does not depend on a standard erected independently of the logic of the struggle for hegemony. Lenin made a related point at the Second Congress of the Communist International in addressing reservations about the leading role of the Communist Party expressed by representatives of the industrial workers of the world and the British shop stewards movement. IF Comrade Tanner says that he is opposed to parties, but at the same time is in favor of a minority that represents the best organized and most revolutionary workers showing the way to the entire proletariat. Then I say that there is really no difference between us. What is this organized minority? If this minority is really class conscious, if it is able to lead the masses, if it is able to reply to every question that appears on the order of the day, then it is a party in reality. Point 28. The most important thing is not the name or the forms in which hegemonic agency is exercised, but whether those forms, whatever they are, enable the class-conscious workers to undertake the functions of leadership in constant and real contact with the masses, whether they are in consequence really recognized by the masses as their leaders, whether they are really able to lead those masses. 29 Through the class struggle in constituting a community beyond class. Appendix 1. Karl Koski, The Revision of the Austrian Social Democratic Program 1. At the Brunn Party Conference in 1899, our Austrian comrades passed a resolution to undertake a revision of the program they adopted at Heinfeld in 1888. A commission, consisting of comrades Adler, Dasinski, Ellenbogen, Schumacher, and Steiner, was entrusted with this task. The result of their work was published at the end of August and put forward for criticism by party members. As Victor Adler informs us in the Vienna Worker Times of September 22, the wish of the Austrian comrades to revise the party program arose far less from a principled or practical than from a formal, one could almost say an aesthetic, need. The old Heinfeld program consists of a statement of principles and two resolutions, one of which deals with political rights and the other with labor protection legislation, in a fashion that, in some respects, no longer corresponds to contemporary views. The principles have not changed, but the fighting proletariat no doubt has a heightened sense of its power, and its confidence as to what it can wring from the present-day state has grown. On the other hand, other resolutions are to be added to these too. In Brunn in 1899 our fraternal party decided upon a nationalities program. In Graz a kind of agrarian program was adopted by the Congress of the German Party Organization. A municipal program is being worked out. In view of all these changes, the wish to refashion the demands of the program on some other points and to standardize them is understandable. We do not wish to talk about this side of the amended program here. But the committee also deemed it necessary to alter the statement of principles, although our principles have in no way changed, merely in order to prevent misinterpretations in one or another point or to remove a few blemishes for aesthetic reasons. One wonders whether this constitutes sufficient grounds to subject the statement of principles, which stands at the head of every socialist program, to a change. What distinguishes our program from all bourgeois programs is not the individual demands but the statement of principles. It contains the ultimate aim and the reasons that inspire our efforts. It has very important practical, and not merely decorative, functions to fulfill. It does not, as some latter-day socialists believe, have the same significance for us as does a holy icon for the peasant, who keeps it in his home and ritually makes the sign of the cross and lights his candle in front of it without ever giving it a thought in his practical activity. It has rather the great practical task of maintaining the unity of the proletarian movement. And this in two ways. The more the proletarian movement grows, the more does the division of labor develop in it. Various functions fall to persons who occupy themselves exclusively with them and for whom these means to an end turn only too easily into ends in themselves. The more the various aspects of the proletarian movement become independent, the more easily friction and contradiction arise between them, and this can very often sap the strength of the whole movement. This danger can be more easily overcome, the more alive are the ideas of all the participants about the ultimate aim, and everything in practical everyday work and detail work should contribute to this, and the more unified the conception of the ultimate aim. But this has to bring unity, not only between the different functions, but also between the successive phases, of the proletarian movement. Every fluctuation in social and political life redounds upon this movement, and the less solidly grounded in theory is its ultimate aim, the more dependent it becomes upon the conjuncture, public opinion, and the fashion of the day. Those who most proudly parade their independence from all dogma and received opinion are the very ones who can be shoved around most recklessly by the currents of the time, ecstatic one day, suicidal the next, mocking the Marxists today from the anarchist standpoint as petty bourgeois, armchair revolutionaries, and denouncing the same Marxists tomorrow as Blanquists, since they aren't all wrapped up in a cooperative store. A solidly structured program with a clear final aim puts a strong rein on this kind of zigzag course. The politicians of fashion and opinion occasionally experience it as a fetter, moan about dogmatic fanaticism, and equate the theorems of the program with the articles of faith of the Catholic Church, but afterwards, when the fashion is past and the party, unwavering, has moved further along the road to its destination, they acquiesce in it. But if the preservation of the unity of the movement is viewed as one of the functions of the ultimate aim and of our program's statement of principles, then it already follows that patching up a statement of principles just for the sake of a few blemishes contradicts its purpose for no compelling reason. In my opinion, there are only two reasons that might lead a social democratic party to change the part of its program that deals with principles if it is well thought out and precisely drafted. One is a fundamental change in its structure that must also be given public expression. That is especially the case where two quarreling factions join forces. They won't set off without a new program, even though it may not differ fundamentally from the previous programs. Only a new program can show that this is a new organization, that one organization has not been swallowed up in the other, that there is neither a winner nor a loser. The Gotha and the Heinfeld programs owe their origin to such an occasion. But a program must also be changed when a fundamental change has taken place in the party's theoretical orientation. This is what brought about the Erfurt program. Marxist theory, to which it gave expression, may already have been fully developed in the 1870s, but it had not yet been assimilated into the thinking of the German Social Democrats. Long and arduous work was required before the unified Marxist conception superseded the old vulgar socialism. As soon as that occurred, the old program also became intolerable. Nobody would claim that either of these reasons for changing the program applies now. Even those who are most taken with Bernstein's revisionist movement do not claim that he has given our party a new theoretical basis, but only that he has supplied the necessary groundwork for it. Thus, even from the Bernsteinian standpoint, a reformulation of the program would be premature. But Adler himself explains that the new version of the program is no concession to the Bernsteinian standpoint. Rather, insofar as that is taken into account, this merely betokens an effort to preclude misunderstandings to which some clauses of the old program would have been exposed as a result of Bernstein's critical philosophy. Once one had definitely decided to change the statement of principles, this concern would certainly carry a lot of weight and should no doubt be taken into consideration in the formulation of individual clauses. It does not by itself, however, constitute sufficient grounds for such a change. Our program will always be exposed to misunderstandings simply because of its inevitable brevity. Even a theory elaborated in a massive book can never exhaust life. It will always emphasize only the essential points and must disregard the inessential and accidental. Life is always more diverse than theory, let alone the quintessence of theory as set down in a statement of principles. People who have not fully grasped our theory or who cannot distinguish the essential from the inessential will always be in a position to misunderstand our statement of principles, however we may express it. If we wanted to respond to every misunderstanding that turns up by changing the program, we could subject it to a revision every year. But each year new blemishes will be discovered. It isn't possible to draft a clause that appears entirely faultless to everyone. Very often the author himself soon finds a happier and more precise version. If this constitutes sufficient grounds for a revision, then we will never finish revising the program. The more we want to improve it, the more we threaten its principal beauty, its unity and harmony. As well thought out and unified a work of art as the Heinfeld program will most likely suffer damage in this respect through a revision. I may, incidentally, praise this program so highly without being guilty of self-importance because it is not true, contrary to what Hertz says in the Socialist Monthly, that the Heinfeld program was written by Adler and me. Adler drafted it by himself and just obtained my opinion for the final edition. I had nothing to do with it, except for some small remarks where I was pleased with it. Sufficient grounds for changing the statement of principles have not therefore been produced. This change was, in any case, a difficult and thankless business. Let us see what has come of it. First, so that a comparison is possible, let us print the old program and the new one side by side. The Heinfeld program. The Social Democratic Workers' Party in Austria strives for the liberation of the whole people, without distinction of nationality, race, or sex, from the fetters of economic dependence, to do away with its political disenfranchisement, and to raise it out of spiritual atrophy. The reason for this shameful state of affairs is not to be sought in particular political arrangements but in the fact, dominating and conditioning the nature of the whole social order, that the means of labor are monopolized in the hands of the owners of private property. The owners of labor power, the working class, thereby become the slaves of the owners of the means of labor, the capitalist class, whose political and economic domination is expressed in the present-day state. Just as in politics private ownership of the means of production signifies the class state, in economics it signifies the increasing poverty of the masses and growing immiseration for ever broader strata of society. Through technical development, the colossal growth of productive powers not only proves this form of property superfluous, but also effectively eliminates. The new draft. Austrian social democracy strives for the liberation of the whole people, without distinction of nationality, race, or sex, from the fetters of economic dependence, political disenfranchisement, and spiritual atrophy. The reason for the present state of affairs does not lie in particular political arrangements, but in the fact, dominating and conditioning the nature of the whole social order, that the means of labor are monopolized in the hands of the owners of private property. The owners of labor power, the working class, thereby become increasingly dependent upon the owners of the means of labor, including the land, the class of large landowners and the capitalist class, whose political and economic domination is expressed in the present-day state. Technical progress, the increasing concentration of production and ownership and the unification of all economic power in the hands of capitalists and capitalist groups have the effect of dispossessing ever wider circles of previously independent small entrepreneurs and turning them into wage workers or employees directly or indirectly. Nay, tease it for the overwhelming majority of people while simultaneously securing the material and spiritual conditions necessary for the form of common property. The transfer of the means of labor into the social property of the whole people therefore signifies not only the liberation of the working class but also the culmination of a historically necessary development. The bearer of this development can only be the class-conscious proletariat organized as a political party. That is why the real program of the Social Democratic Workers' Party in Austria is to organize the proletariat politically, to imbue it with the consciousness of its position and its mission and to render it and keep it spiritually and materially fit for action. All appropriate means that accord with the people's natural sense of justice will be employed to this end. The party will, incidentally, have to adjust its normal tactics to the circumstances, especially to the behavior of the enemy. Dependent upon capitalists and of transforming the small peasants into debt slaves. The living conditions of ever broader strata of working people are in increasingly striking contrast to the rapidly rising productive power of their own labor and to the burgeoning wealth they have themselves created. Crises springing from the planlessness of the capitalist mode of production and bringing unemployment and misery in their wake, accelerate and intensify this development. But the more the development of capitalism swells the ranks of the proletariat, the more is the proletariat both able and obliged to take up the struggle against it. It becomes conscious that the supersession of private production makes private ownership increasingly superfluous and harmful, that both the spiritual and the material conditions necessary for new forms of cooperative production and common ownership have to be created, and that the transformation of the means of labor into the social property of the whole people must be the goal of the struggle for the liberation of the working class. The bearer of this necessary development can only be the proletariat itself, awakened to class consciousness and organized for class struggle. That is why the real program of Austrian social democracy is to organize the proletariat politically, to imbue it with the consciousness of its position and its mission, and to render it and keep it spiritually and materially fit for action. All appropriate means that accord with the people's natural sense of justice will be employed to this end. Austrian social democracy will always represent the class interest of the proletariat in all political and economic questions, and will energetically counteract every attempt to obscure and disguise class conflict or to exploit the workers for the benefit of the ruling parties. Austrian social democracy is an international party. It condemns the privileges of nations just as it does those of birth, sex, property, and ethnic origin, and declares that the struggle against exploitation must, like exploitation itself, be international. It condemns and struggles against all restrictions upon the free expression of opinion, as well as every form of spiritual paternalism by state or church. It strives for legal protection of the living conditions of the working class, and it struggles to gain due influence for the proletariat in all areas of public life. That the name of the party should have changed stands out immediately in the comparison. Social democracy is supposed to take the place of Social Democratic Workers' Party. Apparently, this has only been done for the sake of brevity. No one can claim that the proletarian character of social democracy in Austria has become less pronounced today than it was formerly. Apparently, it is also only in order to remove an awkward expression that one now speaks of an Austrian social democracy and no longer of a social democracy in Austria. But even this latter term is very distinctive. It attests to the fact that the social democracy of Austria regards this country as a geographical concept, the framework within which it is condemned to work, but does not feel, as perhaps the Germans, French, and English do, like the social democracy of a particular people. There is an Austrian state. Even this does not express it exactly, since there is only an Austro-Hungarian monarchy, but no Austrian people, only peoples in Austria. Hence there is no Austrian social democracy in Austria, only German, Czech, Polish, etc. Social democracies, which together form the social democracy of Austria. This peculiar situation is much better characterized if the statement of principles speaks of social democracy in Austria than if it speaks of Austrian social democracy. The next change is the following. After enumerating the fetters from which the people are to be liberated, the old program said, the reason for this shameful state of affairs is not to be sought in particular political institutions but in the private ownership of the means of production. The new draft, by comparison, speaks of the reason for the present state of affairs. This is a distinct weakening. Present state of affairs, how colorless. We struggle against this state of affairs because it is shameful, not because it is present. However, the expression, present state of affairs, is not merely weak, it is also incorrect. Only some present circumstances, those that are characterized as shameful in the old program, the oppression, exploitation, and atrophy of the worker, have their ultimate cause in the private ownership of the means of production, but not all present circumstances. That Wagnerian operas are better received today than Meyerbeerian, that more mountain climbers fall each year, that there are people who believe that there is no God and that men may be descended from apes, are present circumstances that one would not want to trace back to the private ownership of the means of production. The replacement of this shameful state of affairs by the present state of affairs is so completely inappropriate and thus so pointless that we could ascribe it to carelessness rather than to a particular intent. Let us go on to the next innovation. In the old program we find the phrase, the owners of labor power, the working class, thereby become the slaves of the owners of the means of labor, the capitalist class. In the new draft it says, the owners of labor power, the working class, thereby become increasingly dependent upon the owners of the means of labor, including the land, the class of large landowners and the capitalist class. Why this change? Unfortunately, since the new draft includes no indication of motive, one is obliged to guess the reasons for particular changes. Does the expression slaves appear too strong to the program committee? Since the wage laborer is obviously not legally a slave, whether one designates him as such depends entirely upon subjective opinion. The more passionately one feels, the greater the degree of freedom one demands, the more readily will one use the term wage slave to describe the worker. That word is decidedly more powerful and expresses the relationship of domination and exploitation more vividly than does the colorless word, dependent. While, in one respect, the new version weakens the statement, in another it strengthens it. The old program explains the fact of wage slavery by private property in the means of production, without discussing its tendency. The draft speaks of the increasing dependence of the worker. As the program committee set itself the task, above all, of precluding the misunderstandings spread by revisionist discussions of the so-called theory of immiseration, this innovation is all the more unfortunate. As we will see later, an attempt was made to rule out these misunderstandings by adding a whole new paragraph and deleting an old one. Yet here a back door is opened up for them. The clause concerning increasing dependence is correct or incorrect depending upon how it is interpreted. It is correct as a necessary tendency of the capitalist system that must strive incessantly to subjugate the worker more and more. The concentration of units of production and the centralization of ownership and, especially, of control over them in a few hands already work in this direction. So does the replacement of skilled by unskilled labor, of men by women, of human labor power by machines, of culturally highly advanced labor power by the labor power of culturally backward nations and regions. But anyone who has read and understood Marx also knows that this is only one side, albeit a necessary one, of the dialectical process that social development engenders. Pressure mounts, but along with it mounts the indignation of the burgeoning ranks of the proletarian masses who are schooled and organized by the very mechanism of the capitalist mode of production. Capital sets submissive woman in the man's place, but then woman, too, begins to enter into the struggle of the proletariat for emancipation. It puts Slavs and Italians in place of Germans, but now these, too, begin to go out on strike and organize themselves, etc. The outcome of the struggle is uncertain, if the sentence about the increasing dependence of the worker is thus understood, not as the characterization of a tendency, but as an acknowledgement of a conclusion to the social struggle, then it is incorrect. Here the dependence of the worker increases, there it diminishes, here a step is taken towards the constitutional factory and there, a new factory feudalism develops. But what in any case grows is the opposition between capital and labor, the contradiction between the capitalist tendency to reproduce dependency and the growing proletarian need for independence, a contradiction necessitated, as long as capitalist society exists, by the class struggle and the repressive tendency of the capitalist class, a contradiction that can come to an end only in transcending that society. The same thing holds for increasing dependence as for increasing misery, each is correct in the same sense and incorrect in the same sense. A characterization of each of these tendencies is called for in a socialist program because each of them constitutes a necessary factor in the social development of the capitalist mode of production. So if one is afraid that comment upon the increasing misery arising from capitalism could give rise to misunderstanding, then neither must one talk about increasing dependence. This clause introduces an inconsistency into the new version of the program. Its inclusion stands in contradiction to the next change we must discuss. To wit, the sentence stating that private ownership of the means of production signifies rising mass poverty and growing immiseration for ever broader strata of society has been deleted and a whole new paragraph added that portrays capitalist tendencies in far greater detail. The first part of this paragraph describes the expropriation of small entrepreneurs through the concentration of capital, a prospect with which the small peasants, whom capitalist development transforms into debt slaves, are confronted. The recent finding that, in the last decade, the supersession of small agricultural concerns by the big concerns has not proceeded in the same way as it formerly did, should surely be taken into account in this clause. It is now believed that debt slavery is found in place of the expropriation of small plots, so that the rape of the peasants by capital stands out as clear as day. But one has thereby exposed oneself to new misunderstandings. The impression is created that, among farmers, it is only the small peasants who get into debt. That is by no means the case. Mortgage indebtedness must occur in the capitalist mode of production, despite private land ownership, wherever the leasehold system does not prevail. Capitalist development strives to make ground rent independent, to counterpose the pure landowner to the farmer as a distinct individual. This appears most clearly in the form of the relation between landlord and tenant. It appears furtively in the form of the relation between mortgage holder and debtor. But, just like the tenant, so, too, can the debtor be a big capitalist entrepreneur. Debt can be a product of need and engender further need, but this is not inevitable. If agricultural indebtedness is not a phenomenon peculiar to small concerns, neither is it the only form in which their crisis manifests itself. One denies the expropriation of the small peasantry, and yet it is proceeding in the most tangible form before our very eyes, only in other ways than in industry. It is seldom any longer only the competition of big business, but the whole economic and political life of capitalism that expropriates the small peasantry. Taxes and army service, as well as interest on debt, contribute to this process. The expropriation of the small peasants does not manifest itself immediately in the expansion of the big operations, but in the flight of the former from the land and in the industrialization of the latter. For those who remain on the land, agriculture more and more often ceases being the mainstay of their income. It becomes a supplement to the household budget, which enters in alongside income from employment, either from wages, labor in the forests, railways, quarries, factories, etc., or from domestic industry. On the other side, agriculture becomes more and more the appendage of an industrial concern, a sugar factory, a distillery, etc. If one did not want to describe this highly complicated process, or if one found that it was not clear enough as it stood, then perhaps one would do best to say nothing at all about the peasantry. The reduction of the distress of the peasants to mere indebtedness is misleading, and that should happen least of all in a program that was supposed to replace the existing one because of the misunderstandings it permitted. But the clause that constitutes the point of the whole revision of the program, that ought to make any misunderstanding of the theory of immiseration impossible, permits even more serious misunderstandings. It reads, "The living conditions of ever broader strata of working people are in increasingly striking contrast to the rapidly rising productive power of their own labor and to the burgeoning wealth they have themselves created." This proposition is irreproachable as a scientific hypothesis. But it stands here, not as the conclusion of a learned treatise on the living conditions of the proletariat, but in a social democratic program in place of a clause that accused capitalism of producing growing mass poverty and increasing misery for broad strata of society. The latter clause made the struggle against mass poverty and the misery of the people the substance of the social democratic movement. In the new version, this substance appears to be the struggle for a quicker tempo in the improvement of the living conditions of the workforce. One can interpret the draft clause as meaning that the affluence of the workforce rises, but it does not rise quite as quickly as the rapidly rising productive power of labor. The affluence of the capitalists rises faster than that of the proletarians, who are peeved about that and so want to replace the capitalist mode of production with the socialist mode of production. There is no indication here that the slightest improvement in the living conditions of the proletariat must be wrested with difficulty from capital and is always threatened anew. Not a word about capital engendering among broad social strata, through its greed for profit, not only a tendency to immiseration, but an actual increase in poverty. If, here and there, capital raises wages or reduces labor time, then everywhere it strives to break up the worker's family, to push his wife into wage labor, to aggravate slum housing conditions. And the Austrian comrades themselves know best how great is the poverty of the foundering petty peasantry. In Galicia, for instance, or of the petty artisans, in Vienna itself, or of domestic industries such as those of northern Bohemia. Improvement is restricted primarily to union-organized and younger workers. Younger labor power is sought after and is best able to establish a reasonable position for itself. But capital wears its slaves out quickly. A 45-year-old worker already counts as an elderly man who has nothing to expect but increasing poverty. His earnings fall off since the old are the first to be shown the pavement whenever there is a shortage of work and the last to be taken on when business revives. Intervals of unemployment occur more and more often and become longer and longer until, finally, the old worker, broken in body and soul, sinks into the poorhouse or breaks down completely. In England, that much praised El Dorado of the labor force, half the old workers die in the poorhouse. And do the younger, union-organized workers, whose position had decidedly improved, not always face the danger of a new machine, a new method of work, a new transportation route that brings new workers of lower status into the country, a new combination of employers or a new legal constraint, depriving them of the fruits of their struggle and thrusting them down into poverty? At this very moment the English workers provide a cautionary example. They grandly assumed that their unions were permanently established and beyond all dispute but were taught by the lords. Overnight, upon what shaky ground every proletarian organization and every proletarian achievement stands in capitalist society. The program committee naturally knows all this just as well as we do. One can't say everything in a program, which after all isn't a treatise. But everything about increasing mass poverty and the growth of hardship among broad social strata is laid out in the deleted clause, and it is missing in the clause that is supposed to replace it. Both clauses can be misunderstood. One can be interpreted as saying that every struggle against poverty in contemporary society is hopeless and that we expect radical social change to stem directly from the immiseration of broad strata of society. Conversely, the new clause can be interpreted as saying that we are of the liberal, optimistic opinion that poverty is nothing more than the growing pains of a capitalism that will, in the course of its development, rid itself of them through growing abundance, but that this development is just not going quickly enough for us. It almost makes me think that every clause of a program is exposed to misunderstandings. Only the basic theoretical education of our agitators, of those who have to explain the program, can cure that. It may be that, in a brief paragraph, there is no version of our conception of poverty that safeguards it against every misunderstanding and allows the apparent contradiction it contains to appear as arising from the subject matter itself and not as a mere subjective contradiction. That being the case, the old deleted clause still seems to me more acceptable than the new one. A full social democratic program which does not show that capitalism engenders mass poverty and misery by natural necessity, that does not characterize the struggle against this poverty and this misery as the substance of social democracy's endeavors, says nothing about the decisive aspect of our movement and thus contains a serious gap. The only sentence in which the new draft program speaks of misery does not begin to narrow this gap. It follows the one just discussed, and it says, crises springing from the planlessness of the capitalist mode of production and bringing unemployment and misery in their wake, accelerate and intensify this development. Thus is misery spoken of, in the draft, solely and exclusively as a concomitant of crises. One does not learn from the draft program that there is constant and permanent mass misery in contemporary society, misery that threatens to grow if the proletariat does not strain all its powers against it. The old program is subject to misunderstanding in accordance with a pessimistic view of contemporary society, while the danger threatening the new one accords with an optimistic view. Which kind of misunderstanding is more alarming for a party struggling against this society needs no demonstration. Apart from the misunderstanding of the theory of immiseration, there is another major misunderstanding that should be eliminated by the new draft. As Adler says in the above-mentioned article, it should express, where possible, more clearly than formerly, the fact that the social democratic movement is not only a necessary product of capitalism, but also a consciously formed expression of the proletariat. It should also take up here the most fatuous of all the critical misunderstandings, according to which the recognized necessity of historical development and the effect of this recognition upon the consciousness and the will of the working class constitute an antithesis. The following sentence in particular ought to serve that purpose. It, the proletariat, becomes conscious that the supersession of private production makes private ownership increasingly superfluous and harmful, that both the spiritual and the material conditions necessary for new forms of cooperative production and common ownership have to be created, and that the transformation of the means of labor into the social property of the whole people must be the goal of the struggle for the liberation of the working class. The old program states, by comparison, that technical development makes the form of private property in the means of production increasingly superfluous and eliminates it for the mass of people, while simultaneously securing the material and spiritual conditions necessary for the form of common property. The transformation of the means of labor into the social property of the whole people therefore signifies not only the liberation of the working class but also the culmination of a historically necessary development. This version can certainly encourage an underestimation of the role that the consciousness and will of the proletariat play in this necessary development. But the new clause sins once again in the opposite direction. Zetterbaum has already justifiably pointed out, in the Vienna Worker Times of October 10, how misleading is the phrase according to which the proletariat becomes conscious that the spiritual and material conditions for new forms of cooperative production and common property have yet to be created, whereas the old program viewed them as already created, and of necessity created, at present. I can only repeat what Zetterbaum says. All the cooperatives, trade unions, and other proletarian institutions, even the most concentrated political efforts of the proletariat in the modern state, can create these and so many important preconditions of socialist society only insofar as capitalism itself produces them daily. This is easy to confirm in reality. Incidentally, all proletarian institutions, such as cooperatives, etc., themselves emerged from the dialectical development of capitalism and emerge from it daily. While many a good comrade may like to act out a role in his vision of the future, these proletarian institutions are produced and created out of the current needs of the proletariat and not for the sake of the future socialist society. A socialist program has to take these facts into account and not cast its demands, despite their realistic content, in utopian terms. When we draft a municipal program, when we demand the nationalization of the mines, when we found a cooperative, it is less to prepare a new form of cooperative production than for the sake of today's needs and the already vital developmental interest of the proletariat. It is something else when all these demands and institutions of ours turn simultaneously by themselves into conditions of new forms because the developmental interests of the proletariat coincide with the development of the socialist order. The consciousness of the ultimate aim has a big role to play in the socialist movement. But we see this role not as creating the necessary spiritual and material preconditions of the socialist production of the future, but as introducing unity into the proletariat's struggle for emancipation, in the sense in which this is discussed at the beginning of the present article. But whereas the new draft, in striving to preclude revisionist misunderstandings, demands more of socialist consciousness than it can deliver, it opens the door to another revisionist misunderstanding. Many of our revisionist critics assume that Marx asserted that economic development and the class struggle create, not only the conditions of socialist production, but also straight away the consciousness of its necessity. And here the same critics are ready with the objection that England, the country where capitalism is most highly developed, is further from this consciousness than any other modern country. Judging by the new draft, one might assume that this allegedly orthodox Marxist standpoint, which is refuted in this manner, is shared by the Austrian Program Committee. The draft states, the more the development of capitalism swells the ranks of the proletariat, the more is the proletariat both able and obliged to take up the struggle against it. It becomes conscious of the possibility and of the necessity for socialism, etc. In this context, socialist consciousness appears as the necessary and direct result of the proletarian class struggle. But that is incorrect. Socialism as a doctrine certainly has its roots in modern economic relationships just like the class struggle of the proletariat, and just like the latter, it emerges out of the struggle against the poverty and misery of the masses that capitalism creates. But they arise simultaneously, not one out of the other, and on different conditions. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. Indeed, modern economic science is as much a condition of socialist production as, say, modern technology, but, with the best will in the world, the proletariat could no sooner create the former than the latter. They both arise out of the modern social process. The bearer of science is not the proletariat but the bourgeois intelligentsia. Modern socialism originated with individual members of this stratum, who initially communicated it to intellectually advanced proletarians, who in turn introduce it into the proletarian class struggle where circumstances permit. Socialist consciousness is thus something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without and not something that emerged originally within it. Accordingly, the old Heinfeld program quite rightly stated that part of the responsibility of social democracy is to imbue the proletariat with the consciousness of its position and its mission. This would not be necessary if this consciousness arose of itself from the class struggle. The new draft borrowed this sentence from the old program and hitched it up to the one mentioned above. But the train of thought is thereby completely disrupted. According to the new version, the proletariat's consciousness of its historical responsibility arises of itself from the class struggle, and yet the same consciousness still has to be imported into the class struggle by social democracy. This does not clarify matters at all, and so misunderstandings are practically invited. The following two paragraphs do not provide very much occasion for criticism. When the next paragraph states that social democracy will energetically counteract the exploitation of the workers for the benefit of the ruling parties, the authors of the new draft surely do not want to say that they approve of the exploitation of the workers by bourgeois opposition parties, such as the Anti-Semites, the Peasant Alliance, the All Germans, the Young Czechs, National Unity, and the like. There might be fewer misunderstandings if one spoke of bourgeois parties. The final sentence begins with an expression that does not appear entirely happy to us. It, social democracy, strives for legal protection of the living conditions of the working class. One apparently meant by protection of the living conditions that social democracy does not restrict itself to so-called workers' protection, factory and workshop legislation, but also strives to take care of the physical well-being of working people outside the production process through housing policy, state or municipal care for school children, health care at no charge, and the like. But it is surely the person of the worker that needs protection, not his living conditions, which are so miserable that they need, not to be protected at their current level, but to be improved. It is unusual, on the other hand, to reckon the length of labor time among the living conditions of the worker. Perhaps it would be better to say, it strives for the protection of labor power and the improvement of the living conditions of the working class by governmental and municipal means. The last sentence concludes as follows, and it struggles to gain due influence for the proletariat in all areas of public life. This phrase provides grounds for serious misgivings. Perhaps it means simply that the proletariat must take advantage of every opportunity to strengthen its influence in public life, and to that end it must make its presence felt in the most diverse areas of public life. But it says, in all areas. Whether that is correct depends upon how one interprets public life. It says too much if one includes therein all life that takes place in public. Then there are areas of public life that have nothing to do with class differences, and just as little influence over them is due to the proletariat as a class as to any other class. Art may stand as an example. It is surely very much to be wished that proletarians take an interest, for instance in art exhibitions, concerts, and theater, but as human beings, not as proletarians. And influence in these areas of public life is due to them only insofar as they are knowledgeable, not insofar as they are proletarians. But while the phrase grants the proletariat too much if one interprets public life in the foregoing sense, it grants it too little if public life is restricted to activity on behalf of the community or to the terrain of class struggles. The proletariat has more to demand in this area than mere due influence. here it must aspire to rule, a rule that, admittedly, it can only exercise as the most downtrodden class, in order to supersede classes and therewith class rule. If, on the contrary, one restricts the responsibility of the proletariat to the acquisition of a certain influence, and thereby renounces the conquest of full power and the supersession of classes, then one contents oneself with the ideal of our bourgeois social politicians, who wish the proletariat would adapt to the existing social structure, recognize the existence of other classes as a permanent necessity and ask nothing more from them than the concession of due influence. But this interpretation is the more natural as voices have been raised among the revisionists themselves, declaring that, since the conquest of political power by the proletariat is a utopia and a dangerous utopia at that, we must aspire only to power, not to the power. The interpretation of the phrase in this spirit is even encouraged by the fact that the conquest of political power is not described anywhere in the program as a responsibility of social democracy. This need not betoken any special intent. The old Heinfield program doesn't speak about the conquest of political power, either. But if one only speaks about the proletariat having to gain some narrow due influence in public life, one only opens the way for every revisionist misunderstanding. Perhaps what should have been said is the following: social democracy maintains that it is its responsibility to take advantage of every opportunity in order to increase the influence of the proletariat in public life and so to hasten the great goal, the conquest of political power by the proletariat. We are at the end of our critique, which has grown longer than we ourselves expected. Sharp disagreement may now and then be appropriate, but we would not want it to arouse the impression that we condemn the draft of the new program. Anyone who looks very closely, as we have done here and as one must do with a draft program, will find few programs without many a point that is open to objection. And, more often than not, what we had to uncover were merely sources of potential misunderstanding, almost nowhere simple error. The train of thought of the new program is scientifically well established and some of its clauses are excellent. Were the new program adopted in its present form, it would still be numbered among the best programs of international social democracy. Our comrades in Austria do not have to be ashamed of it. But it has stiff competition, the old Heinfield program. When one looks at the new program on its own, it creates a very satisfactory impression. But this impression is diminished when one compares it with its predecessor. One then finds that the best parts are borrowed directly from the latter and that the passages that arouse misgivings are just those that depart from it. One finds that, in the very attempt to preclude misunderstanding, it facilitates the appearance of new, even more serious misunderstandings, that it follows the train of thought of the old program and reproduces its principles, but in a way that is, in some respects, more ponderous, vague, and timid. This might be an advantage in a doctoral dissertation but not in the declaration of war of a party struggling against the existing social system. And surely every social democratic program is such a declaration. When a series of party comrades as knowledgeable and canny as the members of the Austrian Program Committee does not manage to improve the Heinfield program indisputably, this proves two things. First, that the time to revise the program has not yet arrived, and secondly, that the Heinfield program is a work of art that may be accepted or rejected but that is tough to patch up without getting in the way of its unity and harmony and detracting from it. As already mentioned, Adler informed us that the revision of the Heinfield program is more a product of aesthetic than of theoretical considerations. Now, not the least important are those aesthetic considerations that allow us to experience patchwork in the program as painful. Recently, we read about a prudish English miss who had Apollo of Belvedere don bathing trunks in her garden, as his nudity offended her. Thus has the program committee decked out Apollo of Heinfield in bathing trunks so as to cover his Marxist nakedness that might have aroused indecent thoughts in many a chaste revisionist. No doubt, the trunks have quite a nice cut and are manufactured out of really sturdy material, but Apollo is surely more pleasing in his original nakedness. To the pure all things are pure, and whoever understands Marx properly will also understand the Heinfield program properly. No bathing trunks and no annotated circumlocution will help the others. Appendix 2. Text and context in the argument of Lenin's. What is to be done? 1. For those interested in the revaluation and reworking of the theory and practice of the classical Marxist tradition, Lars Lih's rediscovery of the political context of Lenin's What is to be done, is a work of considerable importance. Lenin's text has been a key point of reference, perhaps the key point of reference, in debates around the political function of a Marxist vanguard and the logic of political action, and hence around the relation of theory and practice. According to the textbook interpretation, as Lih terms it, a reading that has passed into a broader conventional wisdom to the extent that it has gained the status of common sense, Lenin's skepticism as to the capacity of the working class to generate socialist consciousness spontaneously led him to assign revolutionary agency to a vanguard party of professional revolutionaries rather than to the working class movement. The subordination of the workers to the Leninist vanguard party prescribed by Lenin thus prefigures, and thereby serves to provide the veneer of an explanation for, the authoritarian upshot of the revolutionary process. The plausibility of attributing such a blatant departure from the canons of historical materialism to a professed Marxist depends upon situating Lenin's thought in the context of the political elitism and messianic voluntarism of the pre-Marxist tradition of Russian populism. This depends in turn upon reading Marxism, or at least the Marxism with which Lenin was familiar, not as a guide to action, but, as the populist adversaries of Russian Marxism did, as a conceptual straitjacket that precluded the theorization of effective revolutionary political action. And if this reading is to have any plausibility, it must rely upon contemporary criticism of Lenin from a few minor figures on the margins of the Russian social democratic movement, from the retrospective criticism of Lenin's Menshevik adversaries, and from the later Leninist characterization of Koskai and the Mensheviks as mechanical Marxists. The textbook interpretation serves not only to sustain the legend of Lenin's populism but also to constrain debate over the logic of revolutionary political action within the narrow confines of an abstract opposition between agency and structure. The textbook interpretation has been subjected to serious scholarly criticism before, notably in the first volume of Neil Harding's Lenin's Political Thought 2, but Lih here lays out a much more relentlessly detailed, I am tempted to say exhaustive, refutation. The theoretical and evidentiary issues Lih addresses are complex, and he combines evidence drawn from historical, literary, and linguistic sources into a powerful, multifaceted argument that resists brief summary. His interpretation turns upon the meticulously argued claim that the historical narrative of the fusion of socialism and the workers' movement epitomized in Koskai's commentary upon the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, Erfurt program, and the attempt by Russian Marxists to situate their political aims and practice in the terms of this narrative constitute the context without which Lenin's text cannot be understood. The Erfurtian narrative is shot through with biblical overtones. It is the mission of the Social Democrats to bring to the workers the good news of the world historical mission of the working class movement to seize power and establish socialism, and so the political project of social democracy is not premised simply upon a dryly mechanical theory of history but resonates with activist evangelism. Socialist consciousness is thus to be understood essentially in terms of the task of spreading this good news. An evangelical and democratic confidence in the capacity of the workers to receive it and act upon it was essential to the social democratic project. This portrait of the political orientation of Koskai's orthodox Marxism, in which confidence in the inevitable unfolding of the historical laws of capitalism, rather than excusing a political posture of passive expectation, sustains a durable will to revolutionary activism, is a crucial building block in Lih's argumentative strategy, for it is only by contrast with a fatalistic caricature of orthodox Marxism that Lenin's advocacy of the organization of a revolutionary vanguard could appear heterodox. Once the caricature is exposed as such, and it is one of the signal contributions of this work to have done so, it is possible and necessary to measure what is to be done. Against the standard set by Koskai's Marxism and the political project of the SPD. How, then, does what is to be done measure up? The strategic perspective fashioned by Plekhanov, Lenin, and their Iskra colleagues, the hegemony of the proletariat in the Russian bourgeois democratic revolution, is construed by LIH in terms of the Erfurtian narrative, he accumulates a mass of evidence to demonstrate the fidelity not only of Lenin and Iskra, but also of the most prominent of their polemical adversaries, to its narrative structure. Indeed, he suggests that the Russians added little besides the term hegemony, and perhaps not even that, to the political orientation of the SPD. If anything distinguished Lenin in Russian Marxist circles, in the company both of his Iskra colleagues and of his polemical adversaries, it was his more unyielding attachment to the theme and the logic of the Erfurtian narrative and his correspondingly greater confidence in the political capacity of the workers to meet the demands of revolutionary political struggle, if Koskai's rectitude in matters of Marxist theory made him, according to a witticism of the time, the Pope of social democratic ideology. Then Lenin, according to LIH, comes off as more social democratic than the Pope. 3 Following Lenin's commentary on the 1907 edition of What Is to Be Done, LIH insists that the pamphlet be read in connection with the concrete historical situation of a definite, and now long past, period in the development of our party, for it was widely expected around the turn of the century in revolutionary circles that the struggles of the nascent working class movement would serve to galvanize the opposition to Tsarist rule that was welling up throughout Russian society. But early attempts to provide the movement with organized social democratic leadership proved abortive when police raids decimated its central organizations and reduced the fledgling party to a mere aspiration. In the resulting atmosphere of disorientation and demoralization, a tendency emerged to shrink back from the revolutionary mission of social democracy, to narrow its practical ambition for the working class to a kind of Gomper-style trade unionism, pure and simple, and to cede the political struggle against the government, and consequently hegemony in the democratic revolution, to the representatives of bourgeois liberalism. LIH notes, however, that by the time What Is to Be Done was written, although the social democratic movement remained a congeries of circles, principally those around Iskra and those around the journal Rabochi dello Workers' Cause, loosely cooperating and at the same time contending for influence in the process of drawing together into an organized party, Lenin was able to assume opposition on the part of his readership to this economist tendency. LIH fails to note, however, that, at least according to Lenin, disagreement over how this protean tendency to economism was to be understood, and consequently, how it was to be dealt with, played an important part in the contention among the Russian Social Democrats. As we shall see, this disagreement serves as a kind of index of tensions and ambiguities that beset the social democratic project of proletarian hegemony and the Marxist orthodoxy upon which it rested. It is thus an index of pervasive, if latent, differences in approach to understanding and acting within and upon the concrete historical situation. On LIH's reading, the argument of What Is to Be Done was structured in two main ways by this situation. First, it was shaped by Lenin's concern to map out a plan for the construction of a party organization through the production and distribution of a newspaper devoted largely to political agitation and thus to sustain in practical terms Iskra's bid for leadership. The requisite organization would have, under then prevailing conditions, to be narrow rather than broad, a vanguard as distinct from a mass organization, capable of resisting police repression and hence of growing roots in the working class movement and focusing worker struggles on a political assault upon the Tsarist regime. Thus understood, the newspaper proposal would not displace working class activity and consciousness but rather serve to develop them and so enable social democratic activists to act out the Erfurtian narrative under the trying conditions of Tsarist autocracy. The vanguard outlook not only does not contradict the Marxist assumption that the emancipation of the working classes must be the work of the working classes themselves but is effectively derived from it. 5 The significance of the newspaper lies in the need for a vanguard organization of revolutionaries. This need derives from the exigencies of political agitation under autocratic conditions, and the need for political agitation derives from the struggle for hegemony of the working class. In the democratic revolution, this logic governs the last three chapters of What Is to Be Done, which LIH terms its business part. 6 Second, however, the argument of What Is to Be Done was subject to the political logic of the factional struggle. Lenin was obliged by this logic to respond to a virtual challenge from Rabo-Chi-Dello to defend Iskra against charges of having dogmatically subordinated the spontaneous struggles of the workers to an arid theoretical purism, that is, of having abandoned the class point of view, which led him to introduce the business part of the book with 2 chapters devoted, respectively, to discussions of dogmatism and freedom of criticism and of spontaneity and consciousness. But, carried away by polemical zeal, he was led to assimilate the stance of his opponents, who like Iskra situated themselves inside the Erfurtian narrative, to that of acknowledged economists. In so doing, a penchant for trying to bend the rhetorical tropes of his opponent to his own purposes pushed him into a series of hasty and sometimes ill-considered and cryptic formulations, notably in his discussion of spontaneity and consciousness, that has become the focal point of subsequent political and exegetical controversy. Once Lenin's argument is read in context and its practical essence distinguished from the distortions introduced by factional polemics, LIH argues, what is to be done can be seen not as the site of dramatic political departures or theoretical innovations, but as nothing more nor less in substance than a reassertion and detailed application to the practical problems of Russian social democracy of the Erfurtian perspective of orthodox Second International Marxism. If LIH is right, the political and theoretical controversy that has swirled around what is to be done is simply much ado about nothing. Any reading of a text must draw some kind of distinction between what is essential to its meaning and what is merely incidental, between what is of theoretical relevance and what is merely circumstantial. This distinction corresponds, in LIH's work, to his distinction between the practical or business sections and aspects of Lenin's argument, those devoted to his proposal for the appropriate tactical, organizational and practical arrangements to give effect to the Erfurtian perspective, itself uncontested among the Russian Marxists, and the polemical aspects of the work, dominated by the struggle as to who, which circle, would take upon itself the leadership of Russian social democracy within the parameters of the shared Erfurtian perspective. This distinction rests in turn upon a narrow construal of the term Lenin uses to designate the object of his criticism, economism, as entailing a rejection of working class participation in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Thus understood, Lenin's attribution to Rabo-Chi-Dello of an economist perspective is a polemical distortion of little or no theoretical interest, but one that has had the unfortunate effect of fostering the impression, among those unfamiliar with the context of the debate, that the critique of economism signified a departure from the canons of Marxist orthodoxy and hence of lending unwarranted plausibility to the textbook interpretation. If we take Lenin at his word, however, economism is not to be understood in such narrow terms. The term economism, although entrenched by usage, did not, he acknowledged, adequately convey the character of the political trend he designated by it. 7 Understood in the broad sense of the word, the principal feature of economism was its incomprehension, even defense, of the lagging of the conscious leaders behind the spontaneous awakening of the masses. 8 Thus understood, the meaning of economism is subordinate to Lenin's distinction between consciousness and spontaneity, and its significance is to be sought in the relation between leadership and the masses. Not only was economism not inconsistent with political activity, it was not inconsistent with political revolution. Thus understood, the category of economism did indeed allow Lenin to associate Rabo-Chi-Dello with economism in the narrow sense, but this does not imply that he attributed the reformist views of the latter to the former. He did not. If we turn LIH's interpretive procedure around and assume that Lenin intended his category of economism to designate some coherent referent, the question necessarily arises as to just what the coherence of its referent consists in. The coherence of economism certainly does not consist in an agreement of ideas, but the political significance of an idea is not necessarily what its proponent professes it to be. It depends upon the context in which it is professed. Different ideas may play the same or an analogous role in different contexts, and even in the same context may display a convergent significance. The connection Lenin asserts between Rabo-Chi-Dello and economism in the narrow sense is to be understood in some such sense, not as that between different adherents of the same set of ideas, but as that between variant forms of a political tendency. Judgments in matters of this kind suppose, of course, a claim to understand, at least in its broad outline, the strategic logic of political struggles, but that Lenin was prepared to make such a claim is not, I think, a matter of debate. Making sense of Lenin's notion of economism thus requires us to grapple not only with his distinction between spontaneity and consciousness, but also with the logic of political strategy in the democratic revolution. The matter is best approached by considering the latter issue first. One of the merits of Lih's book is to have shown that working-class participation in the struggle for political freedom flows naturally from the Erfurtian perspective. According to the Erfurtian narrative, it is only in the course of the struggle for political democracy that the workers learn to wield political freedoms in their own interests and hence develop the understanding and political capacity necessary to assume political power and organize society along social democratic lines. Since the growing political strength of the working class tempers bourgeois enthusiasm for democracy, leadership in the struggle for political democracy is increasingly incumbent upon the proletariat. This conception refers, on one hand, to the theme of proletarian self-emancipation, the idea that the working class is, in the course of its struggle becomes, capable of taking charge of its own emancipation and, on the other, to the idea that the need of the working class for democracy in its struggle for a classless society renders it the appropriate leader for the democratic aspirations and struggles of other, non-proletarian classes and strata of society. It is thus characterized by some internal complexity. It assumes that the two tasks, self-emancipation and democratic leadership, and two corresponding interests, class interest and popular democratic interest, coincide. In Germany, where capitalism was incomparably more highly developed than in Russia and where the bourgeoisie had accordingly already been able to establish its preponderant weight in state affairs, the established role of the SPD as the preeminent party of opposition may have seemed, in Erfurtian eyes, to cement the conjunction of these two terms into self-evidence. But in Russia, where this Erfurtian conception was translated into the strategic orientation of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, the conjunction of class interest and popular democratic interest was as yet only a strategic aspiration. Its translation into Russian political reality was conditional upon successfully coping with the challenge of rival, bourgeois projects for hegemony in the revolutionary process. And if he is to be taken at his word, Lenin took the threat of such projects seriously. It is not that he feared the specter of some latter-day revival of the Jacobin clubs, that prospect was, indeed, historically dépassé. But bourgeois hegemony could take quite different forms than this. In the important essay The Persecutors of the Zemstvo and the Hannibals of Liberalism, written just a few months before What is to be Done, and reissued along with the latter in 1907, Lenin discerned the lineaments of such a bourgeois hegemonic project in an attempt by Peter Struve, former Social Democrat, in fact, the author of the manifesto that emerged from the abortive First Congress of the RSDLP, and future luminary of Russian liberalism, to use the threat of a revolutionary workers' movement to urge reforms upon Tsarism. This attempt presaged a scenario in which the revolutionary force of the masses played a necessary role but only as a kind of stage army with which to frighten the Tsar but which would then, when the time came for the serious business of renegotiating the redistribution of power, yield the political stage, willingly or unwillingly, to liberal specialists in constitutional politics. 9 Such a scenario did not assume workers smitten with liberal ideology, rather, it envisaged a workers' movement of militant, even revolutionary, even socialist temperament but for which revolution was a means to enforce its economic class interests, narrowly construed, rather than to transcend its interest group limitations. Any tendency to construe the political project of the working class in restrictive terms, even one decked out, as in the case of Rebochi Dello, in the language of revolution and claims to vanguard status, would play into such a scenario. At stake in Lenin's critique of economism was not only the relation of politics and economics, revolution and reform, but also and perhaps more basically the relation between class interests and popular democratic interests in the project of proletarian Hegemony. If, as LIH claims, there was consensus among the Russian Social Democrats over the Erfurtian narrative and the project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, then Lenin's critique of economism indicates that this project was beset by internal political, and therefore perhaps also theoretical, tensions. Hegemony could not be taken as given, it would have to be constructed. This suggests, in turn, that the relation between the business and the polemical aspects of Lenin's argument is more fluid, and perhaps more productive, than LIH would have it, if we once again take Lenin at his word and assume that a tendency exists corresponding to his definition of economism. It could reveal itself only in the course of polemics over what proletarian hegemony is, that is, how it was to be constructed. The polemical aspect plays not only a rhetorical or even political role in Lenin's argument, but also an epistemological role. If the economist tendency as identified by Lenin does exist, the question must arise as to how it is to be understood and, in this connection, recourse to the distinction between spontaneity and consciousness is necessary. If we retain the possibility that Lenin's polemic does play a theoretical role in his argument, then it may, conversely, help in clarifying the distinction between spontaneity and consciousness. It is a crucial weakness of LIH's reading of what is to be done. As an exemplification of the Erfurtian narrative that it is unable to account for some of Lenin's most noteworthy, or at least most noted, formulations on the relation between spontaneity and consciousness, particularly his repeated claim that the task of social democracy is to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous, trade unionists striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. Point 10. The logic of the Erfurtian narrative can be stretched to accommodate a good deal of Lenin's polemic against the economist practice of subordinating consciousness to spontaneity, but it cannot contain this crucial claim. It is a tribute to LIH's intellectual honesty that he acknowledges this difficulty. And while LIH can attribute the formulations in question to a combination of polemical distortion and editorial haste, it should be noted that his procedure of determining the meaning of key terms in Lenin's text, including spontaneity and consciousness, by reference to common Russian usage of the time, while necessary and sometimes illuminating, is ill-adapted to the task of discerning their place and hence their meaning in the logic of Lenin's argument, and therefore for determining whether or not they indicate an innovative movement of thought. The role played by consciousness in Lenin's text is not to be understood, LIH cautions, in abstraction from political practice, since the political practice advocated by Lenin is to be understood in terms of the Erfurtian narrative. Consciousness is construed as an awareness of the task of spreading the good news of the fusion of socialism and the working class movement. Inasmuch as historical materialism supplies the theory of the historical movement of this fusion, consciousness is to be grasped by reference to Marxist theory. The introduction of consciousness into the spontaneous working class movement from without signifies, in terms of the Erfurtian narrative, a practice of making workers aware of a goal and a direction of their movement that is already implicit in their practice. Since the spontaneous movement and the conscious awareness of it, practice and theory, are congruent, harmonious, there is no need, and no theoretical room, for a struggle between them. This is indeed the implication of the passage by Koski famously cited by Lenin in his own discussion of consciousness and spontaneity in What Is to Be Done? 11. However, while some of Lenin's formulations can be assimilated to this logic, others, in particular those enjoining a struggle against spontaneity, suggest a different logic at work in Lenin's argument. The evidence assembled by LIH renders the textbook interpretation unsustainable, yet the conceptual tensions upon which that reading feeds cannot be resolved absent an explanation of these passages. Socialist consciousness, as it figured in Lenin's argument, certainly carried an injunction to working-class solidarity in the struggle for a socialist aim that transcended capitalism and class society, but it also assumed an awareness of the irreconcilable antagonism of the workers' interests to the whole of the modern political and social system. 12. And thus it implied attentiveness to the twists and turns in the path to the socialist end, that is, to the politico-strategic logic of the class struggle. The irreconcilability of class antagonism implied that it is built into the very foundation of the bourgeois social edifice, and it enjoins systematic distrust of the class enemy. The pervasive character of class antagonism implied that it cannot be escaped, and argued that exclusion of any aspect of the socio-political totality from the purview of the socialist project might concede the strategic initiative to the adversary. Socialist consciousness could not but draw upon Marxist theory, the theorization of the irreconcilability of class antagonism, and could not be brought to bear upon the class struggle in the absence of an organized leadership informed by that theory and able to apply it ambitiously and with confidence. Lenin's argument distinguishes two contradictory tendencies in the spontaneous working class movement, that is, in the working class movement insofar as the consciousness of the irreconcilable antagonism of the workers' interests to the whole of the modern political and social system has not been brought to bear upon it. The movement, grounded in the exploitative social relations of capitalist production that structure the workers' lives and experience, tends spontaneously through the experience of solidarity and struggle to engender a socialist consciousness. That is, the spontaneous movement is the embryo of consciousness, but bourgeois ideology imposes itself spontaneously as the frame within which working class experience and struggles are grasped, in terms that could not shake the hegemony of the adversary. That is, the spontaneous movement leads to a merely corporate or trade union consciousness. Lenin's claim is that the latter tendency spontaneously predominates over the former, and that it is therefore incumbent upon social democratic consciousness, or, rather, those who have achieved this consciousness, to struggle against spontaneity. To appreciate the force of this claim, we need to look at the logic of the interplay between these tendencies. Point 13. The workers struggle spontaneously, and in the course of their struggles a combination of changed circumstances and innovative methods of struggle may result in a challenge and even, on occasion, a breach of the parameters of bourgeois hegemony. Spontaneous working class struggles may elicit not only a reassertion of the tried and true themes of class rule, but also sometimes innovative attempts to reformulate the parameters of bourgeois hegemony, that is, the reorganization of bourgeois strategy and the spontaneous imposition of bourgeois ideology onto the struggle of the workers. To be effective, this kind of response must appear in forms that have some purchase upon the spontaneous proletarian experience of the class struggle. Indeed, bourgeois hegemony need not depend upon denial of the class struggle, and might be most effectively expressed in and through the political shape, organization, and direction of the resistance of its socialist adversary. Accommodation to bourgeois hegemony thus proceeds spontaneously, not through a failure of proletarian commitment to the struggle for socialism, which Lenin never questioned, but through failure to mount a political project of proletarian hegemony effectively, that is, to contend for, establish and maintain the strategic initiative in the struggle for hegemony in the democratic revolution. An effective project of proletarian hegemony could not arise simply from the workers' spontaneous experience, because that experience is structured both by the reality of class antagonism and by the bourgeois ideological construction of such antagonism as somehow reconcilable. Since each aspect of this spontaneous movement may take on novel forms beyond the current experience of the participants, the irreconcilability of their antagonism can only be grasped theoretically. Since attempts at class conciliation can draw upon ideological and political materials from anywhere in the social totality and may do so innovatively, Marxist theory must be open to the whole of the social order, including the open-ended logic of the struggle for hegemony, that is to say, it must itself develop. Indeed, theory and the political project grounded in it can only be vindicated through engagement with periodically renewed attempts to reconcile class antagonisms, including attempts that would instrumentalize elements of socialist theory and practice to this end. Why could the workers themselves not grasp Marxist theory? Lenin's explicit answer was that they could do it, better in fact than the intellectuals. They would do so, however, not in the mass but as individuals, and having become conscious, they would find themselves in a position analogous to that occupied by the initial, intellectual carriers of Marxist theory, confronting the challenge of bringing consciousness to bear upon the contradictory logic of the spontaneous movement. Meeting it spontaneously, they might observe the objective logic of the class struggle and, accommodating themselves to the flow of events, no doubt participate along with their fellow workers in whatever struggles should arise, but forego any pretensions to provide leadership in the class struggle. Meeting it consciously, they would employ Marxist theory reflexively to grasp their own situation within the spontaneously given conjunctures of the class struggle and, acting from where they were, assume the burdens of leadership in the struggle for hegemony. To assume this responsibility was to take up a sophisticated political stance, sustaining the spontaneous struggles of the workers and fostering the embryonic forms of socialist consciousness thrown up in the course of them by diagnosing and combating the forms in which bourgeois ideology spontaneously imposes itself within the working class movement. At stake in Lenin's discussion of spontaneity and consciousness was not an issue in the sociology of knowledge concerning the bearer of socialist consciousness, but the strategic, or, better, metastrategic, issue of the terms in which Marxist political actors, intellectuals or workers, can come to grips with their own situation within the class struggle and position themselves to act effectively upon it. Indeed, that the profound theoretical error of Rabocci-Dello and other economists had to do with just this issue, their inability to connect spontaneous evolution with conscious revolutionary activity. 14 is asserted by Lenin in a brief article he described as a synopsis of what is to be done. 15. Lenin's distinction between spontaneity and consciousness is not a transposition into political terms of an ontological distinction between matter and mind or of a social scientific distinction between base and superstructure, or even of a sociological distinction between workers and intellectuals. It invokes, rather, the contradictory combination of a complex set of forces and tendencies in a concrete conjuncture of political struggle and implicitly, through this, the operation of a politico-strategic logic of struggle for hegemony in relation to which the Marxist political actors are invited, even required, to situate themselves. Refracted through this logic, the class struggle and, with it, working class consciousness cannot but develop unevenly. The thesis of consciousness from without is an attempt to think through the implication of this unevenness for political action and political leadership of the working class movement. It provides the conceptual underpinnings for the distinctive Leninist injunction to concrete analysis of the concrete situation, and it mandates, accordingly, the reflexive adjustment of consciousness to the shifting lines and logic of the struggle for hegemony. Thus, paradoxically, it generates the possibility of opening Marxist theory to unexpected innovation and diversity in the spontaneous movement of the class struggle. 16 Lenin's What is to be done? Emerges from and cannot be understood without the context of orthodox Erfurtian Marxism, but it points beyond it. If some such logic is at work in what is to be done, then it becomes plausible to regard Rabocci-Dello and Kuskova's credo not necessarily as different expressions of the same set of political ideas, but as distinct phenomenal forms of the same underlying political tendency. On this logic, political tendencies are to be identified not only by reference to the ideas expressed by political actors but essentially by reference to the role ideas and actions play in the class political struggle for hegemony. The economism that was the target of Lenin's critique need not imply the reduction of political to economic struggle. Indeed, it could be and often was articulated in quite revolutionary terms. Thus, it could assume an indefinite number of forms, leftist as well as rightist, as it did during the Revolution of 1905 and again, during the First World War, when Lenin would revive the terminology of the earlier polemic to tax Bukharin and his co-thinkers with the charge of imperialist economism for their refusal to recognize a right of nations to self-determination as an essential part of a revolutionary socialist program. 17 Thus understood, the economist trend consisted in the effective concession to bourgeois interests of areas of political debate and activity, and thereby, and to that extent, the restriction of working class politics to narrowly corporate concerns and the accommodation of socialist politics to the spontaneous movement of the class struggle, that is, to lines, forms and trajectories of conflict prescribed by, or at least recoverable by, bourgeois hegemony. The struggle between political tendencies in the working class movement is no longer reduced to a struggle between ideas proper to the working class itself and those proper to historically outmoded social strata intermingled with it, but is to be understood as well in terms of the logic of contemporary political struggles. If some such logic underpins Lenin's argument, then his critique of Rabo-Chi-Dello's theoretical indifference in the first chapter of What is to be Done? Is not, as LIH maintains, of merely polemical significance but integral to his political position, that is, to the way in which he was beginning to conceive the hegemony of the proletariat. For knowledge of Marxist theory figures there not as a rigid standard of orthodox rectitude with which to chastise his adversaries for their departures, but more importantly as a necessary condition for grappling consciously with the new and in some cases unprecedented issues posed by the struggle against the Tsarist autocracy and, consequently, for situating oneself in concrete political terrain. The importance of theory is enhanced for the Russian Marxists, Lenin writes, not only by the need to settle accounts with non-Marxist trends of revolutionary thought and the consequent necessity of a strict differentiation of shades of opinion, but by the need to develop the ability to treat the experiences of other countries critically and test them independently, and by the fact that the national tasks of Russian social democracy are such as have never confronted any other socialist party in the world. 18 This suggests, if it does not imply, that the defense of theory requires it to be further developed by applying it to new and as yet unresolved questions. Rabo-Chi-Dello's theoretical gaffes and practical blunders are to be gauged, accordingly, not only by already established Erfurtian standards but also by the task of grappling with challenges on the frontiers of Marxist theory and practice. Lars Lih's comprehensive demonstration that what is to be done cannot be understood apart from the political and discursive context of Erfurtian Marxism and its attempted translation into Russian social democracy provides an indispensable service to the historiography of Marxist theory and practice. But if I may borrow a Leninist metaphor, it seems that LIH has bent this particular stick too far. This is most evident in LIH's narrow construal of the pivotal concept of economism in terms of the professed positions of only some of the targets of Lenin's polemic, although Lenin explicitly cautions his readers against this kind of misreading. But the same sort of difficulty appears in LIH's assumptions about the status of Marxist theory in Lenin's argument. Where Lenin derived his recourse to theory from the very logic of the debate over practical proposals, the perplexity of the economists over the practical application of our views in Iskra clearly revealed that we often speak literally in different tongues and therefore cannot arrive at an understanding without beginning of OVO 19, LIH subordinates the text of What is to be Done to his distinction between its business and its polemical parts, thus making it impossible to see what of theoretical significance could possibly be at stake in the controversy and reading as mere rhetoric, superfluous except for polemical purposes, the necessity Lenin asserts for recourse to Marxist theory in order to understand what is at issue in the debate over the practical project of proletarian hegemony. In these ways the necessary and proper concern with restoring the context of what is to be done, pushed too far, actually leads to distortions of the text itself. In effect, LIH reduces the argument of Lenin's text to its Erfurtian context and thereby misses its innovative aspect. Paradoxically, this kind of procedure can occlude such a crucial contextual feature as the connection, designated by Lenin, between economism as a political current and an emergent liberal bourgeois bid for hegemony in the democratic revolution. Where a text challenges the terms of debate, it may illuminate unsuspected distinctions and connections in the reality it seeks to grasp, and where that reality is the political context within which it is written, it may change the terms in which its context is understood. In this materialist sense, a text such as Lenin's What is to be Done may reinvent its own context. Appendix 3. Lenin as a reader of What is to be Done? The claim that the thesis of consciousness from without, as formulated by Lenin in What is to be Done, announces a significant theoretical innovation has been criticized on the grounds that he did not repeat it in his later writings, that he would soon repudiate it and that he would, in any case, disavow any theoretical intention in having put it forward. Robert Meyer lays out the basis for this kind of criticism by reading Lenin's thesis in terms of a definition of socialist consciousness derived from David Ryazanov, a minor figure among Lenin's adversaries, Consciousness of the necessity to struggle for a socialist alternative to capitalism. Point 1 Here socialist consciousness is understood as a belief in a certain aim or goal, socialism, together with the conviction on the part of the worker that this goal must be pursued through struggle, a historical mission. Meyer then goes on to attribute this understanding of socialist consciousness, which contains no reference to the shifting alignments, strategies, and tactics of various class forces, social strata and political institutions, to Lenin. He thereby puts himself in a position to claim that, by denying that socialist consciousness arises spontaneously in the working class movement, Lenin is in effect asserting that the proletariat is incapacitated from emancipating itself in a way that no other class is. The thesis of consciousness from without is thus to be understood as nothing more than a theoretical rationalization of the self-proclaimed authority of Marxist intellectuals within the working class movement. When it is understood in this way, however, Meyer is quite right to claim that it does not appear in Lenin's later writings and right to note that Lenin repudiated it at the Second Congress of the RSDLP in 1903. Lenin was right to do so because, understood in this way, neither did it appear in What Is to Be Done? Meyer seeks further evidence of Lenin's repudiation of the thesis of consciousness from without in his prefatory note to the 1907 republication of What Is to Be Done? There Lenin explains his failure to reply to the criticism Plekhanov leveled at his account of spontaneity and political consciousness, after the latter had aligned himself with the Mensheviks in 1904, finding the criticism obviously mere cavilling, based on phrases torn out of context, on particular expressions which I had not quite adroitly or precisely formulated. Moreover, he ignored the general spirit and the whole content of my pamphlet. Point 2 Seconded by E. Haverkern 3 Meyer somehow claims to find in this a shamefaced retraction. Since Lenin's discussion of spontaneity and consciousness occupies a full chapter, the second of 5, in a 180-page pamphlet and spills over significantly into some of the others, one wonders just which particular expressions Lenin thinks were maladroitly or imprecisely formulated. He doesn't tell us, Plekhanov's article not having been reprinted in the latest Menshevik collection, he would not deal with its arguments at that time. Point 4 We find, however, that Plekhanov's polemical firepower particularly targeted the phrase, in Russia the theoretical doctrine of social democracy arose altogether independently of the spontaneous working class movement, the old Marxist affecting absurdly to find in the expression altogether independently evidence that Lenin thought Marxist theory had arisen in the absence of a working class. Point 5 That Plekhanov's article was not reprinted is perhaps understandable, mere cavilling seems an apt characterization. In any case, although the second edition of What Is to Be Done was somewhat abridged, the discussion of spontaneity and consciousness appeared intact. This fact and the gist of the so-called retraction cited above together suggest that the reader of What Is to Be Done is being counseled, and, make no mistake, we are being counseled to read it, to pay careful attention to the historical and political context in which it was written and to assess the bearing of particular claims and the adequacy of particular expressions in light of the argument and the aim of the work as a whole. A measure of the weight of this evidence is provided by a brief comment that appeared in the Bolshevik Proletariat in October 1905, more than 2 years after the Second Congress. The comment, written by Lenin, summarized an article by the young Joseph Stalin in the Journal of the RSDLP Caucasian League, a lengthy exposition and defense of the What Is to Be Done account of spontaneity and consciousness against one of the many Menshevik critiques that followed in the wake of the Plekhanov piece. Point 6 Lenin praised the splendid way the article posed the problem of the introduction of consciousness from without and qualified as ridiculous the Menshevik denial of its thesis. Point 7 There is, then, no evidence at all to support the claim that Lenin repudiated, however shamefacedly, the thesis of consciousness from without. What evidence there is weighs against it? The idea that he denied any theoretically innovative ambition in advancing the thesis, however, deserves closer consideration. Following Plekhanov, who had addressed the question earlier at the Second Congress, Lenin suggested that criticism of his formulation of consciousness from without in the context of a discussion of the party program confused an episode in the struggle against economism with the principled presentation of a major theoretical question, namely, the formation of an ideology. 8 When revisiting What Is to Be Done, in 1907, Lenin framed his remarks with the claim that the basic mistake made by those who now criticize what is to be done is to treat the pamphlet apart from its connection with the concrete historical situation of a definite, and now long past, period in the development of our party. 9 But this claim carried no implication that what had been at stake was not of theoretical significance. At that time the controversy was over the most general principles and the fundamental aims of all social democratic policy generally. 10 The operative distinction was not that between matters of theoretical and those of merely occasional import, but that between the polemical, and therefore concrete, and the programmatic, hence general or principled, presentation of a theoretical debate. Still, he dismissed the possibility of any difference in principle between what is to be done and the formulation of the relation between spontaneity and consciousness in the draft party program, agreed to by all the editors of Iskra, and disavowed any intention of elevating my own formulations, as given in What Is to Be Done, to programmatic level, constituting special principles. 11 Since the aim of these remarks was to cast doubt on Menshevik criticism by showing it to be merely ex post facto, Lenin had good political reason for downplaying the distinctiveness of his formulations. Although recalling 12 the warning he issued in What Is to Be Done, that apparently minor differences between mere shades of opinion could assume decisive importance. 13 And characterizing Menshevism with economism as diverse forms of one and the same historical tendency which in practice subordinated the proletariat to bourgeois liberalism. 14 Lenin did not try to connect differences in formulation concerning spontaneity and consciousness with the subsequent split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Thus, Lenin disavows any intention of introducing a theoretically significant innovation and displays no awareness of having done so. Of course, it does not follow from his lack of awareness that the thesis of consciousness from without does not bear significant theoretical implications. If, as Lenin implied, Marxist theory is always incomplete, and if it always reflects in its development the contradictions, complexity, and unevenness of political practice in the class struggle, it is implausible to suppose that the theoretical significance of a text is transparent even to its author. On the reading proposed here, the innovation of What Is to Be Done lies not in any particular formulation of the thesis of consciousness from without, but in the emergence of a distinctive logic of political analysis, discernible in and through Lenin's argument. If I am right, the emergence of this logic, with its analysis of the spontaneous working class movement and the development of working class consciousness into contradictory proletarian socialist and bourgeois liberal tendencies, is a practical reflection of the struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. The presentation of economism broadly as an expression of spontaneism, a political tendency of adaptation to the influence of bourgeois hegemony in the working class movement, capable of revealing itself in diverse forms in response to shifts in the circumstances of the struggle for hegemony and in the forms of bourgeois influence, assumes that the struggle for hegemony is a process in the course of which actors are capable of significant strategic innovation. Socialist consciousness figures, correspondingly, not only as a commitment to the struggle and an understanding of its revolutionary aims, but also the ability of revolutionary political actors to orient and reorient themselves amidst the shifting currents of the struggle for hegemony. Consciousness is to be understood with reference to Marxist theory, inasmuch as Marxist political actors thus situate themselves consciously within the struggle for hegemony, endeavoring to bring to consciousness the spontaneous socialist tendency of the working class movement, while trying to diagnose so as to be able to undo the spontaneously renewed tendency of bourgeois influence. Theory is needed as a guide to action, one that would have to be developed in order to function as such on a terrain, such as the class struggle and the struggle for hegemony, that could change without warning. Since the innovative import of Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without does not consist in particular formulations, however distinctive, but in the logic of Lenin's argument, in the logic of his political analysis and of the process by which he moves from one analysis to the next, the persistence of this innovation, and hence its weight, in his thought is not to be gauged by the recurrence or disappearance of specific phrases. This is all the more so as the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony is reflexive and so open, at least in principle, to mutation. The question to be addressed is whether the logic of hegemony can illuminate movements in subsequent Leninist theory and practice that remain opaque to alternative interpretations.